Chapter 1651. Gufuhai ordered someone to prepare a room for David. When David entered the room, he found that the room was very clean, with a faint fragrance, and all kinds of decorations were readily available. At first glance, it was a woman's boudoir. David was a little stunned, wondering why Gufuhai arranged himself in such a room. However, David didn't think about it, he just lay on the bed, looking forward to entering the secret realm tomorrow. After chatting with Gufuhai today, David realized that the world is so big that there is not only a Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance. Unconsciously, David fell into a deep sleep. But I don't know how long it took, David felt that someone was groping for something in him. David was suddenly shocked, and he shot it out with an instinctive palm. David's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he was shocked. He had never slept so carelessly before, and he didn't realize it until he was in front of him. "What?" a woman exclaimed, causing David to stop the palm he was about to wave again. He hurriedly turned on the light, and David was surprised to find that Gujai was standing in front of him. The person who was groping on himself just now was Gujai. At this time, Gujai was only wearing thin pajamas, and under the reflection of the light, she was very transparent. "Miss Gu, are you alright?" David didn't dare to look directly at Gujai, he turned his head aside and asked. "You are too ruthless, you don't know Liangxiang Ziyu at all." Gujai pouted and seemed a little angry. "I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you, and at night, what did you sneak into my room for?" David asked. "This is my room, why can't I come?" Gujai asked back. When David heard this, he panicked and quickly apologized. "Miss Gu, I'm sorry, maybe I went to the wrong room." David was very embarrassed at this time, and thought it was his own fault that he went to the wrong room. Just when David was about to go out, he was stopped by Gujai. "You are right, I let you live in my room." David was taken aback and looked at Gujai in disbelief. At this time, Gujai was obviously dressed in a simple way, and there was a hint of ruddy on her fair face. "I like you, so I want you to live in my room, I want to be your woman," Gujai said to David bluntly. David was startled, and quickly stepped back 2 steps. "Miss Gu, I'm really sorry, I already have a girlfriend." "I know, I don't care, I don't want a name, as long as I can be with you," Gujai said indifferently. "Miss Gu, I'm really sorry, I really can't," David said. "Some embarrassed ones are about to go out." "But who knows?" Gujai hugged David from behind, and asked with some resentment, "Is it because I am not beautiful? Is it because of my strength? Is it because of the status of our Gu family? Why? Why?" David felt the warmth on Gujai's body, recited the Qingshin mantra in his heart, and said slowly, "Miss Gu, you are very beautiful, and among women, you are also the most powerful. Your Gu family also has status in the capital, but it's just that my girlfriend is still being held by the Martial Arts Alliance. Now I just want to rescue her." David gently opened Gujai's hands, trying to break free from Gujai's embrace. "I really don't need anything, really, just use me as a tool for you to vent. Why can your girlfriend get you, but I can't? I like you, I really like you, I like you so much that you are your shadow every night. Do you think I'm cheap now? But I don't care. You know how many people in Kyoto are chasing me, but I can't even look at them. I am a girl, and I am so proactive, why can't you pity me?" Gujai cried, and the tears couldn't stop flowing. Chapter 1652. When David saw Gujai panicked, he was also a little confused. In fact, David's emotional intelligence is really low. He can't coax girls, and he can't say sweet words. David himself doesn't know why, these girls are all actively pursuing him, which makes him a little overwhelmed. "You, don't cry, it's not what you think at all, really." David watched Gujai cry, and felt a little helpless. He wanted to wipe Gujai's tears, but he didn't dare. "Why not? Don't think I don't know, what's your relationship with that Gu Linger? I've already inquired about it. Why is your girlfriend locked up in the Martial Arts Alliance, but you can sleep with Gu Linger? She's still your girlfriend's best friend." Gujai questioned David. It seemed that she had already inquired about the relationship between David and his surroundings. No, I didn't sleep with Linger, who are you listening to? Don't talk about Linger, I haven't slept with Sonia, I'm still a big boy. David explained anxiously. When Gujai heard it, she was stunned, and her tears stopped flowing. Looking at David in disbelief, she couldn't believe that David was actually a big boy. Is what you said true? Gujai asked incredulously. I swear to God, I really haven't done anything to them, I just want to get married and do what I need to do. David said with a serious face. Seeing David's serious look, Gujai suddenly burst out laughing. I didn't expect that such a powerful person, you are still a big boy. Since this is the case, then I am relieved. In this way, at least we are all at the same starting line, then I am not afraid. I'm confident that you will fall in love with me. Gujai's face was full of confidence. Since David hadn't touched anyone, Gujai was relieved. Seeing Gujai burst into laughter, David looked helpless, he was really frightened by Gujai just now. Fortunately, there is a heart-clearing mantra, otherwise he is a normal man, who can withstand it. It's getting late, take a rest, I'm going out. David moved to get out of here quickly. Don't go, just sleep here. Gujai said to David. No, I'm afraid. Before David finished speaking, Gujai interrupted him, you sleep here, I'll go, I have another room. With that said, Gujai turned and left the room, and when she walked to the door, she suddenly turned around and smiled at David, good night. After Gujai walked out of the door, David hurriedly went to close the door. David, who was sitting on the bed, gasped heavily, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and David couldn't help but let out a wry smile. His dignified Marquis of Great Wu was actually frightened into this by a woman. Hey, in today's society, women are too active. David sighed and started to practice cross-legged. He would definitely not be able to fall asleep. The next morning, David got up early. Breathing in the fresh air, David couldn't help but sigh that the garden of the Gu family was built very well. Mr. Chen, did you sleep well last night? At this time, Gu Fuhai came over and asked David with a playful face. Patriarch Gu, it's very good, very good. David was a little embarrassed, and nodded quickly. Seeing David like that, Gu Fuhai's smile grew even stronger, he stepped forward and patted David's shoulder, with a gesture of elders talking to juniors, just sleep well, I will take you there in a while. Our Gu family land, we must know that our Gu family land is forbidden for outsiders to enter. Chapter 1653. Gu Fuhai's sentence made David seem to understand something. No wonder Gu Jiayi went to her room in the middle of the night last night. It turned out that it had been arranged a long time ago. If David wants to go to the Gu family land, he must be a member of the Gu family. If he was with Gu Jiayi, he would become a member of the Gu family, and it would be reasonable to take him to the Gu family land. It's just that Gu Fuhai didn't know that David did nothing with Gu Jiayi last night. Gu Jiayi didn't blackmail David because of the clan, it seemed that she was thinking of making David fall in love with her through her own efforts. Patriarch Gu, let's go now, I can't wait. David urged Gu Fuhai. He was really afraid that in the future, Gu Fuhai knew that he did nothing with Gu Jiayi, and suddenly regretted it and didn't take him with him. Okay, since you're in a hurry, let's go. After Gu Fuhai finished speaking, he waved his palm lightly, and suddenly a light enveloped the two of them. David knew that this was a space technique, and Gu Fuhai had already reached the point of perfection for space techniques. The light flashed, and David closed his eyes tightly. When he opened his eyes, he found that he had already arrived in the wilderness. Is this a secret realm? It's no different from the secular world. David looked around curiously and said in surprise. Looking at David like that, Gu Fuhai laughed, we haven't entered the secret realm yet, and space magic can only be performed in the same space. The secret realm and the mundane world are not in the same space. How can space magic bring people directly into the secret realm? When David heard this, he was immediately embarrassed. David followed Gu Fuhai for another distance and came to the foot of a mountain. I saw Gu Fuhai took out something with a gossip graphic, and then said something in his mouth. Soon, light flashed in the void, and then a door slowly opened. This seems to be the gate of heaven. David can't see what's inside at all. This is woman. The 8 secret realms at that time were all created on the basis of gossip. Our Gu family's secret realm is leaving, and Li means fire. We call it woman. The others are Tian Men, Daimen, Thunder Gate, Wind Gate, Water Gate, Mountain Gate, Zeman. The secret realm where Zixia Mansion is located is in the shock position, that is, laymen. Gu Fuhai followed David to explain, and David finally understood. Patriarch Gu, how many sects are there in each secret realm? Is there a limit to the number? David wanted to know how big this secret realm was and how many hidden families there were. But Gu Fuhai shook his head. Then I don't know how many sect families survived back then. I haven't counted them, and they're no longer within my knowledge. David followed Gu Fuhai into the Gate of Light. After the two entered, the Gate of Light disappeared instantly. What caught David's eyes was another scene. He saw the deserted desert, and the Gobi Desert was everywhere. At first glance, he could see nothing. This time, David was a little dumbfounded, and looked at Gu Fuhai with a puzzled face. Patriarch Gu, is this a secret realm? In David's cognition, in the secret realm, there should be green trees, groups of animals, and a very good environment. How could it be so desolate? Looking at David like that, Gu Fuhai smiled. What? Is it different from the secret realm you imagined? It's different. David shook his head. Ha ha ha, the secret realm is not as you imagined. In each secret realm, there is the environment of each secret realm. The laymen where the Zixia Mansion is located is covered with snow, and the snow is constantly accumulating all year round. Gu Fuhai laughed. Chapter 1654. David looked embarrassed, because he was still a cultivator himself, but he knew nothing about the world of cultivators. That's why there are so many jokes. You will understand slowly. From now on, we are all a family. I will often take you around the secret realm. Gu Fuhai looked at David, smiled meaningfully, and then waved his hands. A beam of light enveloped the two of them. The two people appeared in a bustling town in an instant. I saw that there were hawkers doing business everywhere in this town, and they were no different from the secular world. Let's go. Gu Fuhai took David through a street, and then stopped in a courtyard. David looked at the courtyard and asked incredulously, Patriarch Gu, isn't the Gu family land you're talking about right here? Gu Fuhai nodded, yes, here it is. David didn't know what to say for a while, because the implementation of this hospital was not good, and it didn't look like the clan of a big family. Even following Gu Fuhai's courtyard in Kyoto is incomparable. Gu Fuhai saw David's thoughts, but he didn't say anything, but smiled faintly, and then walked in with David. But as soon as David entered the gate, a huge spiritual energy rushed to his face, and then a majestic manor appeared in front of him. At the entrance of the manor, 2 guards are standing upright, exuding the aura of Marquis. Are both guards Marquis? David's jaw almost dropped. David looked at Gu Fuhai in disbelief, knowing that Gu Fuhai is now in the realm of Marquis, so it seems that he will follow the guard at the door. This is the clan of our Gu family. Gu Fuhai smiled. Patriarch Gu, what's your status in your Gu family land? David asked curiously. Gu Fuhai smiled lightly, I'm just an errand in our Gu family's land. The real Gu family's direct line, who would go to the mundane world. When Gu Fuhai said this, he was a little helpless. After all, the main goal of immortal cultivators is to improve their strength. Going to the secular world is tantamount to limiting the improvement of one's own strength. Do other secret realm families also have spokespersons in the secular world? I really want to have never met. David was a little puzzled. For so long, he only met Gu Fuhai, the spokesperson of the Gu family in the secular world. There should be. This kind of thing is confidential, and I don't know. Go in quickly, it is estimated that the clan elders are in a hurry. Gu Fuhai took David to the depths of the clan. When passing the guard, Gu Fuhai showed his waist card, and was released. It seems that Gu Fuhai's position in the Gu family's land is indeed not very high. Going through several courtyards, Gu Fuhai brought David to a stop at a 3-story courtyard. Disciple Gu Fuhai, please see the clan elder." Gufuhai was at the door and shouted loudly. At this time, a middle-aged man walked out from the inside, with a beard on his face and a fierce look on his face. He glanced at Gufuhai and David, and then waved his palm lightly. A spiritual power instantly wrapped the two of them. Gufuhai didn't show any expression, but David was shocked, and then the golden light on his body appeared, resisting this spiritual power. Because David discovered that this spiritual power was actually sealed by his own cultivation. How could David have his cultivation base sealed for no reason? The golden light on David's body kept flickering, and the power of the dragon in his body was carrying that spiritual power, preventing him from entering his body. Seeing this, the bearded man frowned slightly. "Mr. Chen, don't resist, this is a necessary process to see the clan elders, everyone must seal the cultivation base." Gufuhai entered the door and explained to David. Chapter 1655. Seeing this, David could only put away the power of the dragon in his body. In an instant, the Dantian in David's body entered a sealed state and turned into an ordinary person. "Go in," the big man with a beard said. "Thank you, third elder." Gufuhai respectfully followed the bearded man and gave a salute, and then walked in with David. As soon as he entered the courtyard, David smelled a faint fragrance. David sniffed hard, and then the whole person frowned. As a pharmacist, David is too familiar with this kind of thing, but this fragrance comes from a kind of tree. After this tree is burned, it will emit a faint fragrance. However, this fragrance is not used for fresh air, but for embalming. After some corpses are fumigated by this kind of smoke, they can achieve the effect of embalming. David couldn't understand, how could such a thing be used as a spice in a place where the dignified Gu family lived? But before David could figure it out, Gufuhai knelt down directly. "The disciples meet the elders of the clan, and people have brought them." Gufuhai kowtowed heavily and said loudly. David then looked intently, and found that on the top seat, there was an old man sitting. The old man's gray beard and eyebrows almost covered his entire face. It seems that the old man is very old, his skin is covered with folds, and he is sitting on the seat, as if he is about to die at any time. The old man didn't move. As long as his eyes were bright, if he didn't look at those eyes, he would have thought he was dead. David looked at the elder of the Gu family for a while, without salute. "Mr. Chen, hurry up and salute." Gufuhai looked at David, and said anxiously, "You are also a member of the Gu family now. It is a crime to see the clan elders not salute." But David didn't kneel, because he was not from the Gu family, and he didn't have the habit of kneeling. "Good clan." David just clenched his fists. This time, cold sweat broke out on Gufuhai's forehead. He was afraid that the clan elder would be angry. But who knows, the clan elder was not angry, but said lightly, "You all sit down." Gufuhai was stunned for a while, because he had never sat down in front of the clan elder, and had always been kneeling. "Why did you bring David here today?" This clan elder was so polite and let them sit down. David was not polite, but walked to the chair beside him and sat down. But Gufuhai did not dare, and still knelt on the ground. "Look at the tea." The clan elder gave an order. At this time, from the room on the side, a woman in a white dress walked out. The woman's face can be said to be overwhelming, like a fairy in the sky. It's just that his face is very pale, without the slightest breath, just like a walking dead. The woman took small steps, walked to David step by step, bowed slightly, and put the tea in front of David's. David looked at the woman's face, and the whole person fell into huge doubts. Because he couldn't feel the breath of a living person from this woman. Is this woman a puppet corpse? David thought to himself. His scalp started to tingle. If this is the case, then this Gu family land is probably not a good place. Just when the woman turned around, David pretended to touch the woman's hand inadvertently. Starting with a cold hand, without the slightest temperature, David can conclude that this woman is a corpse. This time, David's breathing began to become rapid. His strength is now sealed, and he is completely slaughtered and has no ability to resist. Gently picked up the tea, David's hands trembled slightly. He had never been so nervous. Chapter 1656. Looking at the tea in front of him, David didn't dare to take a sip for a long time. He didn't know what was in the cup of tea. "Please use tea." The clan elder spoke up at this time, with a bit of respect in his tone, which shocked Gufuhai, who was kneeling on the ground. He had never heard that the clan elder was so polite to others. David was helpless and could only take a sip of tea. Now that his cultivation base has been sealed, there is no room for resistance at all, he can only take a step by step. But when David took a sip of tea, a warm current flowed in his body. Immediately afterwards, the sealed dantian opened instantly, and the spiritual power in the body was also boiling. David tried it for a while, and found that his strength was restored, and the seal was lifted. David was very surprised. How could this sip of tea have such a great effect? So he looked up at the old clan, and wanted to ask what was going on. But when David looked up, he found that a huge relief appeared on the wall behind the clan elder. And there is a giant dragon carved on the relief, and the appearance of this giant dragon is exactly the same as that on David's Tianlong ring. David looked at it with surprise, and the whole person fell into huge doubts. But the clan elder had long since floated up, and his body fell steadily in front of David. The old body knelt down to David. "My subordinate Gutsangsheng, meet the palace master." The elder of the Gu family actually knelt in front of David and shouted respectfully. This time, Gufuhai, who was on the side, was dumbfounded, and his jaw dropped. You know, he has never seen the clan elder leave that position. And I have never seen the clan elders kneel down and worship anyone. In the Gu family land, the clan elders are the gods, and they are all objects to be worshipped by others. But now, the clan elder actually bowed to David, a young man in his 20s, and shouted one by one. How can this make Gufuhai not shocked? And David looked at the elder Gu family who was kneeling in front of him, looking at the relief, and seemed to understand something. "Are you also a member of the Tianlong temple?" David asked the old Gu family. "Back to the hall master, our Gu family is one of the 13 halls of the Tianlong palace. I have been waiting for the hall master to appear for 20 years. When the Gu family elder said this, his voice was trembling and excited. As soon as David heard it, he immediately understood, but at this time, David was full of yearning for his father. He didn't know what kind of strength his father was, and even a cultivator family like the Gu family was only one of them. David didn't know what kind of shock it would give him among the 13 halls, those that had not yet appeared. But there is one thing David has discovered, that is, the order in which Tanko appears is getting stronger and stronger, and it is always following his own trajectory. It's as if David's life has long been designed by others. Get up and talk. David waved his hand and made Gutsangsheng stand up. Gutsangsheng nodded, then stood up and stood beside David respectfully. Patriarch Gu, get up too. David said to Gu Fusheng. Gu Fusheng shook his head again and again, don't dare, don't dare. He didn't dare to get up, even the clan elders stood beside David respectfully, he only had the right to kneel. The hall master asks you to get up, you just get up. Gutsangsheng spoke up. Seeing this, Gufuhai slowly got up, but bowed his body very low. Although Gufuhai didn't know what Tianlong Hall was, and he didn't even know what the hall was, he only knew one thing, that was the elder of the Gu family, and they all listened to David, and David would be the boss of the Gu family in the future. Chapter 1657. I ask you, what happened to that girl? David asked Gutsangsheng. He didn't want things like refining puppet corpses to appear at the entrance of his Tianlong palace. When Gutsangsheng heard this, he quickly explained, Palace Master, this girl is the daughter of his subordinates. Your daughter? David's face was full of incredulity, then she. Then why does she have no life at all? Could it be a corpse? Hearing this, Gutsangsheng's face was a little moved, and then said, back to the hall master, the little girl was assassinated to death many years ago, and the subordinates did their best to find a soul for the little girl, so to be precise, the little girl is not a corpse. However, in order to prevent the little girl's body from rotting, the subordinates can only burn incense in the hall every day to control the little girl's body not to rot. Speaking of which, Gutsangsheng had a few tears in his eyes. It is unbearable for anyone to see their daughter become like this and get along with her all day long. David couldn't help but look at the girl more, looking at the girl's appearance, but in his early 20s, and looking at this Gutsangsheng, He was already in his twilight years, already over 100 years old. If Good Sungshing didn't say anything, David would not dare to think that this girl is actually Good Sungshing's daughter. "How long has your daughter been like this?" David asked curiously. 20 years. David was stunned by Good Sungshing's words. She looks only in her early 20s, how is that possible? David looked at Good Sungshing's daughter in disbelief. No matter what he thought, this girl didn't look like a 40 or 50-year-old woman. Palace Master, the little girl was assassinated at the age of 24, so her body has remained at that age. And our immortal cultivators will increase their lifespan with the improvement of their strength. It can be hundreds of years, or even thousands of years, so dozens of years old are nothing. Good Sungshing followed David to explain. David nodded slightly and continued to ask, "After all these years, have you thought of a way to completely revive your daughter?" "Hey!" Good Sungshing sighed, "I've tried my best over the years, but it's useless." But when the little girl became like this, her subordinates had a dream, and a golden dragon told her subordinates in the dream, "The next Tianlong Palace Hall Master can completely revive the little girl." So the subordinates have been waiting for the appearance of the Palace Master. This wait has been 20 years. Today, I really waited for the Palace Master. Good Sungshing said, and suddenly knelt down to David, "I beg the Hall Master to revive the little girl. My subordinates will follow the Hall Master to the death, and I will never give up." This time, David was a little panicked. How could he have the ability to resurrect Good Sungshing's daughter? His current strength is not as good as that of an elder of the Gu family. "Old Gu clan, with my current strength, I'm afraid I can't revive your daughter, or are you thinking of other ways?" David said with an embarrassed expression. "Palace Master, since Jin Long is dreaming, it is definitely possible. Even if the Palace Master can't now, he will definitely be able to revive the little girl in the future. I hope that the little girl will follow the Hall Master and seek a chance to revive. The little girl is the out-of-body realm, that is, the treasure of the martial saint in the martial arts world. Although the little girl only has one soul and one soul left, this body is also invincible. He follows the Palace Master and can also help the Palace Master to solve problems." Good Sungshing hoped that David would bring his daughter. This can make David embarrassed enough. If Good Sungshing's daughter is normal, that's fine, and if there is a martial sage by his side, David can go to the Martial Arts Alliance to directly rescue Sonia. But now Good Sungshing's daughter is like a puppet corpse, with David by his side, it's hard to explain. Chapter 1658. The most important thing is that David knew that he did not have the ability to resurrect Good Sungshing's daughter. But looking at Good Sungshing like that, David could only helplessly agree in the end. Good Sungshing was overjoyed, ordered a banquet, and then let David live in Ji's house. David has been living in the Gu family land for 3 days, and during these 3 days, David also has a deeper understanding of the world of immortality and the secret realm. It turns out that the secret realm is no different from the secular world. The major sects and families are also fighting for resources. David asked Good Sungshing, with the strength of the Gu family at this time, if he was sure of dealing with Zixiao Mansion. But Good Sungshing didn't know, because he was not in a secret realm, so Good Sungshing didn't know the strength of Zixiao Mansion, so he had no way to determine whether he could beat Zixiao Mansion. However, if you are fighting across the secret realm, the strength requirements of the attacking party are very strict, or if you go to other people's territory, you can only go back and forth. This is also the reason why there are teleportation arrays between various secret realms, but few people are teleported to other secret realms. And in the 3 days here, David can be regarded as from Good Sungshing's mouth, thoroughly know the background strength of the Martial Arts Alliance. It turns out that the current Martial Arts Alliance has long since left the martial arts world. The ones who really control the Martial Arts Alliance are some demon spirits that survived after the war between gods and demons. Although these people died back then, there are still many souls left. Now these souls are revived from the dead, ready to rule the entire world, and then slowly regain their strength. Because of this, these souls are not restricted by laws in the mundane world, and their strength can grow without limit. However, these immortal practitioners in the secret realm cannot stay in the secular world for a long time. We can only wait for the heaven and earth to change. When the spiritual energy recovers, the secret realm disappears, and these immortal cultivators can reappear. At that time, these immortal cultivators can get rid of the artificially created secret cage. Hey! Sitting upright on the head of the Gu family's highest honor, David sighed softly. The more he knew, the more powerless he felt. At this time, he found that he was in the world of immortal cultivation. Like a speck of dust, he could only go with the flow. After staying in the Gu family land for 3 days, David planned to leave. Although the Gu family land was full of spiritual energy and had far more resources than the secular world. But David can't stay here forever, he still has his own things to do. Palace Master, the little girl will leave it to you. Gu Sangxing reluctantly gave his daughter to David. Because the spiritual energy of the secular world is exhausted, Gu Sangxing doesn't have to worry about the decay of his daughter's body. Old Gu clan, don't worry, I will find a way to revive your daughter. David could only speak to comfort Gu Sangxing, but David himself had no idea whether he could be resurrected. Palace Master, the little girl's name is Gu Yuhan. Although she only has one soul and one soul, she can still understand some words after staying for a long time. Gu Sangxing said to David. Okay, old Gu, don't worry. David took Gu from the Gu family land and returned to the secular world. When David and Gu Yuhan appeared at the Gu family, the jealousy on Gu Jiayi's face suddenly exploded. Gu Jiayi didn't understand, why did David go to the clan's land and bring a girl back? Yuhan followed Gu Fuhai away. David, you're so fussy, you brought a girl back after a few days' walk. It seems that you were all a liar that night, right? Gu Jiayi said to David, very dissatisfied. Miss Gu, you misunderstood. David smiled awkwardly. But before David could explain, Gu Fuhai on the side changed his face greatly and shouted at Gu Jiayi, shut up for me, why are you talking to Mr. Chen? Can you manage what Mr. Chen is going to do? Hurry up and go back to my room. What nonsense are you talking about here? Chapter 1659. Gu Fuhai was frightened. What character is David now? Gu Jiayi dares to speak to David in such a tone that even the clan elders kneel down. Isn't that courting death? In addition, that Gu Yuhan is the daughter of the clan elder, and now that Gu Jiayi is eating Gu Yuhan's vinegar, she will also be courting death. Dad, what's wrong with you? Gu Jiayi wanted to say something, but Gu Fuhai had already thrown it into the room. Mr. Chen, don't pay attention to her, this child is like this. Gu Fuhai hurriedly apologized to David. David smiled lightly, I think you should explain it to Miss Gu, I'm not as promiscuous as she thinks. Yes, I will explain. Gu Fuhai nodded again and again. David took Gu Yuhan away, while Gu Fuhai found Gu Jiayi and solemnly warned her. I tell you, when you see Mr. Chen in the future, you must treat me with respect. You can't be disrespectful anymore, and you can't speak like just now, understand? Gu Fuhai reprimanded Gu Jiayi. Gu Jiayi looked confused. Dad, what's wrong with you? After a trip to the clan, how did you become like this? Then David has some skills, but you don't have to be afraid of him to this level, right? Who is that other woman? Did she have a leg with David? When Gu Fuhai heard it, he immediately reprimanded loudly, shut up for me. In the future, you can do whatever Mr. Chen wants you to do. You are not allowed to question it, let alone talk back. Dad, why exactly? Gu Jiayi asked in confusion. You'll find out later, just listen to me now. Gu Fuhai didn't dare to reveal the true identities of David and Gu Yuhan. Gu Fuhai walked back, and Gu Jiayi threw the pillow to the ground angrily. She didn't understand what happened in the past few days to make her father become like this. Dragon family. As the head of the dragon family, Long Xingxiu is gathering many masters of the dragon family. Zhao Ligua and the 4 villains are also gathering in the dragon family. At this time, the Long family can be described as a gathering of many masters. It's just that everyone's faces are not good-looking, and their faces are solemn. Everyone, today is the last day for the Martial Arts Alliance to post. If you can't find Brother David, then we can only fight to the death with the Martial Arts Alliance. Long Xingxiu said with a frown. Go? fight with the martial arts alliance, what's there to be afraid of? Ding Busan shouted loudly. Third, keep your mouth shut. Ding Buddha glared at Ding Buo, and then said, if so many of us go to work with the martial arts alliance, what should we do if we hurt Miss Su? Ding Dao's words made everyone silent. Uncle Long, why don't you come up with an idea? At this time, Long Xingxiu looked at Long Wu and asked. At this moment, only Long Wu has the highest status. This kind of decision requires Long Wu to be the master. Long Wu glanced at Gu Linger beside him. Linger, what do you say? Gu Linger did not speak, but held the battle post of the martial arts alliance tightly in her hand. Her eyes were full of anger. It turned out that after David left, Ningji from the martial arts alliance sent a battle post and asked David to go to the martial arts alliance. If he could not see David within 3 days, then cut off one of Sonia's arms. It's the 3rd day now, but I still can't get in touch with David, so everyone got together to discuss countermeasures. But now no one dares to make up their minds to follow the martial arts alliance desperately. If so, the martial arts alliance will attack Sonia, and no one can afford this responsibility. But just when everyone was at a loss, David came back with Gu Yuhan. Mr. Chen is back. Someone shouted outside. Chapter 1660. When everyone heard it, they rushed out in a hurry, and they were all excited. David frowned when he saw everyone was there. Did something happen? David, look. Gu Linger stepped forward and handed the battle post of the martial arts alliance to David. And Gu Linger's eyes glanced at Gu Yuhan behind David, but didn't say anything. David took over the battle post, and his whole body was full of anger. This Ningji, damn it. David gritted his teeth, and the battle post in his hand instantly turned to ashes. You guys are waiting here, I'll go to the martial arts alliance. After David finished speaking, he turned around and walked out. David, that Ningji has many tricks, it's too dangerous for you to go by yourself. Long Wu said to David. Uncle Long, don't worry, I will be careful. After David finished speaking, he hurried towards the martial arts alliance. Because it was stated in the battle post that only David was allowed to go there alone, and for Sonia's safety, David could not take anyone there. But as soon as David left, Gu Yuhan followed closely behind him. David, this girl she. Gu Linger wanted to remind David that this girl was following him. David looked back at Gu Yuhan and said slowly, you stay here. But who knows, Gu Yuhan is expressionless, his eyes are dull, but he shakes his head. Gu Linger looked at David with strange eyes. When you come back, I'll explain it to you again. If she follows, then Ningji shouldn't care. After David finished speaking to Gu Linger, he took Gu Yuhan straight to the martial arts alliance. Gu Yuhan looked at it at a glance, and there was no difference between following the wooden man, and there was not the slightest aura fluctuation on his body. So even if David brought it, Ningji wouldn't say anything. Martial Arts Alliance. The 10 black copper robes have been arranged, and Ningji, holding a vajra, entered the dungeon and brought Sonia out. When the sun shines on Sonia, Sonia can't help but close her eyes. She hasn't seen the sun for a long time. Sonia's face was very pale and looked a little weak. Although the Martial Arts Alliance gave Sonia a lot of medicinal herbs and nutritional supplements every day, Sonia's body still looked weak. Are you finally going to start? Sonia's face was calm and expressionless. Miss Su, don't worry, we won't kill you, just use you as bait. Ji smiled coldly. After Sonia was taken out of the dungeon, she was locked in a huge iron cage. This iron cage is made of black gold stone, which is extremely hard and wrapped in a formation. It is very difficult to open it forcefully. After Sonia was locked in a cage, she was hung up high. At this time, Sonia was like an animal that was admired. Have you made up your mind? Do you know the consequences of doing this? If this woman is rescued, you and I will both die. In Ningji's mind, the voice of the soul appeared. Don't worry, Senior, I have the sacred weapon in my hand, and the surrounding is closely guarded, so David can't save it. I just want David to see his girlfriend's tragic state, and I want to disturb his mind. When people panic, they are in chaos. As long as David is in chaos, he will surely die. Ningji had a sly smile on his face. In terms of tactics and strategy, Zhu Zhishan is far behind Ningji. Ningji looked at the time and quietly waited for David's arrival. David, I prepared such a big gift for you, I hope you don't let me down. Ningji looked at the gate of the Martial Arts Alliance with a hideous smile on his face. Chapter 1661. David and Guyuhan rushed towards the Martial Arts Alliance. When he was still some distance away from the Martial Arts Alliance, David was suddenly stunned. Because he felt Sonia's breath, the breath was so strong. How could this be? Could it be that Sonia can't be released by them? David's face was full of surprise, and then he quickened his pace. When David arrived at the gate of the Martial Arts Alliance, someone immediately reported to Ningji. "Leader, then David is here," said a member of the Martial Arts Alliance. "Okay, it's finally here, let him in." Ningji held a vajra, and his eyes were full of confidence. "Are you sure you can catch this, David?" The soul asked Ningji again. "Don't worry, I'm 90% sure, as long as David desperately saves his girlfriend, he won't be able to escape." Ningji smiled coldly. He has already set up a mechanism for David, and now all he has to do is to anger David and make David lose his mind. The door of the Martial Arts Alliance slowly opened. David walked in with Guyuhan, and a dozen black copper robes surrounded David and the others in an instant. Ningji frowned slightly when he saw that David had brought someone here. "David, you broke our agreement, aren't you afraid that your girlfriend will suffer?" David glanced at Guyuhan, and then said to Ningji, "She is just a corpse now, she can only follow me, and I can't let her leave." Ningji's eyes met, and a ray of light shot out, instantly covering Guyuhan's body. Sure enough, Guyuhan didn't have the slightest breath, just like a wooden man. Seeing this, Ningji breathed a sigh of relief, took his eyes back, and sneered, "David, I didn't expect you to degenerate to the point of refining puppet corpses. However, this puppet corpse looks so beautiful, but it has no breath and no strength at all. You refining such a puppet corpse will not sleep with you, right?" The dignified rookie in the martial arts world, the valley owner of Yaoshan Valley, is now refining female puppets to satisfy his own selfish desires. "I really didn't expect you to have such a hobby. If I spread this out, I wonder what the girls who have a crush on you will think." Ningji's face full of smirk, he scolded David. David looked disapproving, and said with a faint smile, "What do you want? That's your business, you called me here, won't you just say these nonsense? If it's just for this, I don't have time to pay attention to you." Ningji laughed a few times. "Ha ha ha, of course not, don't you feel your girlfriend's breath? I know you've always wanted to rescue your girlfriend, but the Martial Arts Alliance dungeon is protected by a formation, and you can't break the formation at all. But today I'll give you a chance. I brought your girlfriend out. As long as you can save her from us, our Martial Arts Alliance will never be your enemy from now on." Ningji said, with a wave of his palm. A flash of light suddenly flashed behind him, and then Sonia, who was locked in the cage, appeared. When David saw that Sonia was locked in an iron cage, her face was pale and her body was weak. The anger in her whole body instantly rose to the extreme. Feeling David's rising anger and the endless killing intent, Ningji laughed. "Ningji, grass, you, ha!" David roared, and the dragon-slaying sword instantly appeared in his hand, and then savagely moved towards Ningji. A sword chi instantly slashed towards Ningji, and at the same time David swung his sword out again, and another sword chi shot out. This sword energy went straight to the iron cage that locked Sonia. Ningji snorted coldly, waved his hand directly, and waves of air waved from his palm. Chapter 1662. Instantly slapped on David's sword energy. However, one after another chi waves hit David's sword chi, and they were instantly smashed by the sword chi. There is still a gap between Ningji's strength and David's. But Ningji didn't panic, he held the vajra in his hand and slapped it hard. The vajra made a humming sound, and the sound spread around like a wave. David's sword energy was smashed and disappeared after encountering this sound wave. And David was also repelled by this sound wave, and his face became a little ugly. "Ha, David, have you forgotten that I have the sacred weapon in my hand? With your strength, you simply can't withstand the fatal blow of the holy weapon. Ningji laughed arrogantly. Fuck you, I will kill you today. David's heart was full of anger, and the whole person was trembling slightly because of extreme anger. Seeing Sonia locked in an iron cage, David felt very uncomfortable, his whole heart seemed to be pierced by 10,000 arrows. David's body was shaking, and the dragon-slaying sword in his hand also made a humming sound. The golden rays of light are constantly flickering, the undamaged golden body is activated, and the scales glowing with golden light cover David's whole body. David, leave me alone, you go, hurry up, this is a trap. Sonia was in the cage, yelling at David. Speak up. Ningji snorted coldly, followed by a wave of his palm, a force of energy turned into a whip, and slammed it on the iron cage. The iron cage shook suddenly, but there was a red mark on Sonia's body. But Sonia didn't say a word. My day. Your ancestor. David was furious, and with a roar, he walked towards Ningji again. But this time when David moved, the surrounding dozen black copper robes also moved at the same time. I saw a black copper robe slap the back of David's head with a palm, and the palm is extremely sharp. At this moment, David was extremely sad and angry, facing the attack of the black copper robe, he slashed down with one sword. Brush! A golden light flashed, followed by a scream. I saw the black copper robe that was shot towards the back of David's head. At this moment, this arm was cut off with a sword, dripping with blood. Seeing this, the other black copper robes could not help but gasp. Everyone here today is going to die. David's eyes were wide open, his eyes were red, and the killing intent on his body continued to rise. David, your bragging ability is really good. If you really had the ability, you would have rescued your girlfriend long ago. You're bragging outside all day, and your girlfriend can't be saved. What are you? Seeing David's rage, Ningji was very pleasantly surprised, and even more stimulated David with his voice. Sure enough, when David heard Ningji's words, he became even more furious, and pointed at Ningji with the dragon-slaying sword in his hand. Ningji, today I will dig out your liver and lungs. David's aura skyrocketed, holding the sword in one hand, and the dragon-slaying sword radiated radiance. A golden dragon appeared and surrounded by the dragon-slaying sword. Then David waved abruptly, and the first sword of the Nine Shadows divine sword came out. The terrifying Jinmong took the roar of the golden dragon and walked directly towards Ningji. Ningji has the sacred weapon in hand, so naturally he is not afraid of David. I saw Ningji raise the Vajra, and then the Vajra also overflowed with brilliance, and then a ray of light greeted it instantly. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the scattered aftermath spread out like the surrounding. Those black copper robes all resisted the aftermath, and Sonia, who was locked in the iron cage, was affected. Sonia, seeing this, David showed great concern in his eyes. David, go ahead, you can use all your strength, as long as you are not afraid of your girlfriend dying under your sword. I don't care, I have the holy weapon in my hand, you can't hurt me. Ningji stood in front of the iron cage and provoked David. Chapter 1663 And the dragon-slaying sword that David raised had to be slowly put down. The dragon-slaying sword was taken back, and David was also afraid that his sword chi would hurt Sonia. Seeing that David was worried, Ningji smiled brightly. Arrest him. Ningji waved his hand and said to those black copper robes. More than a dozen black copper robes shot at David together, and David's body was glowing with golden light, and his face was terrifyingly cold. Above the fists, golden dragons surround, streaks of golden light, making everyone's pupils shrink continuously. More than a dozen black copper robes also know that fighting alone, they are definitely not David's opponents, so these people are united, and the strength is soaring to the sky, and David is coming. David shouted angrily and punched out, the golden dragon roared and the earth trembled. David's punch instantly defeated the strength that united more than a dozen black copper robes. Many black copper robes could not help but be surprised. David seized the opportunity of these people's shock, shouted loudly, and then threw a punch again. Holy Light Fist, this is the ancient Holy Fist. Although David did not learn the highest essence, he was very powerful even if he learned some skins. I saw the dazzling golden light shining over the entire Martial Dao Alliance, and then with the momentum of destroying the dead, it instantly slammed into those black copper robes. The terrifying power made many black copper robes look terrified. They never imagined that a single person would be able to explode with such power. At this moment, even Ningxi frowned. He didn't know whether it was right or wrong to anger David. Boom! This punch exploded among the people in the black copper robe. Many black copper robes were all directly knocked out, and the black copper robe in the middle of the power was the most impacted. The whole person has become a puddle of flesh, and the ground is covered with blood. Ningxi looked at the black copper robe that had turned into a pool of mud on the ground with disbelief in his eyes. Ningxi's hand held the Vajra pestle tightly. Only this sacred weapon could give him a sense of security at this time. David glanced coldly at the black copper robes, and just this glance made those black copper robes feel chills. David walked towards Ningxi step by step, but the black copper robes on the side didn't make another move. Seeing this, Ningxi hurriedly shouted, "Quickly kill him." Numerous black copper robes looked at each other, and then their eyes showed fierceness, and they rushed towards David. They knew that even if they didn't take action and would not die under David's hands, the Almighty would not let them go. Moreover, the Almighty means, they dare not try it at all. It would be life rather than death. "Bring it on," David roared, and endless killing intent emerged from David's body. More than a dozen black copper robes suddenly bursts of black mist above their heads. The black mist shrouded and turned into a human figure. Inside these black copper robes, there was a soul hidden in them. A soul that has survived for many years. After these spirits appeared, they actually attached to the body of each black copper robe, just like putting a layer of armor on these black copper robes. At a glance, more than a dozen black copper robes were all wrapped in black mist, like ghosts. David's body flickered with golden light, and he was not afraid at all, and smashed it out with a fierce punch. More than a dozen black copper robes fought with David, and a gust of wind swept the scene. The terrifying aura is constantly impacting the entire Martial Arts Alliance's Guardian formation. Without the protection of the formation, the entire Martial Arts Alliance would have been in ruins for a battle of this magnitude. David swung his fists, and every punch almost had the sound of a dragon roar. For a time, more than a dozen black copper robes were unable to approach David. A pair of more than a dozen, but David has the upper hand. Chapter 1664. If it wasn't for these spirits coming out of the body, David would have smashed these black copper robes to death with one punch. These souls are so abominable, every punch of David is like hitting cotton, and half of his strength is removed. The spiritual power in David's body is rapidly attenuating, and the golden dragon wrapped around his fist also slowly fades and disappears. When Ningxi saw that David was about to lose his physical strength, he was immediately excited. He didn't expect more than a dozen black copper robes to defeat David. "He can't do it anymore, hurry up," Ningxi urged. More than a dozen black copper robes also saw that David was a little exhausted, and there was hope in their eyes. "Humph, you alone want to kill me," David was hoarse and shouted loudly. The golden light on his body is still flashing, and his eyes are full of endless fighting intent. The heart condensation art is running rapidly in David's body, and the surrounding world's spiritual energy is swarming into David's body. This huge suction force directly sucked the black mist wrapped around these black copper robes. Which souls are also being dragged by a suction force, and they are about to be dragged into David's body. David's concentration technique can refine everything, whether it is yin qi or resentment, even these soulless souls can be refined. This sudden change made those souls tremble with fear, and they returned to the bodies of those black copper robes one by one. When David saw this, he punched out, and slammed into the chest of a black copper robe. Boom! This punch instantly penetrated the body of the black copper robe, and the broken internal organs and blood were sprayed all over the ground. And the soul in the black copper robe took the opportunity to escape, and a black mist rose up, about to escape. David grabbed forward, then opened his mouth and took a breath, and the soul was instantly inhaled into the body by David. Without any struggle, the soul was instantly refined by David's condensation technique. Seeing this scene, the rest of the black copper robes were stunned. You must know that no one dares to inhale their souls into their bodies. Many people dare to inhale their souls before they have time to hide. Doesn't this clearly mean that the soul wants to control his body? However, when the soul entered David's body, it had no right to control the body at all, and was directly refined. This is the first time they have seen such a domineering exercise. At this time, many black copper robes have the intention of retreating, and they dare not step forward. But if they don't do it, David will not let them go. David was in front of a black copper robe who came in the blink of an eye, and then he punched it out. Puff! The head of the black copper robe was directly smashed to pieces. And then another black mist rose into the air. When the host body dies, these souls have to leave the body and find a new host body again. David repeated his old tricks and swallowed the soul with his mouth open. This time, these black copper robes did not cause any harm to David, but became David's resources. Spellcasting, spellcasting, Ningji shouted, these black copper robes will definitely be killed by David one by one. And those souls will be swallowed up by David. The remaining black copper robes looked at each other, and there seemed to be a bit of fear and helplessness in their eyes. In the end, I saw these black copper robes standing together, and then the black mist in the body continued to emerge from the top of the head. These black mists that came out instantly condensed together and turned into an incomparably gigantic giant shape. This giant is extremely ferocious, formed by the condensing of these souls. And those black copper robes, at this time, their eyes were dull and motionless, just like corpses. Between the eyebrows of each black copper robe, a drop of bright red blood slowly seeped out, and then slowly floated into the air. These blood essences gathered together to form a gem the size of an egg, which was finally embedded in the giant's forehead. Chapter 1665. At the same time, those black copper robes fell to the ground one after another, and their bodies shrank rapidly, turning into mummified corpses, as if the strength in their bodies had been absorbed by others. The giant looked down at David, and the terrifying atmosphere instantly filled him. The huge figure is simply covering the sky. David is like an ant in front of this giant. Ningji stared at the giant formed in front of him, his eyes widened, and his eyes were incredible. This is also the first time he has seen this technique called Myriad Realms Demon Heart. As long as the second spell is used, the caster will be deprived of everything. Not only those black copper robes have become mummified corpses, but even those souls have already become part of this giant at this moment. The strength of the giant is proportional to the strength of the caster, and the retention time is also the stronger the strength, the longer the retention time. According to the strength of these black copper robes, this giant will only survive for half an hour. After half an hour, the giants will disappear, and the black copper robes and the souls in them will also die. This technique is extremely cruel, so few people use it. David, this time you will definitely die. Ningji's face is proud and arrogant. Those black copper robes died when they died, and Ningji didn't care at all, as long as he lived by himself. Really? Then you'll be optimistic. After David finished speaking, his feet shook, and then his body jumped up. Looking at the incomparably huge, David did not even have the slightest timidity. The golden light flashed on his fists, and the power of the dragon was condensed on the fists, and then he punched out. The dragon roar sounded, and the power of David's punch poured out, like a cannonball smashing towards the giant. The red light on the giant's forehead flashed, and then he punched it out. David's figure, compared with the giant, is simply too small, not even as big as the giant's fist. However, David's eyes showed perseverance, and he was not cowardly at all. Boom! David's punch collided with the giant, and David's figure flew out instantly. And the figure of the giant also swayed under this punch. Chen stabilized his body and looked at the swaying giant with a more determined look on his face. It's a fancy thing, and this punch will blow your head. David knew that this giant was relying on the gemstone formed by the blood essence on his forehead. As long as the gemstone was shattered with one punch, the giant would disappear. Thinking of this, David threw his fist out again, and the golden light on his body burst out. David himself was like a golden cannonball, heading towards the giant again. Seeing this, the giant waved his fist again to meet David, but unfortunately, David smashed it with one punch. This time, the giant's body fell to the ground with a bang, causing a burst of dust. David smashed towards the forehead fiercely. He wanted to destroy the gem on that forehead. At this moment, David, like a madman, kept hitting the giant's head with his golden fists. One punch, two punches, three punches. The giant fell to the ground and had no power to fight back. Two strokes, just two strokes, the giant fell to the ground and became the target of beatings. Ningji watched this scene, and he didn't want to believe it. This giant was condensed with the power of more than a dozen black copper robes and souls, so why can't he fight? Boom! David landed another punch, and the red gem on the giant's forehead shattered instantly. With the fragmentation of the gem, the giant's head also shattered directly, and then the body began to slowly dissipate. David got up slowly and looked at Ningji with cold eyes. Next, it's your turn. David's eyes were cold, his body jumped up, and his golden fist moved towards Ningji. Chapter 1666. David, I have the sacred weapon in my hand, you are courting death. Ningji snorted coldly, then raised the Vajra. An extremely terrifying force spread instantly. Ningji held a Vajra and swung towards David with all his might, and the terrifying force instantly smashed towards David. Boom! The terrifying force hit David's body, instantly smashing David's body and flying out, and the undamaged golden body on his body dissipated instantly. The Martial Saint tool has the power of the Martial Saint. David's current strength is not enough to fight against the Martial Saint's power. Ha ha ha, David, you'd better keep your hands off the ground. Seeing that David was vulnerable in front of the sacred weapon, Ningji laughed wildly. Fuck you! David shouted angrily, and then the power of the dragon boiled, heading towards Ningji again. But David's strength is really nothing in front of the sacred weapon. Even though David tried his best, he was still smashed out by the Vajra. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and he suffered 2 heavy blows in a row, and David's body was severely injured. At this time, David's face was very ugly, and the breath on his body was constantly adjusting, but facing the sacred weapon in Ningji's hand, David was a little helpless. David, go, leave me alone, leave me alone. Sonia shouted at David loudly. She didn't want David to die on the spot in order to save herself. Sonia, no matter what, I will save you today. David knew that if Sonia was locked in a dungeon, it would be even more difficult for him to rescue Sonia. But looking at the Vajra in Ningji's hand, David was in trouble. How could he deal with this Ningji and rescue Sonia? At this moment, David looked at Guyuhan, who had been standing blankly. Good Sungsheng said that Guyuhan's strength is the Martial Saint, and he may be able to deal with the Martial Saint weapon in the hands of Ningji. Yuhan, can you help me kill this kid? David asked Guyuhan. But Guyuhan didn't move, his eyes were blank, as if he couldn't hear David's words at all. Seeing this, David's face was full of helplessness. Although Guyuhan is a martial arts saint, he is now like a fool, even worse than a fool. He still expects Guyuhan to help, which is a joke. Ha, David, are you afraid that you want a stupid person to deal with me? Ningji laughed. David looked at Ningji's arrogant appearance, and his eyes flashed fiercely. David sacrificed the dragon-slaying sword. Now that he wants to save Sonia, he has to lead Ningji away. Ningji has been guarding the iron cage, and David has not almost shot. Ningji, even if you have a holy weapon, I can still kill you. David said, jumped up high, and then slashed at Ningji with a sword. The huge sword beam moved towards Ningji. Facing the huge sword glow, Ningji raised a smile and waved the Vajra in his hand. A terrifying force instantly shattered David's sword glow. Immediately afterwards, David only felt an overwhelming force strike, and his entire body flew out into the distance in an instant. When David flew out, he shouted, Ningji, I will come back sooner or later to kill you. Immediately afterwards, David's figure gradually disappeared, and he ran away. Damn, you still want to run away. Ningji jumped up and ran after him. Has the sacred weapon in his hand, how could it be possible for David to escape? But when Ningxi was chasing David, David's figure had already turned around and returned. He deliberately lured Ningxi away, and then rescued Sonia. Without rescuing Sonia, how could David escape? Chapter 1667. Sonia originally thought that David had escaped, but she was relieved. She could see that David had actually turned back, and suddenly said anxiously, "David, go away, leave me alone, they dare not kill me." Sonia urged David, but David would listen. "Sonia, I have to rescue you today." David said. He stepped forward, grabbed the iron cage with both hands, and suddenly tried to break the iron cage. But just when David was trying to break my iron cage, a light suddenly shot out from the ground. This ray of light directly enveloped David and Sonia. Immediately afterwards, dense runes appeared on the ground. These runes shone with light, and then these runes floated up and surrounded David and Sonia. "What is this?" David frowned. He doesn't know what these are. It seems that it should be a formation. Just when David and Sonia didn't know what the rune that suddenly appeared, they found that a black hole appeared under their feet. The black hole seems to have suction, slowly dragging their bodies down. David was shocked and tried hard to break free, but found that he couldn't break free at all, and his feet seemed to be stuck in a quagmire. "Ha ha ha, David, you idiot, do you really think I'm going after you? I avoided it on purpose to give you a chance to save your girlfriend. Are you fooled now? Just wait and go into the dungeon with your girlfriend. If you want to fight with me, you are still too tender." Ningxi's eyes are full of pride and arrogance. David stared at Ningxi, his eyes full of anger, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get out of the black hole under his feet. David and Sonia fell down slowly like this. Why are you so stupid? Now you're caught too, is it worth it?" Sonia stretched out her hand and gently stroked David's face across the iron cage. "It's worth it, even if it's death, as long as it can die by your side, it's worth it." David's eyes were full of tenderness, and he held Sonia's hand tightly. The two have not touched each other for a long time. Feeling each other's temperature, David didn't even have a trace of fear in his heart. Looking at David and Sonia, Ningxi's eyes were fierce. "David, I will keep you and your girlfriend separated from each other. Even if you are in the underworld, don't even think about seeing each other." David ignored Ningxi, he held Sonia's hand tightly and enjoyed the last good time. Soon, David and Sonia fell to their chests, and it wouldn't take long before they both fell into the dungeon. Ningxi watched from not far away, his eyes were full of satisfaction. He was finally able to avenge his family. David has always been a nightmare in his heart, but after today, he will never have a nightmare. But just when Ningxi was about to watch David fall into the dungeon, a figure suddenly flashed past him. When Ningxi looked intently, he found that Guyuhan, who had been standing blankly for some time, was already standing on David's side. Guyuhan's body is also in the formation, but her body has not fallen. Guyuhan stretched out his hand, pulled David and threw it lightly, throwing David out. David was overjoyed, and hurriedly shouted, "Yuhan, hurry up, pull my girlfriend, hurry up." But no matter how David shouted, Guyuhan didn't move. In the end, David could only watch Sonia finally fall into the dungeon. "What?" David roared out angrily. This was the closest he was to Sonia and had the best chance to rescue her, but he still failed. Chapter 1668. At this time, Ningxi stared blankly at Guyuhan in front of him, his eyes were full of shock and wonder. How can a person who is stupid and has no breath on his body easily rescue David from the formation? Ningxi can't figure it out, even more can't figure it out. Don't be stunned, even if you don't catch David in the dungeon, you can kill him with the sacred weapon in your hand, hurry up. The soul in Ningxi reminded Ningxi. Ningxi reacted, the Vajra in his hand flickered, and a terrifying aura began to permeate, and the aura alone was enough to cause some Marquis to vomit blood and die. David felt this terrifying breath, and his face was extremely ugly. But he knew that he couldn't fight with Ningxi at this time. Now that Sonia was locked in the dungeon again, it was impossible for David to rescue Sonia. He must not die here. If he dies, then Sonia will never have a chance to come out. David jumped up, ready to escape. But Ningxi will let David escape this time. With a wave of the Vajra in his hand, a terrifying force instantly crushes David. David gritted his teeth, but he didn't dare to stop in the slightest. He could only pray that he would be able to carry the blow of the holy weapon. Boom! A loud bang came, and the terrifying air waves rolled out all around. David Yuan thought that this blow would definitely make him seriously injured, but he didn't want to. David didn't even feel the slightest movement when such a big movement happened. How is this going? David couldn't help being curious and looked back. It didn't matter when he saw it. He saw that Gu Yuhan was following behind him, and the terrifying blow just now hit Gu Yuhan. David was startled, and hurriedly checked Gu Yuhan's body. Gu Songxing entrusted Gu Yuhan to himself, and he couldn't let Gu Yuhan really die in the end. But after checking it again, I found that there was nothing wrong with Gu Yuhan. Seeing this, Ningji was stunned. How is this possible? Ningji was dumbfounded. It was just a blow from the holy weapon. Although the power of the martial saint weapon is not as powerful as the real martial saint's power, it is almost the same. How could it even be impossible to break the body of an ordinary person? With that power just now, even the powerhouses of the Marquis realm have long since become muddy flesh. But when he hit Gu Yuhan, he couldn't even scratch the skin. David laughed. This Gu Yuhan's physical strength has exceeded his imagination. At that time, Gu Songxing said that Gu Yuhan's body was extremely powerful, and David still didn't believe it. After all, there were not many people who could be stronger than himself. But now seeing Gu Yuhan's body, David is completely convinced. Maybe this has something to do with Gu Yuhan's body being fumigated with antiseptic aromatherapy for so many years. If she can come back to life, just listen to me. David looked at Gu Yuhan with anticipation in his heart. If Gu Yuhan could listen to David, he might have rescued Sonia just now. Ningji, wait, I will kill you sooner or later. After David finished speaking, he jumped forward again. This time, with Gu Yuhan behind him, David has no worries. David, don't be too fucking happy, I will never let you go. As Ningji said, the light on the Vajra was even stronger, and a more terrifying and intense aura emanated from the Vajra. David felt the breath, and the speed under his feet became faster. He was really afraid that Gu Yuhan behind him would not be able to withstand this blow. How dare you run? Ningji said, the Vajra in his hand fiercely swung towards David. Chapter 1669. In an instant, a force like a wave of water moved towards David. This power made the sky tremble and dark clouds swept over. Many unknowing people ran out of the room and looked at the vision in the sky. Even everyone in the Long family ran out one after another. There is the direction of the Martial Arts Alliance. I wonder what happened to Mr. Chen. Don't worry, Mr. Chen will be fine. I hope God bless Mr. Chen. Everyone in the Long family prayed for David. Boom! With a loud explosion, David only felt a wave of heat coming. But David didn't look back. He could only hope that Gu Yuhan was fine. The smoke cleared, and when Ningji chased after him, David was no longer there. Damn, let him run away, what the hell is that woman? Ningji couldn't help but cursed loudly. You have the sacred weapon in hand, so David is nothing to worry about. The soul said lightly. 2. Ningji gently stroked the Vajra in his hand, his eyes were full of heat. At this time, David fled back to the Long family in some embarrassment. Everyone was relieved to see David back. Because the movement in the direction of the Martial Arts Alliance just now was too great. David, are you alright? Seeing David, Gu Linger hurried up to check David's body. I'm fine. David's face was pale, then turned to look at Gu Yuhan who had been following him, and checked Gu Yuhan's body with concern. Seeing this scene, Gu Linger's eyes flashed with jealousy. Although Gu Yuhan looked dumbfounded, he didn't move like a wooden man. But after all, she is a woman, and when David touched others, Gu Linger was of course jealous. It's okay, this body is really strong. David checked it again and found that there was no scar on Gu Yuhan's body, so he happily patted Gu Yuhan on the shoulder. David, she's a girl anyway, what does it look like when you touch her body? Gu Linger pouted and reminded David. When the others saw this, they all laughed. They knew that Gu Linger was jealous. "Linger, are you jealous?" David laughed. "Who is jealous, I just remind you." After Gu Linger finished speaking, she turned and ran back to the room. David followed closely. He wanted to explain with Gu Linger. Gu Yuhan followed behind David. She will go wherever David goes now. After entering the room, looking at Gu Linger's slightly angry face, David explained, "Linger, listen to me." David told Gu Linger about Gu Yuhan's life experience, but he did not tell Gu Linger the identity of the owner of the Tianlong temple. Listening to David's remarks, Gu Linger looked at Gu Yuhan with pitiful eyes. "It's so pitiful, so is there any way you can make her recover?" Gu Linger asked David. David shook his head. "I don't have a solution yet, so I plan to take Yuhan to Yaoshan Valley to see if I can find a medicinal pill that can help her recover. If the medicine pill doesn't work, then we have to find another way." "What else can I think of?" Gu Linger asked. "Perhaps spells can bring people back to life." David has been very interested in spells since he went to Tianfuzong and learned about the power of spells. After chatting with Gu Linger for a while, David was ready to rest. Fighting with Ningji, although not fatal, but David is also scarred at this time and needs to rest for a while. But soon, David discovered a very embarrassing problem. That is, when David sleeps, Gu Yuhan will always be by his side, which means that they must be alone in the same room. Chapter 1670. At first, David was more resistant, but when he thought that Gu Yuhan was no different from the wooden man, David was relieved. After a few days of training in the Long family, all the injuries on David's body have basically recovered. He planned to take Gu Yuhan to the Medicine God Valley to see if he could use the medicinal pill to restore Gu Yuhan. After all, there is Shenong Cauldron in Yaoshengu, and even high-level medicinal pills can be refined. But just when David was going to take Gu Yuhan to Yaoshan Valley, someone suddenly came to report that there was a girl outside the door looking for David. David was very surprised. He didn't understand how there were girls looking for him. When David went out, he saw that it was Gu Jai. After seeing David, Gu Jai started directly and patted David's face. "I haven't seen you for a few days, do you miss me?" Gu Jai didn't listen to Gu Fuhai's advice at all. David stepped back slightly, and said a little embarrassedly, "Miss Gu, what are you doing to me?" "It's not me looking for you, it's my dad who invited you to go to Ji's house," Gu Jai said. Seeing that Gu Fuhai was looking for him, "There must be something going on," David said. "Well, let's go." David didn't say anything, just opened the door and got in the car. Gu Jai smiled and got into the car, and also sat in the back row. "Drive." Gu Jai instructed the driver to drive, and she stayed close to David. This time, David was a little overwhelmed. With Gu Jai on the left and Gu Yuhan on the right, he was caught in the middle, motionless. Just after the car started, in the Long's yard, Gu Linger's face was filled with indescribable sadness. "I told you that David is a dragon among men. There will be many girls who will like him in the future. If you follow him, you must accept this reality." At this time, Long Wu said lightly beside Gu Linger. Gu Linger squeezed out a smile. "Uncle Long, I can accept it, don't worry." In the car, Gu Jai leaned against David's body. David didn't dare to move, because if he moved, he would touch Gu Jai's body. Looking at David's stiff appearance, Gu Jai smiled and said, "Are you afraid of me? You have seen me all over my body, what if I touch it?" I said, "I like you, and I will use all means to pursue you." After speaking, Gu Jai did not forget to glance at Gu Yuhan on the other side, and Gu Jai's eyes were somewhat provocative. This is how women are, even if Gu Yuhan's eyes are dull at this moment, like a wooden man, but Gu Jai still regards her as his competitor. "Miss Gu, I know you like me, but I don't think about it yet, and I already have a girlfriend," David explained awkwardly. I said, "I don't care, you don't have only one girlfriend now, are you afraid of having one more of me?" As Gu Jai said, she directly rested her head on David's shoulder. David was helpless, so he could only let Gu Jai lean on him, closed his eyes slightly, and recited the Qingshin mantra silently in his heart. If there is no Qingshin mantra, David really can't guarantee that he will bully Gu Jai in the car. After all, he is also a man, a normal man. But when David was silently reciting the heart-clearing mantra, he suddenly felt that someone was leaning on his right shoulder. David opened his eyes and saw that it was Guyuhan. He saw that Guyuhan's eyes were still dull, but he imitated Gujai and rested his head on his shoulder. This time, David was a little surprised. If Guyuhan has feelings, it proves that she is recovering slowly. The driver of the car, watching David surrounded by two beautiful women, and still looking like he was unlovable, had long been envious and jealous in his heart. Chapter 1671. After David and the others arrived at Ge's house, Gufuhai respectfully greeted David, and even the silent Guyuhan, Gufuhai carefully served him. Seeing her father like this, Gujai was very puzzled. She didn't understand what happened to Gufuhai. "Mr. Chen, please take a seat." Gufuhai gave David his position as the head of the family. David wanted to refuse, but saw that Gufuhai had already sat aside. David was helpless and could only sit in the seat of the head of the house, while Guyuhan stood behind David, motionless. "Patriarch Gu, what are you doing with me?" David asked. Gufuhai glanced at Gujai. "Jai, go out." "Dad, is there anything you can't let me hear?" Gujai pouted and asked in dissatisfaction. "Just go out if you want to go out, where is there so much talk?" Gufuhai's face turned cold. Seeing this, Gujai could only go out, but Gufuhai waved his hand, and a space magic technique wrapped several people. Looking at Gufuhai's nervous appearance, David felt that there must be something important. "Mr. Chen, the old clan has brought a message. Now that the world has changed, it may not be far from the recovery of spiritual energy. The major sects and families in the 8 secret realms are all eager to try. Nowadays, many aristocratic sect families have begun to appear in the secular world. These families have been dormant for so many years, and suddenly they show up at this time, which means that the pattern of the martial arts world is about to undergo earth-shaking changes. If the spiritual chi really recovers, then the 8 secret realms will collapse, and the sect family in the secret realm needs to control resources and territory in the secular world in advance. The meaning of the clan elder is to hope that Mr. Chen can arrange it now. When the secret realm collapses, the Gu family can quickly occupy the resource-heavy land and seize the opportunity under the leadership of Mr. Chen." Gufuhai's words made David difficult to digest for a while. If the secret realm really collapsed, and those sects and families who cultivated immortals in the secret realm returned to the mundane world, would the whole mundane world be in chaos soon? But what about the martial arts world? What about these people in the martial arts world? You must know that there is no way for the martial arts world to compare with the immortal world. Patriarch Gu, if the secret realm really collapses, wouldn't there be no martial arts world? David asked. Gufuhai smiled slightly. "Mr. Chen, even if the secret realm collapses, the sect family of cultivating immortals returns to the secular world, and the martial arts world will not die out. However, the martial arts world at that time would not be so prosperous, and the major families in the martial arts world would also become vassals of the Shoshin family. Now in the martial arts world, many martial arts families also have the support of the immortal clan behind them, and they act as the spokesperson of these immortal clans in the secular world. Like our Gu family, there are very few cultivating families who personally send people to the secular world. After all, doing so will weaken the family's strength. Like these people in our Gu family, their strength is suppressed and there is no way to improve. That's why I let Jai become a martial artist since she was a child, and I didn't let her practice immortal methods. If she practices immortal methods, she won't be able to improve much in this mundane world." Listening to Gufuhai's words, David pondered. It seems that he really has to focus on developing his own power and territory. For a long time, David had no idea in this regard. He only wanted to rescue Sonia and rescue his mother. As for the establishment of a sect, David never thought about it. Even these halls in the Tianlong Palace, David is in a free-range mode, and basically he seldom cares about them. As for the Medicine God Valley, although David is the owner of the valley, he is only a position, and he rarely manages things, and Su Chongxing takes care of it. Chapter 1672. But now listening to Gufuhai's words, David felt that he should really plan. "Patriarch Gu, I have remembered what you said, and I will consider the matter of opening a sect and establishing a faction. David said to Gu Fuhai. Mr. Chen, if you need anything, my Gu family will give it all. Gu Fuhai said. Okay, if I need it, I will find you. I have other things to do, so I won't bother. David got up and left with Gu Yuhan. He was going to Yaoshan Valley to find a way to restore Gu Yuhan. On the way to Yaoshan Valley, David thought about Gu Fuhai's words. The spiritual energy is revived, the pattern has changed greatly, and the major hidden families have emerged. David doesn't know if this will affect him, but his top priority is to restore Gu Yuhan, and then find a way to rescue Sonia. David took Gu Yuhan to Yaoshan Valley and found Su Changxing directly. If there is no medicine for Gu Yuhan to recover in Yao Shenggu, then we can only look at other methods. In the entire martial arts world, Yao Shenggu's medicine refining is the best. Gu Master, there is only one soul and one soul left, how can you recover? Even if there is only one breath left, but the soul is still there, it can be healed. But now in this situation, it's obvious that the body is fine, that is, the soul is separated from the body. I'm afraid it will be difficult for the medicine to recover. This is equivalent to going to the underworld to follow the king of hell to grab the soul, which is not something that can be achieved by refining medicine. Seeing Gu Yuhan's appearance, Su Changxing said with an embarrassed expression. David is also a pharmacist himself. Of course he knows this truth, but he just wants to try it. If the medicinal pill doesn't work, he can only go to Humatzi and ask about the spell. Hey, it looks like I can only think of another way. David sighed. Gu Master, don't you have the Supreme Pill record? You can look for it to see if there is a way to restore this young lady. If there is no record on the Supreme Pill record, I am afraid there is no way. Su Changxing reminded David. Yeah, why did I forget? David slapped his head, and he almost forgot this wonderful book of medicine refining. At that time, David obtained the Supreme Pill record, and everyone in the Medicine God Valley copied a copy. David hurriedly asked Su Changxing to bring the Supreme Dan Lu, and then checked it. When David saw the end, his eyes suddenly lit up. Ha ha ha, found it. David laughed. Su Changxing hurried over and saw the pill recipe recorded above at a glance. Jupa Dan. Sure enough, there is such a pill, it's just too symptomatic. Su Changxing was surprised when he looked at the pill recipe. At this time, David was full of joy, and hurriedly said to Su Changxing, Elder Su, you need to find the medicinal herbs according to the pill recipe immediately, be sure to hurry. Okay, I'll go right now. Su Changxing nodded and left. David turned his head to look at Gu Yuhan and said with a smile, Yuhan, I can cure you right away. David and Gu Yuhan stayed in Medicine God Valley, waiting for Su Changxing to find the medicinal materials. Because what the soul-gathering pill needs are some extremely rare medicinal materials, it will take a certain amount of time to find all the medicinal materials. Just as David and Gu Yuhan were waiting for the medicinal materials in Yaoshan Valley, the martial arts pattern of the entire secular world was also quietly changing. Some families in various places that do not care about the world suddenly become high profile, the various rankings in the martial arts world were disrupted for a while, and the younger generation of martial artists grew up like bamboo shoots in an instant. The Kyoto martial arts world, which had always been the leader of the martial arts world, now finds that it has been surpassed by other places. Those martial arts families that suddenly appeared, the younger generation of powerhouses, turned out to be in the realm of the Great Marquis. This shock in the martial arts world is huge. To know what a Great Marquis represents, since there are strong Great Marquis in these families, why have they been unable to bear it? This is everyone's doubts. But now, these families have all come out as if they were negotiated. Chapter 1673. Kyoto Budo Federation. At this moment, Ning Ji's face was even uglier than eating SHT. With the help of the soul, he cultivated to the realm of the Great Marquis. The younger generation who originally thought he could fight against him, except David, there is no one else. As long as David is dead, the entire younger generation in the martial arts world will respect him. But now, I don't know where many families have suddenly appeared, and the younger generation in these families are all in the realm of the Great Marquis. This kind of blow is really unbearable for Ningji. Where did these people come from? Ningji screamed desperately and kept smashing things to vent the anger in his heart. It's time to come, it's coming, you still want to be a good person? It's a joke. At this moment, the hoarse voice of the soul came from Ningji's mind. Senior, what do you mean? Can't we work together to dominate the martial arts world? Ningji frowned slightly. To know the soul in his body, it is also an old monster that has existed for thousands of years. With such a person to assist, how can he not dominate the martial arts world? Ha ha ha, it's a joke, if I have that strength, how can I live in your body? I'm just an insignificant little guy, you still want to dominate. The prophecy should be fulfilled, and when it does, you and I are nothing but ants. The soul laughed, but there was a bit of desolation in the laughter. Senior, what prophecy? What the hell is going on here? Ningji was puzzled, he didn't know what the soul was talking about. It's a pity, no matter what Ningji asked, the soul didn't speak anymore. Kyoto Guardian Pavilion. The changes in the martial arts world also attracted the attention of the official. Mr. Shi, recently, many families have appeared in the martial arts world, and they have made high-profile appearances. The martial arts alliances in various places, as well as the rankings of the martial arts world, have been quickly refreshed. One of them is a guy named Jiang Wei. In just 3 days, he has fought 76 martial arts masters in a row, without a single defeat. If this continues, I am afraid that the martial arts world will be in chaos. Xing Jun said to Mr. Shi cautiously. Let them go, it's not just the martial arts world that will be chaotic, the real chaos is coming soon. All we can do is watch. The catastrophe that happened thousands of years ago, I don't know if it will be repeated. Mr. Shi closed his eyes slightly, his face looked very haggard. Seeing Mr. Shi like that, Xing Jun was also distressed, opened his mouth, and finally closed it again, without saying a word. If you have anything else to say, just say it. Mr. Shi still closed his eyes and said lightly. Mr. Shi, the Watanabe family of the island country has never given up on infiltrating our country, but every time they are blocked by us. But this time, the island country directly sent a note to come to our country in the name of a diplomatic mission. It's not easy for us to intercept it. Xing Junhui reports. Mr. Shi frowned slightly. Since this time, he has been blocking the footsteps of the Watanabe family. Otherwise, the Watanabe family would not know how many killers they would send to deal with David. But now, the other party has directly changed the way, which made Mr. Shi a little unexpected. Since the other party has followed the formal procedures and issued a note, then it should be put in, so let me put it in, but I'm keeping a close eye on the person. There are also members of the embassy, each of them must be checked carefully for me. Mr. Shi ordered. Understood. Xing Jun nodded. When Xing Jun walked back, Mr. Shi opened his eyes with exhaustion in his eyes. David, I may not be able to help you too much. You will have to go on your own. Mr. Shi murmured to himself. Chapter 1674. Medicine God Valley. David and Gu Yuhan have been waiting here for Su Changsheng's medicinal materials for many days. Every day is a torment for David. But fortunately, Gu Linger left the 90,000-mile mountain and river map in Yaoshan Valley. David can practice with the help of 90,000 miles of mountains and rivers. On this day, David opened the 90,000-mile mountains and rivers map again, and his divine sense entered it instantly. The biting cold wind roared, but compared with the rich spiritual energy, this cold wind is nothing. Entering here, David did not immediately enter the cultivation state this time. Since he got the 90,000-mile mountain and river map, David didn't use it a few times, but he gave it to Gu Linger and Xiaoru. David has not really understood this picture. Every time you enter, you will change a scene. This kind of space magic can be applied to a picture. What a powerful character. David stepped on the snow and slowly walked forward for a certain distance, but there was really nothing here except for the snow. Is there someone here? David was surprised. Is this the real world? David hurriedly headed towards the smoky place, only to find out when he walked in, it turned out to be a hot spring. It is so strange that there are hot springs in this icy world. David looked at the hot spring water, and finally couldn't help but take off his clothes and soaked in it. Anyway, there are no people here, it's just an illusory space, and David doesn't need to be afraid. Sitting in the hot spring, David suddenly felt an incomparably pure spiritual energy digging into his body. David was overjoyed. He did not expect the aura in this hot spring to be much purer than the aura of heaven and earth here. David immediately closed his eyes and practiced, and the concentrated heart technique began to work. The pure aura spreads out in David's body. At this time, David's whole body was wrapped in aura, as if he was sitting in a cloud and mist, and then the aura poured into his dantian. Endless spiritual energy is constantly flowing into the body, and David's cultivation is also quietly changing. Just when David was about to practice in situ, he found that there was smoke lingering not far away. I don't know how long it took, a violent knock on the door directly woke David up. When David opened his eyes, the body in the hot spring disappeared instantly. But just after David's body disappeared from the hot spring, the voices of the two women getting closer and closer. When the two girls came to the edge of the hot spring, if David was still there, they would definitely be surprised. Because these two girls are none other than Han Qinger and Qiu Ju. And the place David was brought to by the 9,000 miles of mountains and rivers map is not an illusory space, but a shocking secret realm among the 8 secret realms, that is, the place where Laymen and Zhixiao Mansion are located. This place is covered with snow all the year round, and the map of 90,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Every time you practice, you will change a space. In fact, it is a secret realm for replacement. Because the environment of each secret realm is different, every time David cultivates, it seems to be a different place. The real function of this 90,000-mile mountain and river map is the teleportation map of the 8 secret realms, but David doesn't know it yet. Sister Qiu Ju, you can also soak in this hot spring today. The last time I hurt you, you were seriously injured. Han Qinger said apologetically to Qiu Ju. Miss, don't be joking, where is this hot spring where our servants can soak? Qiu Ju waved her hands again, and then said, Miss, let me take off your clothes for you. Just when Han Qinger took off her clothes and entered the hot spring, she suddenly froze and frowned. Miss, what's the matter? Seeing this, Qiu Ju asked hurriedly. Chapter 1675. Sister Qiu Ju, why do I feel that someone has been to this hot spring? Han Qinger frowned slightly. It seems that there is a breath of David. Seeing this, Qiu Ju giggled. Miss, don't make trouble. How could someone come here? Even if there is someone, it can't be that David. I think you have always mentioned that David intentionally or unintentionally since you came back. David, don't you like him? You know, he's just a mortal in the secular world. How could he possibly be worthy of you? And you and young Master Lu have a marriage contract, so don't think about it. Qiu Ju persuaded Han Qinger. Who likes him? I'm just talking casually. After Han Qinger finished speaking, she began to slowly absorb the spiritual energy in the hot spring. Medicine God Valley. David opened the door and found that Su Changxing had returned. Elder Su, how is it? Have the medicinal materials been found? David asked Su Changxing with a look of surprise. Gu Master, most of the medicinal materials have been found, but there is still 100 eyes grass, which can't be found. Su Changxing said with a look of shame. David frowned slightly. This 100 eyes grass is really hard to find. This thing has no roots and no fruit, and its survival time is very short. It really takes a lot of time to find it. Gu Master, if you can ask the wandering people, maybe they can know where it is. After all, we are looking for it on a large scale now. I am afraid it will take a lot of time. Su Changxing knew that David was in a hurry, so he couldn't have a lot of time for him to find it slowly. This thing can be found, maybe in a year and a half, maybe in 3 or 5 years. Don't worry about Bai Mu Chao, keep the other herbs you find, I'll find another way. David decided to find Humatzi. This guy is looking for ruins of ancient tombs everywhere, walking all over the country. He may know where there is such a thing. Without delay, David took Gu Yuhan and flew to Baihai City. At this time, Flax is living a leisurely life in Baihai City. The Shin family now treats Humatsi as an offering from their ancestors. After Bai Zhantang and Shin Mengchen got married, they went back to Kyoto to let Shin Mengchen give birth. Humatsi stayed in Baihai City, and all life was taken care of by the Shin family. This can turn the flax seeds upside down. When David took Guyuhan to find the sesame seed, he found that this guy was surrounded by two beauties, feeding him fruit. Cough cough cough. Seeing Humatsi's appearance, David coughed hard twice. When Humatsi saw that David was coming, he hurriedly waved his hands to let the two beauties go down. "David, why are you here?" Humatsi asked in surprise. "If I don't come again, there will be no Master Hu in the world in the future, and the sugar-coated cannonballs will corrupt you." David glared at Humatsi and said, "Ha ha ha, don't worry, any gold and silver jewelry, beauties are not as good as the treasures in the ancient tomb. It's not that you're not here. I don't dare to go to Tianfuzong. I have nothing to do, so I can only find two beauties to chat. Don't you also bring a beautiful woman? There are more beautiful women around you than me, don't pretend to be arrogant here." Humatsi smiled and patted David on the shoulder, making David not know what to say. "Hi, beauty." Humatsi greeted Guyuhan, but Guyuhan didn't respond at all. David was about to say something to Humatsi, but he saw Humatsi's face turn cold, and then he picked up a spell, chanting words in his mouth, and it suddenly stuck on Guyuhan's forehead. "Master Hu, what are you doing?" David looked puzzled. "This woman has no life and is full of corpse aura. This is simply a puppet corpse. You have been fooled," Humatsi said to David solemnly. Chapter 1676. A puppet corpse. Seeing this, David stepped forward and tore off the spell. "Hey, you guy, are you fascinated by the female corpse? Why don't you believe me? Or, do you like this taste as a kid?" Humatsi looked at David strangely. "You are so good at this taste." David gave Humatsi a blank look, and then followed Humatsi to explain. After hearing it, Humatsi understood and suddenly laughed. "Tell me the truth, did you succeed? Anyway, this woman doesn't know anything, so you can do whatever you want." "I'm not as dirty as you." David was speechless for a while. It seems that this Humatsi must have dealt with women a lot during his time in Baihai City, and his mind is full of this. "Then what are you doing with a woman?" "I can tell you, I don't have the ability to make this woman recover." Humatsi thought that David brought Guyuhan to him to help him recover. "I don't need you. I've already found the pill recipe to restore her, but I just need a kind of herb, and I can't find it for a while. I want to ask if you know where it is." David asked Humatsi. "Bamboo grass?" Humatsi frowned slightly, but soon his eyes lit up. "I really know where it is." "Where?" David asked with surprise. "I can tell you, but you have to help me go to Tianfuzong and create a set of spells." Humatsi smiled. "Damn, don't you know how dangerous it is in there? Isn't this asking me to die?" David gave Humatsi a fierce look. "Don't worry, how could I let you die? You really thought I was having fun during this time? I tell you, I have entered the ruins of Tianfuzong, and I have entered it several times. As long as I don't step into the gate of Tianfuzong, there will be no danger. We can handle that little spell mechanism in the corridor." Humatsi laughed. "If you don't go in, how can you get a spell for you?" David was full of surprise. "Don't worry about it, there's no danger anyway. As long as you help me come up with that spell, I'll definitely help you find Baimuko." Humatsi even followed David to sell off. David looked at Humatsi like that, and finally nodded. "I can tell you, if you dare to harm me, I will never finish with you," David said to Humatsi with a serious face. "Don't worry, how could I harm you? I still hope to follow you in the future." Humatsi looked happy, and then followed David towards Xianyue Valley. Passing through Xianyue Valley to the entrance of the ancient ruins of Tianfuzong, looking at the darkness at the entrance, David felt a little drum in his heart. After all, when they entered for the first time, David and the others escaped in embarrassment. "Let's go, it's okay, I've been in there several times." After Humatsi finished speaking, he took David and walked inside. After entering the ancient ruins, David carefully hid behind Guyuhan. Because he knew that Guyuhan's body was much stronger than himself. Seeing that David was hiding behind a woman, Humatsi couldn't help sneering, "David, when did you become so cowardly? Is hiding behind a woman a man? What do you know? Don't think of her only as a woman, her body is stronger than mine." David gave Humatsi a blank look. "Yes." Humatsi immediately became interested in Guyuhan and reached out to touch Guyuhan's body. "What are you doing?" David reached out and hit back the hand that Humatsi stretched out. "I'm just curious, how can such a white and tender woman have such a strong body?" Humatsi laughed. Chapter 1677. But just as the two were talking, several rays of light suddenly burst out, followed by a force like a sharp blade, coming towards them. Brush brush. Clang clang clang. Those streaks of energy hit Guyuhan's body and were directly shattered, but Guyuhan didn't even leave a mark on his body. You must know that the martial saint artifact can't help Guyuhan's body, let alone these few strengths. David hid behind Guyuhan and was not injured at all. But that Humatsi was not so lucky, the energy from the spell directly drenched Humatsi with blood. Damn, how come there are still spells that haven't been triggered? Humatsi yelled loudly. David laughed out loud when he saw Humatsi like that. What are you laughing at? Humatsi glared at David. However, seeing that David was hiding behind Guyuhan, there was no harm at all, and Humatsi hurriedly escaped. Master Hu, don't you say that hiding behind a woman is not a man? David laughed. I didn't hide behind the woman, this is a woman's corpse, it can't be called a woman. Humatsi quibbled. David didn't say anything, but walked forward cautiously. Two big men, hiding behind Guyuhan, moved forward step by step. Soon, several people came to the gate of the ancient ruins of Tianfuzong, and when they got here, David did not dare to move forward. Master Hu, where is the talisman technique you're talking about? If you want me to go in, I won't go. David said to Humatsi. You don't have to go in, it's just by the side. After Humatsi finished speaking, he took David and the others to the side. Soon, a huge boulder was seen on one side, and some symbols that David could not see were densely written on the boulder. What is this? David asked. This is the talisman stone, and what is recorded on it is the talisman technique. Humatsi said to David. Come on, it's just here, can't you just carry it down by yourself? David was so angry that he even deceived himself with the talisman technique in front of him. Looking at David, Humatsi suddenly smiled and said, Do you think that these spells can be performed just by memorizing them? It's too naive. In that case, wouldn't everyone be able to perform spells? How about that? David asked with a look of surprise. Like this high-level spell technique, you must conquer the rune spirit, not just memorize it. Humatsi explained. Fu Ling. David was puzzled. In every high-level talisman technique, there will be a talisman. If you want to learn talisman technique, you must conquer the talisman, understand? Humatsi helplessly could only explain it again. Then go and conquer, David said. Nonsense, if I can conquer it, I will call you here. Humatsi was speechless for a while. David looked at Humatsi a little helplessly. I conquered that talisman, and I was the one who learned the spell, what does it have to do with you? You have learned it, you can teach it to me, so that I don't have to conquer the rune. Humatsi said with a wicked smile. You. David was speechless, and finally sighed and said, Okay, I'll go and conquer that talisman. You just need to put your hand on that rock. I'll tell you, this is a set of transformation spells, so don't believe anything you see. Humatsi told David. Okay, I get it. After David finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and touched the boulder. Immediately afterwards, the symbols on the boulder began to emit light, and finally the light enveloped David. A white light flashed in front of David's eyes, and soon the whole person seemed to be in a trance. Chapter 1678. Then he found himself in a dungeon. So familiar, where is this? David frowned slightly. At this time, he always felt in a trance, and everything in front of him seemed like a dream, but also seemed real. David, David. Suddenly, it seemed as if someone was calling him. David turned his head to look and found that it was Sonia, who was being locked in a cell at this time. Sonia, Sonia. David was overjoyed and hurried up. Holding Sonia's hand tightly, David's face was full of excitement. I didn't expect to see you, I always feel like I'm in a dream. David looked at Sonia tenderly. This is not a dream, this is true, I have been waiting for you, I miss you so much. Sonia looked at David tearfully and said, Don't cry, don't worry, I will save you. David gently wiped the tears from Sonia's face. David, you don't have to save me, as long as I can see you, I'll be satisfied, let's go. Sonia was chasing David away. No, I will never leave, even if this dungeon is leveled, I will save you. David burst out with a monstrous aura, and then he beat the cage in front of him desperately. He wanted to open the cage and rescue Sonia. At this time, in Humatsi's view, David has been pressing his hand on the boulder in one posture. But when David's breath rose and his face changed greatly, Humatsi became nervous. Bad, this kid is a lover. Humatsi screamed badly, then picked up a piece of yellow paper, bit his finger, drew on it, and muttered words. Soon a spell was drawn, and then it was suddenly pasted on David's forehead. A red light entered David's mind directly. In the cage, David was waving his hands and hitting the cage constantly, but suddenly his body shook, and the whole person was stunned. Then stared blankly at Sonia in front of him. You are not Sonia, you are not. David, what's the matter with you? Why do you say that? Sonia cried, and her face was filled with rain. No, you're not, you're definitely not. David closed his eyes slightly and began to chant the heart-clearing mantra. He wanted to wake himself up. But David recited the heart-clearing mantra for a long time, but when he opened his eyes, Sonia was still in front of him, and he was still in the dungeon. Isn't this an illusion? David's face was full of surprise. David, what are you doing? It makes me sad. Sonia cried bitterly and was very sad. This time, David panicked, completely panicked. Turns out it wasn't an illusion at all. Sonia, I'm sorry, I'll save you now. David said, his hand shone with light, and then he slapped it out with a palm, directly smashing the cage. Sonia rushed out and threw herself tightly into David's arms. David hugged Sonia. Sonia was so warm and real. David, don't leave me, okay? Sonia looked at David tenderly. Okay, I'll never leave you. David gently said Sonia's forehead. David fell into the town of Wenru, but he was very anxious about Humatsi. This kind of love. Humatsi turned around in a hurry, and finally another spell was attached to David, and then Humatsi's voice sounded in David's mind. David, wake up, this is all fake, I tell you. David was stunned, he could hear Humatsi's voice. Chapter 1679. No, it's not fake, it's not an illusion. David shook his head. Nonsense, this is of course not an illusion, but your girlfriend is fake, she is just transformed into a talisman. Have you forgotten, this is a transformation spell, this talisman can be ever-changing. Humatsi yelled anxiously, he hoped to let David understand that Sonia was fake. Fake? David pushed Sonia away. David? Sonia looked at David, her face was full of indescribable sadness, both movements and expressions were exactly the same as Sonia. David frowned slightly, staring at Sonia, she couldn't see anything strange, how could this be fake? David, what are you doing? Sonia rushed towards David again. David didn't move, he didn't know what to do. Aura, although the appearance can be changed, but the breath can't change. Humatsi reminded David. As soon as David heard it, his divine consciousness instantly radiated out, covering Sonia's body. Sure enough, the aura on Sonia's body was not familiar to David. You really are fake. David was taken aback, and immediately shot it out with a palm. Sonia's body was shot and flew out, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and her body fell heavily to the ground. David, Why are you doing this to me? Sonia looked at David resentfully, the blood on the corner of her mouth made her even more pitiful. David was stunned, facing his girlfriend, he really couldn't tell the truth from the fake. Sonia got up slowly, with a face of pain, she slowly walked towards David, and there was a faint aroma on her body. It was this aroma that made David's heart tremble suddenly, and then the dragon-slaying sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and the sword slashed towards Sonia in front of him. David! Seeing this, Sonia was still exclaiming. However, the dragon-slaying sword in David's hand did not stop at all, and the sword light flashed out, directly penetrating Sonia's body. This time, Sonia is no longer exuding little spots of light on her body, and her appearance is also undergoing huge changes. Sonia, who was originally fair-skinned and beautiful, has slowly turned into a monkey-like thing at this moment, with hair all over her body, extremely ugly. Seeing this, David felt sick for a while, thinking about the thing he was hugging just now, David trembled all over. In the end the flare dissipated and everything was gone. And David himself saw that his palm was pressed tightly on the boulder, and the line of symbols in front of him, as if alive, all broke away from the boulder and got into David's body one after another. The transforming avatar curse instantly appeared in David's mind, which surprised David. "You're still laughing, your kid almost died." Looking at the surprised David, Humatsi said angrily, "I told you all, but you still fell into it, what a big love." David was a little embarrassed by what Humatsi said, and smiled awkwardly. "Master Hu, the talisman you mentioned is too disgusting." "What? You still hope that Fu Ling is a beautiful woman? If she is a beautiful woman, would you still be willing to kill him?" Humatsi smiled. David smiled, nodded and said, "Whether it's a beauty or not, anyone who hinders me will be killed. Pull it down." Master Hu waved his hand, "Okay, pass on the spell to me." "Oh well." David hurriedly stretched out his hand and gently pressed it on the top of Master Hu's head. Soon, a ray of light lit up, and then countless symbols entered Humatsi's body. Humatsi was full of joy, and in front of David, he chanted a spell, and then Humatsi's body emitted a faint light, and then his appearance began to change. Chapter 1680. In the end, it turned out to be David's appearance, and it looks exactly the same as David. David was surprised when he saw this scene. This is too similar, so can't you become anyone and do anything?" David asked in disbelief. "My current strength is still too low, and this shape-changing technique can only last for half an hour at most." Humatsi returned to his original appearance, followed by another flash of light, and from behind Humatsi, a person who was exactly the same as Humatsi appeared. However, this clone technique can last for half an hour to an hour. Humatsi looked at her avatar and nodded constantly, looking very satisfied. David looked at the two sesame seeds and was completely shocked. Involuntarily, he stepped forward and pinched the face of Humatsi's clone, and then patted it with his hand. "Damn, you pinch my face, you're perverted." Humatsi knocked off David's hand. This turned out to be real, not an illusion. David could really feel the temperature on the clone. Nonsense, if it's illusion, can it still be called avatar? But this avatar can only have half of the actual strength. If it can inherit all the strength of the main body, it will be awesome. Humatsi sighed and put away the clone. If you can inherit the same strength as the main body, it is equivalent to a person who has double his own strength. That's enough bullsh-t. David has seen the power of talisman, although his 9 shadows sword technique can also be cloned, and he can also be divided into several. But that's just an illusion, a shadow clone, not an entity at all. If you have this kind of transformation avatar spell, you can directly separate an avatar, and the real self can escape. It is simply an escape spell. Now David actually regrets passing all the spells to Humatsi. What? Sorry. Seeing David like that, Humatsi smiled lightly. What do you regret? But you said to help me find Baimuko, go now. David asked Humatsi to take him to Baimuko. Don't worry, I promised you, how could I forget, let's go. Humatsi was in a good mood and walked out with David. When passing through the gate of Tianfuzong, David glanced at it yearningly. When his strength is stronger, he will definitely come and step into this ruins. He believed that there must be more powerful spells waiting for him. After coming out of the ancient ruins, David followed Humatsi to look for Baimu grass. After 3 days of tossing and turning, we have reached the farthest edge of the southwest. Going further is the endless sea. Master Hu, where is the Baimuko you said? Don't lie to me. David looked at the sea and asked silently. Don't worry, I can still lie to you. Humatsi said, took out the compass card and started looking for something. The sea breeze blew through with a salty taste. David followed behind Humatsi. He wanted to see where this Humatsi took him. After walking on the beach for a long time, a small island appeared in front of them. The island was very close to the sea, only a dozen miles away. However, there is a light red on the island, and it looks like a flaming mountain from a distance. Humatsi held her breath and concentrated her spiritual power on the soles of her feet, and then began to walk on the sea, towards the small island. Seeing this, David hurriedly followed. With their current strength, walking on water is as easy as the palm of their hand. And Guyuhan was even more like floating on the water. The three of them headed towards the island. If ordinary people see it at this time, they must think that it is an immortal descending to earth. Just when David and the others were about to approach the island, a wave of heat hit their faces, and the clothes of several people were soaked in an instant. Chapter 1681. It's too hot. Why does it feel like the stones on that island are all burned red? David frowned slightly. This is a volcanic island. The stones on the island are formed by volcanic eruptions. The reason why it is so hot now is because the volcano under the island is about to erupt again. That's why the stones are dark red and still hot. Humatsi explained to David. Damn, you won't play with me, will you? How can 100 eyes grass grow in a place like this? David was very surprised. The worse the place is, the better the grass will grow. You, a pharmacist, don't understand this. Humatsi rolled his eyes at David, then jumped up and landed on the island. Seeing this, David could only follow the island. The feet just landed, and a burning feeling made them very uncomfortable. David can only condense his spiritual power on his feet, so that he can feel more comfortable. Humatsi took out 2 spells, stuck them under his feet, and continued to walk forward. The heat wave became more and more difficult to resist as it continued to deepen. Have you arrived yet? David wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked. It's just ahead. Flax is also hot and out of breath. Only Guyuhan remained expressionless. She left when David left, and when David stopped, she stopped. Soon, a few people came to a deep pit, and Humatsi pointed to the deep pit and said, 100 eyes grass is in it. David looked down, then looked at Humatsi. Isn't this a crater? The magma is rolling inside. Can there be 100 eyes grass? David can't believe it. 100 eyes grass can grow in this kind of place. It's fine if you don't believe me, I didn't lie to you anyway. After Humatsi finished speaking, he took out the kettle and drank it loudly. David was speechless for a while, and he could only look at the deep pit again. He saw that the heat waves were surging upwards, and it looked like the volcano was about to erupt at any time. Picking up a stone, David threw it in. But the stone fell into the magma and instantly turned into a plume of blue smoke. How to get this? David looked embarrassed. You have a strong physical body, and you are afraid of this little heat when you add an indestructible golden body. It really doesn't work. Let that little girl go down. Anyway, her body is stronger than you, and she doesn't feel it at all. Humatsi pointed to Guyuhan and said. How about that? Even if she goes down, she doesn't know how to pick at all, and she doesn't even know what 100 eyes grass is. David shook his head directly, then looked at Shinkung again, feeling the rolling heat wave, and continued, Master Hu, do you have any spell to resist this heat wave and pluck off that 100-eye grass? What do you think? If I had that ability, Baimuko would already be gone, and it's your turn to come. Humatsi rolled his eyes. Then give me a fire escape charm. You can't say you don't have this type of charm, right? David continued to ask. I have the fire avoidance talisman, but it is useless, because the flame here is the fire of the earth, and the fire avoidance talisman will not work at all. If you don't believe me, I'll try it for you. Humatsi said, then took out a spell, and then read a few spells. Then throw the spell into the pit. Before the spell fell to the bottom of the pit, it was directly ignited by the heat wave and instantly turned into ashes. See, I didn't lie to you, did I? Humatsi spread his hands. David was speechless for a while, and looked at the deep pit again. His heart was beating. He didn't want to become a roast suckling pig. Master Hu, is there any other place, as well as by Muko? Let's change the place. David wanted to look elsewhere, but he really didn't dare to go down here. No, I know this place. If you don't go down, then I'll go. Humatsi said, turned around and left. Chapter 1682. Master Hu, wait a minute, I'll go down. David hurriedly stopped Humatsi. Humatsi stopped and said, I can tell you, if you are burned to death, don't blame me. Don't worry, it's not your fault. David's eyes are firm. Soon, David's body radiated golden light, and the undamaged golden body was activated, and golden scales covered David's whole body. David glanced at the deep pit again, and with the last bite of his teeth, he suddenly jumped in. The rolling heat wave instantly wrapped David, and then David's whole body burned with flames. The raging fire surrounded David. Fortunately, there was an undamaged golden body, which could block the flames. David's clothes would not be burned. But the heat wave kept digging into David's body. The feeling of being roasted made David grit his teeth and his eyes were full of bloodshots. At this time, David is like being in a closed cauldron, and then being roasted by the fire. Although it can prevent the flame from directly contacting the clothes, there is no way to isolate that kind of heat. Zzz. David could hear the direct skin being roasted, making a sizzling sound. He felt that he was about to be cooked, and at this time, the smell of barbecue came out. Damn it, it won't be really cooked, will it? With sesame seeds on it, after smelling the smell of barbecue, his face couldn't help but look ugly. But at this time, David's body is still falling, and David is suffering the most painful pain in the world. The whole body's spiritual power and the power of the dragon have been exerted to the extreme, but they still can't stop the rolling heat. Pfft! David's body fell directly into the magma, and then his body began to fall rapidly. David was shocked and instinctively wanted to pull his legs out, but the magma seemed to have a huge suction force, constantly pulling David down. Soon, the magma passed over David's chest, and David's eyes were full of despair. It's over, it's over. In David's mind, pictures from the past began to flash, his parents, Sonia, Gulinger. David never thought that he would die like this. In the end, I am afraid that not even the bones will be left, and even the soul will disappear. But just when David was about to be engulfed by the magma, suddenly a figure jumped down from above. This figure was instantly engulfed by flames. David looked up and was full of emotion. Master Hu, I didn't expect that at the juncture of life and death, you could give up your life and forget your death. David thought that the one who jumped down was Flax. But it wasn't until the figure fell in front of him that David realized that it was Guyuhan who jumped down. At this time, Guyuhan was naked, and the clothes on his body had been burned to ashes by the fire. It's just that Guyuhan's crystal clear skin was not damaged in the slightest. Guyuhan fell onto the magma, and then looked at David blankly. Yuhan, pull me quickly. David hurriedly called out to Guyuhan for help. Guyuhan seemed to understand. He stretched out his hand and grabbed David. David's sinking body was stopped, but Guyuhan's body was starting to sink. Soon, Guyuhan's calf was swallowed by the magma. Seeing this, David hurriedly let go of Guyuhan, and then shouted, "Come on, leave me alone, you hurry up." But no matter how David shouted, Guyuhan's eyes were blank, as if he didn't hear him at all. Gradually, Guyuhan's body was also engulfed by the magma. David was very anxious, but there was no way. In the end, David and Guyuhan's bodies were all engulfed, and there was no trace of them to be seen again. Chapter 1683. As the bodies of David and Guyuhan continued to sink, the hot feeling was gradually disappearing. In the end, there was a hint of coolness, which made David feel very strange. It has clearly entered the magma, how could it be cool? But soon, David discovered that the magma not only felt cool, but also could breathe freely, completely like a closed space, isolating the magma from the outside. David hurriedly reached out and grabbed Guyuhan. In order to prevent Guyuhan from falling too fast, David hugged her tightly. But at this time, Guyuhan was naked, and David hugged her tightly. That kind of man's hotness instantly made David react. David hurriedly recited the Qingshin mantra silently, and then looked at the bottomless pit, and the two slowly fell like this. In the end, the two people's bodies stopped and they were not falling. David hurriedly looked and found that the two people were standing on a red coffin. Why is there a coffin here? David was surprised for a while. And David felt that the coolness was emanating from the coffin. The coffin wrapped in magma can still exude a burst of coolness, which is simply too strange. David guessed that there must be some treasures in this coffin. David carried Guyuhan down from the coffin, and then the bodies of the two people began to fall again. Just as David fell, David slapped the coffin with his palm and opened the lid of the coffin. Before he could see what was inside, David rolled in with Guyuhan in his arms. If they didn't get into the coffin, the two didn't know where they would descend. David and Guyuhan entered the coffin, and they were instantly enveloped in a chill. A burst of frost condensed on the two of them. David took a closer look at the coffins. Under them, there was a corpse, and only a pile of skeletons remained. And in the position of the skull, a bead that is only the size of a thumb, sparkling with light. And this cold air comes from this bead. What is this? David picked up the bead curiously, and from the bead, a penetrating chill hit David's body instantly, causing David to shiver uncontrollably. Just as David was observing the bead, he did not notice that Guyuhan, who was beside him, had originally dull eyes, and began to glow. There was also an expression on the dull face, and he kept looking at his body. What a strange bead. If I swallow this bead, will I no longer be afraid of flames? David thought he was going to swallow that bead. Seeing this, Guyuhan hurriedly reached out and snatched the beads. This is my orb, how can you be a five-tard eat it? David was stunned for a moment, looked at Guyuhan with a face full of surprise, and then let out an incredible shout. What? David seemed to be stimulated by something, and shouted desperately. Guyuhan also followed and yelled. Have you recovered? David stared at Guyuhan and asked incredulously. Recover what? You big pervert, don't look at me. Guyuhan said, and covered David's eyes with his hands. David pushed Guyuhan's hand away, grabbed Guyuhan's shoulder tightly and said, How did you recover? Don't you remember me? David was excited and kept asking Guyuhan. I don't know you at all, what do I remember? You are not allowed to watch, hurry up and undress for me. Guyuhan looked shy and asked David to take off his clothes for her. David didn't say anything, just took off his clothes and put them on Guyuhan. Chapter 1684. Now that Guyuhan has recovered, of course he is shy when he is naked. After putting on David's clothes, Guyuhan's mood stabilized a little. Yuhan, do you really not remember me at all? David asked Guyuhan. Guyuhan looked at David, then put his eyes on the dry bone, and there was a tear in his eyes. This time, David was confused, and he didn't understand what happened to Guyuhan. David looked at Guyuhan, and then a divine sense instantly enveloped Guyuhan. David's face changed. Say, who are you? Guyuhan's mood seemed to calm down, then looked at David and said, I'm not your friend, I just borrowed your friend's body. I didn't expect that after thousands of years, someone would come here. This may be God's will. The person who came here turned out to be a soulless person, otherwise I wouldn't be able to survive. God's will, this is God's will. Guyuhan was chattering, not knowing what he was talking about. David frowned. He did not expect that Guyuhan was not recovered, but was brought back to life. In this way, how could he explain to Gutsangshan? I don't care what kind of soul you are, leave my friend's body immediately, otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you. David threatened the soul in Guyuhan's body. Ha ha ha, why are you being rude to me? Are you trying to kill me? Don't forget that this is your friend's body. If you kill me, only your friend will die. Guyuhan laughed. David was speechless for a while, but still said, I tell you, I have a way to force you out, and then your soul will disappear. I advise you to come out by yourself and find someone again at that time. I don't believe you have such ability. Guyuhan smiled. If you don't believe me, then try. After David finished speaking, the golden light on his body flickered, instantly surrounding Guyuhan, and then he placed his palm on top of Guyuhan's head. Soon, Guyuhan's expression became hideous. There was a look of horror in his eyes. No, no, please let me go. As long as you take me away from the power, I will never pester your friends. Your friend's soul is not the same, I just borrowed her body temporarily, there is absolutely no malicious intent. Please, please. Guyuhan cried and began to beg for mercy loudly. Seeing this, David softened his heart, took his hand back, and then asked, Then tell me, who are you? Why are you here? With tears on his face, Guyuhan started talking about himself with David. David listened slowly, and finally became very angry. It turned out that this soul was a saint from Gwanghwan Palace. Thousands of years ago, Gwanghwan Palace was besieged by the demons, and the Holy Maiden of Gwanghwan Palace fled with the holy relic of Gwanghwan Palace. In the end, he was caught up by the demon race, and finally forced to, the Holy Maiden swallowed the fire orb. Finally, the demons put the saint into the coffin and sealed it in the crater. Fortunately, there is a fire prevention pearl. For thousands of years, although the body of the saint has been corrupted, it still retains a trace of her soul. But as time goes by, this trace of soul is getting weaker and weaker. If Guyuhan is a person with a sound soul, it is impossible for the soul of the Holy Maiden of Gwanghwan Palace to enter Guyuhan's body. It seems that this is really God's will. David sighed involuntarily. Because this is too coincidental, there are very few people with incomplete soul like Guyuhan. Seeing that you are also a miserable person, so stay in my friend's body temporarily, but when I help my friend find his soul, you must leave. But I'll find a way to help you find a body. David said to Guyuhan. Chapter 1685. Thank you, sir. Guyuhan said, and knelt down for David. But I hope you will live as my friend and don't let the outside world know about it. David was afraid that the news of Guyuhan's being possessed by a soul would spread, and the Gu family's reputation would be ruined. After all, this kind of thing is very taboo for these immortal cultivating families. I understand. Guyuhan nodded, then let's go up now. Not yet, I'm here to find Baimuko, and I can only go up when I find Baimuko. David said. Bamboo grass? Guyuhan frowned slightly, then suddenly remembered something and said, Are you talking about something that has only 3 leaves and the patterns on the leaves are like eyes? Yes, yes, do you know where? David asked with a look of surprise. Guyuhan looked embarrassed. I'm sorry, that thing has been growing on my coffin and I have absorbed it. It is precisely because of absorbing the energy of the bamboo grass that the Holy Maiden's soul has persisted until now, and it has not vanished. When David heard it, he was a little disappointed, but this is the end of the matter, and there is no way to do it. I can only go up with Guyuhan. At this time, Guyuhan swallowed the fire prevention beads, so David and Guyuhan were together and could not feel the heat wave at all. But just as the two of them were going upstream, waiting for Humatsi on it, they were already anxious. Humatsi looked at the bottom of the pit. The figures of David and Guyuhan have not appeared. It has been a long time. It is obvious that something unexpected happened. Humatsi is full of grief and indignation. Brother David, I didn't expect you to die like this. Humatsi took out a handful of yellow paper, and then threw it toward the sky. But it's okay, there is a beautiful woman on the road to Huangquan, and you won't be too lonely when you get to hell. Humatsi turned around and was about to leave. He didn't expect this trip to be David's last stop. Master Hu, you called me here, but you secretly left without waiting for me. This is your fault. Just when Humatsi turned to leave, David's voice sounded from behind. Humatsi was full of surprise, and hurriedly turned around to look, and found that it was David, but at this time David was only wearing underwear, and he looked very funny. David, you are not dead, I thought you were dead. Humatsi rushed over and hugged David fiercely. Cough, cough, Master Hu, I didn't get burned to death, but I'm going to be strangled by you." David's face was flushed, and he coughed a few times loudly. When Humatsi heard this, he quickly let go of David apologetically, and then asked, "How is it, did you get the Baimuko?" David nodded, "I got it, now Yuhan has recovered." David lied to Humatsi. Humatsi looked at Guyuhan and found that Guyuhan really had a spirit in his eyes. With a smile on his face, he was no longer so rigid. "Sure enough, it has recovered." Humatsi looked at Guyuhan, and then smiled, "After this recovery, I also have aura in my body, and I am even more beautiful than when I was dull." "David, you are really beautiful." "Cough, Master Hu, what nonsense are you talking about?" David glared at Humatsi. Humatsi smiled, then stretched out his hand towards Guyuhan and said, "Little girl, since you have recovered, let's get to know each other again. My name is Humatsi, you can just call me Master Hu." Guyuhan smiled, stretched out his hand, and shook hands with Humatsi. "My name is Guyuhan, and I hope Master Hu." But before Guyuhan's words were finished, he saw Humatsi's face change, and then several spells rose from his body, instantly surrounding Guyuhan. Chapter 1686. Bold soul, dare to show ugliness in front of this master. As Humatsi said, several spells flickered, and these rays of light shone on Guyuhan's body, making Guyuhan's face very ugly. "Master Hu, stop." David hurried forward, grabbed Humatsi, and then knocked those spells to the ground. "David, are you fucking crazy? Are you fascinated by this woman? He is possessed by a soul, not a recovery at all." Humatsi said loudly to David. "Master Hu, I know, you listen to me first." David stopped Humatsi and hurriedly followed Humatsi to explain. At this time, Guyuhan was also teary-eyed, and she didn't want to invade other people's bodies. It would be very unfair to the owner of this body. But she had no choice. If she didn't enter Guyuhan's body, her only remaining soul would dissipate. Hearing David's explanation, Humatsi was full of surprise. "The Holy Maiden of Guanghan Palace? This is a super sect from thousands of years ago. But I heard that although Guanghan Palace was destroyed after the war between gods and demons, many people in Guanghan Palace survived. The sect of Guanghan Palace should still be alive somewhere." Humatsi said lightly. "Master Hu, do you know where it is? Where is Guanghan Palace?" Seeing this, Guyuhan hurried forward to kneel down for Humatsi. "Don't, I just heard that the specific Guanghan Palace is still there, and I don't know where it is." Humatsi hurriedly supported Guyuhan without letting her kneel. When Guyuhan heard this, his face was full of disappointment. Rumbling. Suddenly, the whole island began to tremble, and then a roar was heard. "Broken, the volcano is about to erupt, let's go." Humatsi's face changed, he turned around and ran towards the sea. David also hurriedly pulled Guyuhan up, swept across the sea, and ran towards the land. As soon as the three of them left the island, they saw magma tens of meters high, which spewed out instantly, fell into the sea water, and bursts of smoke rose. "Let's go back." David glanced at the small island engulfed by magma, and then said, "Let's go, I'm going to Bai Hai City, the secret realm of Tian Fuzong is guarded by a group of evil cultivators, I don't worry." Humatsi didn't plan to go with David. David glanced at Humatsi. "I think you are reluctant to bear the women of the Shin family." "Nonsense, we cultivators have to put aside 3 emotions and 6 desires, how could a few women disturb my pure heart?" Humatsi said with a serious face. Master Hu really has the demeanor of a master. Many immortal cultivators are trapped in love in the end, and they have not been able to become extraordinary and step into the ranks of true immortals. Guyuhan looked at Humatsi with admiration and said, "As the saint of Guanghan Palace, a cultivator who existed thousands of years ago, Guyuhan at this time has the deepest understanding of the journey of cultivating immortals." When Humatsi was praised by Guyuhan, his beard was upturned, and he said proudly, "I have already seen through the world, I have no desires, and it is impossible for anyone to shake my heart of cultivating immortals." David looked at Humatsi like that and couldn't help covering his mouth and laughing. "What are you laughing at, am I wrong?" Humatsi glared at David. David shook his head. Master who is right, even if a woman is naked in front of you, you won't even take a look. Of course. Humatsi nodded. David quietly pulled at the clothes on Guyuhan's body. Guyuhan's shirt slipped off instantly, and his snow-white skin was exposed. Seeing this, Guyuhan hurriedly grabbed the clothes with his hands and wrapped himself up. Chapter 1687. And at this moment, the Flax child's eyes are wide open, his Adam's apple rolls, and the Hala child is about to flow out. David couldn't help laughing when he looked at Humatsi. On the other hand, Guyuhan blushed and glared at Humatsi. Just now, she really thought that Humatsi was a master of immortality, with no desires and no desires. But I don't want to be an old-fashioned batch. Humatsi suddenly looked embarrassed, and hurriedly wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. You two go slowly, I have to go first. After speaking, Humatsi left without looking back in embarrassment. David took Guyuhan back to Yaoshan Valley. Originally, the plan was to get Baimuko so that Guyuhan could recover, but now that Baimuko was not obtained, Guyuhan was possessed by a soul, but fortunately, this soul is not an evil person, but also a pitiful person. David returned to Yaoshan Valley and lied that he had recovered Guyuhan, but no one doubted him. I didn't expect that after thousands of years, the spiritual energy in this world would be so thin. How can such a thin spiritual energy support cultivation? Guyuhan felt the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and said with emotion. After the battle between gods and demons, the immortal realm collapsed, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was exhausted. It has been thousands of years. In the whole world today, there are very few immortal practitioners, and it is already the world of martial arts. Immortal cultivators can only hide in the secret realm, slowly waiting for the aura to recover. David followed Guyuhan to explain. The reincarnation of heaven, I believe it won't be too far from the recovery of spiritual energy, but when the spiritual energy recovers and the fairy world is prosperous, those guys from the demon world will also be born. Guyuhan's eyes were a little worried. David did not speak, because what Guyuhan said was the same as what Gufuhai told him. It seems that the spiritual energy is really about to recover, and the pattern of the world is about to change. Thinking of this, David decided to return to the capital. He wanted to establish the sect as soon as possible. If you really wait until the spiritual chi recovers, it is not enough to be close to one person's strength. David returned to the dragon family in Kyoto from Yaoshan Valley. Immediately, Long Xingxiu was found. Brother David, are you looking for me? Long Xingxiu asked respectfully. Xingxiu, I plan to establish a sect, the name is Long Men, and it is based on the Long family. As for recruiting disciples, you must remember to check the good ones, and those with evil deeds must not be recruited, understand? David warned Long Xingxiu. I understand. Long Xingxiu nodded, and then asked David, Brother David, if you establish a sect now, you need to go to the official report. Do you want to report it? Tomorrow, I'll report to you. You should start preparing for Long Men to recruit disciples, and spread the news. Don't be afraid of Low Realm, as long as there are no evil deeds. David warned again. Okay, I'll go right now. Long Xingxiu left. David stood at a high place and stared at the capital. He knew that the road ahead would be more and more difficult, but he would never back down. Soon, the news of Long Men recruiting disciples on the Martial Dao Forum exploded the entire forum. Damn it, David founded the sect, and the name is Long Men. Based on the Long family, it has widely accepted disciples. This David is really awesome. He has been suppressed by the Martial Arts Alliance, but the more suppressed he becomes stronger. I'm going to join this Dragon Gate, David is too good. Many people have expressed their desire to join Long Men. One of the main reasons why many people want to join Long Men is that Yao Shengu will give priority to supplying Long Men for their worries in the future. After all, the owner of Yao Shengu is David, and now the owner of Long Men is also David. Chapter 1688. It's like David running two companies by himself. Of course, people will give priority to him. Just after the news of David's establishment of a sect was released, many aristocratic families began to congratulate him. The Bai family, Dong family, Gu family, Shadowless Villa, and the Valley of the Wicked in Kyoto all congratulated them. Originally, Zhao Ligua and the four villains wanted to join Longmen, but they were rejected by David. They all belong to the Tianlong Temple. It's true that David is the owner of the temple now. These people listen to him. However, the Tianlong Palace does not belong to the sect established by David himself. Although this Tianlong Palace may have been created by his father to pave the way for himself, David did not want to sit back and enjoy it. David wants to create a career through his own efforts. If he can meet his father one day, he hopes that his father will be proud of having a son like him. And the identity of David Tianlong Palace's Hall Master is also a secret, which can be used as David's trump card. The next morning, in the Dharma Protector Pavilion in Kyoto, Mr. Shi sat in the hall very early. "Mr. Shi, why are you so early today?" Xing Jun asked. "Waiting for someone," Mr. Shi said with a faint smile. "Are you waiting for that David?" Xing Jun guessed. "Yes." Mr. Shi nodded. "This David is really getting bigger and bigger. He wants to start a sect, and he has built a Dragon Gate. I heard that there were thousands of people who signed up to join the Dragon Gate in the martial arts forum yesterday. This kid might not be able to get out of the biggest sect in the martial arts world in Kyoto." Xing Jun said in surprise. "Young people, aggressiveness should be supported, but a person with strength, leading a sect to develop, is not the same concept at all. I hope he can improve the strength of the sect in addition to improving his own strength." Mr. Shi knows that being able to fight alone and being an excellent leader is completely different. After Mr. Shi finished speaking, he looked at Xing Jun and asked, "How's the island country mission?" "We have reached the port, and we will be in Kyoto in 2 days." Xing Jun replied. "Well, remember to monitor closely, and never let one of them leave your sight before entering the capital," Mr. Shi ordered. "Understood." Xing Jun nodded. At this moment, Zhao Waoqi walked in and said to Mr. Shi, "Mr. Shi, Mr. David, Mr. Chen is here." "Well, let him in." Mr. Shi nodded. Zhao Waoqi then walked out. Since Mr. Shi chose to work in the law enforcement pavilion, Zhao Waoqi, the pavilion owner, has become an errand runner. Soon, David walked into the hall. After seeing Mr. Shi, he saluted slightly, "Meet Mr. Shi." Mr. Shi had a faint smile on his mouth. "When did you become so polite? Are you asking me for something?" David smiled, then nodded, "I want to establish a sect, so I need to report to Mr. Shi." "Xing Jun, go and bring him the formalities." After Mr. Shi finished speaking to Xing Jun, he looked at David again. "I have finished the formalities for you, so you can go ahead and do it, but I have to warn you. You say, leading a sect is far more difficult than you think." "Thank you Mr. Shi for reminding me, but I'm confident." David has the confidence to carry forward Longmen. Soon, Xing Jun took the procedures and gave it to David, and David didn't stay for long, and went straight back to the Long family. Right now, Longmen is under construction, so there are a lot of things to deal with. After the formalities are complete, Longmen can officially recruit disciples, and the gate of Long's family will be crowded out in a time. Long Xingshu led people to carry out the screening work. If anyone had bad habits, they would be rejected directly. It doesn't matter how strong you are. Chapter 1689. The recruitment of disciples is progressing steadily, and the official change of the facade of Longmen is set in 3 days. The martial arts world in Kyoto and many other places were invited. A great marquis in his 20s, such a realm is enough to make many people in the martial arts world envy. Some people are jealous and some people are jealous. Similarly, some people will think of ways to curry favor with David. The entire martial arts world started to boil because of the Dragon Gate, but within the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance, Ningji's face became more and more ugly. Ningji couldn't understand, how did David grow up step by step? David, who was originally a year ago, is not SHT. You can crush him with just one finger. But in just 1 year, has such a big change happened? Ningji couldn't accept it, but he couldn't help it. This is a fact. Hey, I hope that David's establishment of a sect can attract the attention of the great master and send the black silver robe to deal with him. Ningji sighed. He felt that he had worked hard enough and was absolutely smart enough, but he just didn't understand why he couldn't compare to David. Now in the entire Kyoto martial arts world, except for David, he is the only one who can reach the great marquis at a young age. There is another Long Shao, who has long since become a dead soul. You have the sacred weapon in hand, and you have no fighting spirit suppressed by David. It seems that your cultivation will not improve much after all. The soul in Ningji said in disappointment. What can I do? Even with the sacred weapon in hand, I couldn't kill that David. The woman next to David is too perverted, and even the sacred weapon can't hurt her in the slightest. Ningji said with a decadent look. It seems that your position as the leader of the alliance has dragged down your cultivation. I think you are still concentrating on your cultivation, and don't worry about the martial arts alliance. The soul persuaded Ningji. Ningji smiled bitterly. Why don't I think about it? If I don't have the strength, even if I sit in the position of this alliance leader, it's like sitting on needles. Ningji doesn't want to do it for a long time now, and David is now in the limelight, and he created Longmen again. In the entire Kyoto martial arts world, how many sects and noble families still obey their martial arts alliance? The prestige of the martial arts alliance has long since plummeted. At this moment, a black mist suddenly blew past, and then a man wearing a black robe appeared in the hall of the martial arts alliance. Ningji fixed his eyes and found that the other party's Peugeot entry was silver, so he immediately knelt down and said, "My subordinates pay tribute to the black and silver robes." The other party just glanced at Ningji contemptuously. "Deneng is very dissatisfied with your recent performance, and specially asked me to take your place." The black-silver robe said coldly. When Ningji heard this, he was instantly overjoyed. He just didn't want to be the leader of the Martial Dao Alliance. "My subordinates are incompetent, and I am ashamed of the great respect," Ningji said quickly. "Humph." The black robe snorted coldly, and then waved his hand, and the black robe covering his body disappeared instantly. One was only in his 20s, and his pale face was revealed. Seeing this, Ningji gasped, because they all covered their faces with black robes. Ningji never thought that there would be such a young person in black-silver robes. The person in front of him looked a few years younger than Ningji, but his strength was no longer comparable to Ningji. At this moment, Ningji was hit hard again. "Then David will hold a sect ceremony in 3 days?" Black-silver robe asked. "Right." Ningji nodded, facing the black-silver robe who was younger than himself. Ningji had mixed feelings in his heart. "Prepare a generous gift, and come with me to Longmen in 3 days." Black-silver robe said lightly. "His Holiness, we and David." Before Ningji finished speaking, he was slapped in the face by the other party. "Didn't you hear what I said?" Hei Yinpao stared at Ningji. "My subordinates dare not." Ningji lowered his head and did not dare to say a word. Chapter 1690. Kyoto, the Gu family. Gufuhai said to Gu Jiai, "Choose some valuable gifts and send them to Mr. Chen's Dragon Gate on the day of the ceremony." "Dad, I have already prepared, and I have emptied the warehouse at home." Gu Jiai laughed. "What are you doing with emptying the warehouse?" Gufuhai's face was full of surprise. "I will be David's person in the future, and David's gantry is also mine. Of course, I have to do more things now," Gu Jiai said without any shyness. Gufuhai felt a little heavy when he heard it, because he knew David's true identity. How could his daughter be worthy of David? But if David is really with Gu Jiai, then Gufuhai and the others will greatly improve their status in the Gu family. It's really a girl who doesn't stay in college. Gufuhai smiled bitterly. He decided not to care about Gu Jiai and let her pursue David freely. At this moment, a servant of the Gu family came to report, "Patriarch, there is a young man who asked to see him, saying that it is from the Jiang family." "The Jiang family?" Gufuhai frowned slightly, then waved his hand and said, "Let him in." Soon, a young man with dark skin and casual clothes walked in. "Jiang Wei, the younger generation, meet Uncle Gu." Jiang Wei saluted Gufuhai. "Jiang Wei?" Gufuhai was somewhat familiar with the name. After thinking for a moment, he said, "I remembered, You are the Jiang Wei from the Jiang family in the northwest, who beat dozens of people in a row and became a blockbuster? Jiang Wei smiled awkwardly. It's me, but in front of Uncle Gu, I'm just a little trick. Gu Fuhai shook his head. Your strength is much stronger than mine. You are now in the realm of the great Marquis, and you are so young, your future achievements are limitless. But my Gu family doesn't seem to have any friendship with your Northwest Jiang family. I wonder why you came to my Gu family this time. Gu Fuhai didn't remember what kind of friendship the Gu family had with the Jiang family, and did not know why Jiang Wei came to his house. Jiang Wei smiled lightly. Uncle Gu doesn't know about the Jiang family, but you should know about Tianlulu, right? Jiang Wei's words made Gu Fuhai's eyes suddenly open. Is your Jiang family the spokesperson of Tianlulu? Gu Fuhai knew that a lot of powerful families have suddenly appeared recently, and they must be the spokespersons of a certain sect family in the major secrets. But Gu Fuhai didn't know that behind these sect families was the force in the secret realm. But when Jiang Wei mentioned Tianlulu, Gu Fuhai understood it instantly. Because only the spokesperson will know what is going on in the secret realm. Like the Gu family, Tianlulu is in the secret realm that has left his position, that is, Huamen. In the secret realm, the Gu family and Tianlulu have cooperated several times, and it can be regarded as some friendship. So this Jiang Wei found the Gu family and called Gu Fuhai Uncle Gu. It was understandable. Uncle Gu, my Jiang family is the spokesperson of Tianlulu in the secular world. Our Jiang family has been secretive in the martial arts world for hundreds of years, and only recently did we choose to make a high-profile comeback. Jiang Wei followed Gu Fuhai truthfully. After all, these things are known to everyone, and Jiang Wei doesn't need to hide them. Gu Fuhai looked at Jiang Wei's strength, and said with a wry smile, I thought our Gu family was forbearing enough, but I didn't think that the other endorser families would be able to forbear. Gu Fuhai chose to establish a foothold in the martial arts world of Kyoto, regardless of world affairs, and forbear the life, also because the various life and resources in the martial arts world of Kyoto are better than other places. But he did not expect that so many aristocratic families would choose a very remote place to forbear. In a remote place, the resources are obviously scarce, but in this environment, these families can even cultivate such masters as Dahu. Gu Fuhai couldn't help looking at Gu Jiai. He felt that he was a failure, no matter in any way, he was a failure. Chapter 1691. Uncle Gu, as far as I know, there will be a large number of people from the spokesperson's family coming to Kyoto in the past 2 days. Jiang Wei said. Come to Kyoto. Gu Fuhai was a little surprised. What are they doing in Kyoto? Are they trying to attract official attention? Jiang Wei shook his head. The purpose of their coming is the same as mine, to step on the top. This time, Gu Fuhai can be said to be stunned. These people are so powerful, do they still need to step on them? I see. David's Dragon Gate will hold a ceremony in 2 days. These people will not come to step on David, right? Gu Jiai asked. Jiang Wei nodded. Nowadays, in the Kyoto martial arts world, the most famous person is David, so everyone wants to step on him. Then you came to the capital to step on him? Gu Jiai frowned slightly, her face a little ugly. Before Jiang Wei could see that Gu Jiai was unhappy, he nodded and said, of course, as long as anyone defeats David, his reputation in the Kyoto martial arts world will skyrocket, which is very important for the future development of the family. Whoever steps on David will follow my Gu family against me, and we will never stand by and watch. Gu Jiai said sharply. Jiang Wei was stunned, then looked at Gu Fuhai. Uncle Gu, what does Miss Gu mean? Could it be that the Gu family has something to do with David? Of course, Gu Fuhai will not say that David is the master of the Tianlong Temple, and the Gu family is the mouth of the Tianlong Temple. So he explained, then David and the little girl are friends, maybe they will become a family in the future. Do you understand when I say this? When Jiang Wei heard this, he suddenly realized, oh, so it is? In this way, I really want to meet that David soon. What kind of charm does she have to make such a peerless beauty like Miss Gu like? I can tell you, if you dare to hit David's idea, our Gu family will become mortal enemies with you in the future. You can do it yourself. Gu Jiai glared at Jiang Wei Dao. Whoever goes against David now is the enemy of the Gu family. Jiang Wei frowned slightly, then looked at Gu Fuhai. You must know that in the secret realm, the Gu family and Tianlulu can be regarded as a cooperative relationship. Is it just for David, the Gu family should follow Tianlulu to turn their face? Gu Fuhai nodded. The little girl is right, whoever follows Mr. Chen as the enemy, that is the enemy of my Gu family. Uncle Gu, David, can you actually make the Gu family pay so much? Besides, the Gu family and Tianlulu are now cooperating. Can your words represent the elders of the Gu family? Jiang Wei can't believe it, the Gu family really dares to turn against Tianlulu for a David. What if David is Gu Jiai's boyfriend? The Gu Fuhai family has a very low status in the Gu family, otherwise they would not have been sent to the secular world to act as spokespersons. I advise you, what I say, our clan elder will also say the same. If you really dare to disrespect Mr. Chen, I believe that the clan elder will not only cut off the cooperation with your Tianlulu, but also at any cost, let you Tianluolu suffer. Gu Fuhai said with a serious look on his face. Jiang Wei looked at Gu Fuhai like that, and didn't want to make a joke, so he smiled lightly and said, Uncle Gu, I have no grievances with that David. How could I target that David, but normal exchanges and discussions, I think Uncle Gu would you mind? For Jiang Wei's sake, what else can Gu Fuhai say? Can't let people communicate and learn from each other? You must know that in the martial arts world, it is normal to communicate and learn from each other. It's okay to communicate and discuss, but you can stop here. If you think about it, you will be the one who will regret it. Gu Fuhai threatened Jiang Wei. No, since David is half of the Gu family, he is on the same front as us in Tianlulu, how could I have a crooked mind? Jiang Wei hurriedly assured. Chapter 1692. Time flies. 2 days have passed in the blink of an eye, and tomorrow is the time for the Dragon Gate ceremony. The entire dragon family moved up and down. But because Long Xingshu took care of it, David didn't have to worry about it. In the past 2 days, I just took Gu Yuhan to get acquainted with the environment and the people around him. And also let Gu Yuhan familiarize himself with his body more, so as not to reveal his stuff. Sister Linger, Brother David has been taking that woman around these 2 days. Shall I remind him that you are his girlfriend? Seeing that David was always taking Gu Yuhan around these 2 days, Xiaoru said to Gu Linger with some grievances. He can take whoever he likes. Uncle Long said, don't put too much pressure on David. If you really like someone, the more you hold him, the more he wants to break free. Gu Linger thought about it, then looked at Xiaoru and asked, where is your Zhao Chuan? Didn't I come to see you today? He's busy. Brother David's Dragon Gate ceremony will be held tomorrow. There are a lot of things to do. Sister Linger, if you're bored, let's go for a walk. Xiaoru was afraid that Gu Linger would be bored alone, so she said. Okay. Gu Linger nodded. But just when Gu Linger and Xiaoru were about to go out for a walk, 2 girls who looked exactly the same and dressed very enchantingly walked in. Where are you 2 going? Take us with you. The 2 girls laughed. Sister Meyer, Sister Xiaolan. Seeing this, Xiaoru hurried up to meet her. Seeing this, Gu Linger also happily stepped forward and chatted with the 2. Wu Meier and Xiaolan were sent away by Long Wu, and he let the 2 of them go to practice. The 2 of them were born with the magic of charm. If they can find someone to take them with them and practice, they will definitely make great achievements in the future. So the 2 sisters were sent abroad to practice the spell of charm. It's been a few months now. Why did you 2 come back suddenly? Gu Linger asked curiously. David wants to create a sect, how can our sisters be absent for such a big event? Xiaolan smiled lightly. This smile is like the wind blowing on the face, the flowers are in full bloom, and even the woman's heart is shaken when she sees it. It can be seen that Xiaolan's charm technique has improved a lot. Exactly, the 4 of us go out for a walk together. Xiaoru said happily. What about David? Wu Meier asked. When Wu Meier asked, Gu Linger didn't say a word that was a little embarrassing, but Xiaoru pouted and said, Brother David went shopping with a woman, I don't know where he brought the woman, and they are inseparable all day long. Of. When Wu Meier and Xiao Lan heard this, they were immediately furious. Let's go, take us to him, I promise to make David obedient, he will listen to what we say. Wu Meyer said. The four girls went to look for David. They were walking on the street. The four women attracted the attention of many people, especially Wu Meyer and Xiao Lan, who smiled and gave birth, and many men fought because of the two of them. Soon, the four of them found David's figure, and Guyuhan followed David. It's just that David didn't find the four of them. I didn't expect that after thousands of years, the world has become like this. Guyuhan looked around, his performance was very novel, but then he revealed that, it's just that the spiritual energy of this world is too thin, there is no way to cultivate, let alone cultivation. I am afraid that the strength of my physical body will be able to exert itself. 2/3 is not bad. Don't you have any other way to get back to your peak state? David asked. From David's point of view, at this time, Guyuhan's body is a soul that has survived for thousands of years, the holy maiden of Guanghan Palace. Is there no way? Chapter 1693. Guyuhan shook his head. No, the spiritual energy of this world is thin, and it seems that there is a forbidden force between the heaven and the earth, which is hindering the growth of the strength of the immortal cultivator. What kind of forbidden force is it? It's hard to say, but it feels like something is limiting. Forbidden power? David was stunned for a moment, and then thought that when he was on Penglai Island, the entire island was also set up with taboo power, so no matter how people on the island cultivate, it is impossible to reach a higher level. Strength. At this time, David had a bold idea in his mind. Could it be that someone has set up taboo powers throughout the earth to control the development of immortal cultivators? When David thought of this, he felt ridiculous. Who has the ability to set taboo power on the entire earth? It is simply impossible. Come on, I'm taking you around. David sighed helplessly. He originally thought that Guyuhan had recovered. With a martial arts master by his side, he was almost invincible. But I don't want Guyuhan's strength to be limited, and now he can only exert the strength of the 5th grade Dahu. Just as David was hanging out with Guyuhan, two fragrances suddenly came and entered David's nose instantly. Smelling the aroma, David only felt his head dizzy, followed by a surge of blood, and the whole body began to feel hot. David hurriedly looked back and found that it was Gu Linger and the others. And that Wu Meyer and Xiaolan are among them. Seeing these two people, David understood in an instant, and was about to speak, when he saw Guyuhan's expression changed. Bold demon girl, she dares to use charm in broad daylight. Guyuhan didn't know Wu Meyer and Xiaolan. Seeing that the two used the charm technique on David, he was instantly furious and attacked them. Wu Meyer and Xiaolan did not show weakness, and said to Guyuhan, "You little fox, seduce other people's boyfriends, you are the demon girl." Soon, the three of them started fighting in the street. Because they were in a busy city, none of the three dared to use their full strength. Otherwise, the landslides and the ground will crack, and many people will be killed and injured, which is not allowed by the government. Because of this, Guyuhan's strength was limited, and he fought with Wu Meyer and Xiaolan, but it was hard to tell the winner. A lot of people watching the lively around, gathered around one after another, pointing one by one. Don't mention how embarrassing David is at this time. Okay, stop fighting. Stop fighting. David was helpless, so he could only step forward and separate several people. Okay, this is a misunderstanding, go back and talk about it. David couldn't help but go back with a few people. Although David took a few people back quickly, he was photographed by others and spread on the internet. At this moment, on the martial arts forum, there were discussions about several women fighting for David. This time, David was a little dumbfounded, but a few women were reasonable. After David explained it, they were reconciled. At that time, Guyuhan also acted to protect David, and Wu Meyer and Xiaolan didn't blame her either. David looked helpless, sitting alone on the balcony smoking. In the face of a powerful enemy, David can find a way to deal with it. But facing so many women, David really didn't know how to deal with it. The dignified Lord of the Dragon Gate would actually worry about women. At this time, Long Wu walked over to David and sat down. "Uncle Long." David lit a cigarette for Long Wu. "Hey, I really don't know what to do." "You don't have to do anything. I believe those girls will handle their relationship with each other well. Women shouldn't be the source of your worries. You should spend your energy elsewhere. Long Wu persuaded David. David nodded, the sad look on his face was swept away. Chapter 1694. Kyoto, Dharma Protector Pavilion. Xing Jun hurriedly walked into the hall of the Law Enforcement Pavilion. Mr. Shi, the Island Country Embassy has arrived, and it's outside now. Mr. Shi nodded, let them come in. Soon, Xing Jun walked in with a group of island embassies. The leader of them is a middle-aged man with a beard named Kazuo Kawaguchi, who is also the head of the mission. And behind Kazuo Kawaguchi, there were 5 people, all in suits and leather shoes, but there was only one person, wearing a samurai uniform, carrying a samurai sword, and his hair was braided behind his back. When Xing Jun saw that the man came in with a knife, his face became slightly cold, and he immediately stepped forward and said, "Hand over the knife and meet Mr. Shi, no weapons are allowed. Knives are the soul of our warriors. We never have the habit of surrendering weapons unless you kill me," the samurai said with a look of disdain. Xing Jun frowned and reached out to grab the knife in the warrior's hand. Just when Xing Jun caught the samurai sword, he saw that the samurai's wrist flicked, and then a huge force shook Xing Jun back a few steps. "Watanabe Jun, don't be rude," Kazuo Kawaguchi reprimanded the samurai. Mr. Shi waved at Xing Jun at this time, "Let them do as they please." Xing Jun could only retreat, and Mr. Shi said to Kazuo Kawaguchi, "Mr. Kawaguchi, please sit down." "Thank you, Mr. Shi." Kazuo Kawaguchi nodded, and then everyone sat down next to him. But just as Watanabe Jun was about to sit down, Mr. Shi flicked his fingers. Wow! The chair under Watanabe Jun was shattered and scattered on the ground. This time, Watanabe Jun's face was very ugly. "Mr. Kawaguchi, I'm really sorry, the chair has been in disrepair for a long time, and I didn't expect it to be broken." After Mr. Shi finished speaking, he winked at Xing Jun and said, "Captain Xing, go and move a chair." Xing Jun looked at Mr. Shi's eyes, and instantly understood, so he pretended to say, "Mr. Shi, because of the activities, the chairs have been removed, and there are no more chairs." "Oh, what a coincidence, that can only make this Mr. Watanabe stand." Mr. Shi smiled apologetically. This made Watanabe Jun annoyed, but Kazuo Kawaguchi said quickly, "It's okay, as an island warrior, it doesn't matter if you stand." Although Watanabe Jun was angry, but Kazuo Kawaguchi said so, he couldn't say anything, he could only stand by obediently. "Mr. Kawaguchi, I don't know what happened to your visit this time," Mr. Shi asked knowingly. "Because the mission will clarify its intentions before visiting, it is impossible for Mr. Shi to not know." "Mr. Shi, we are here this time, just to learn about martial arts and increase the relationship between the two countries, there is no other intention. We have long heard that in your country's martial arts world, there is a rising star with extraordinary strength at a young age, so he came here to ask for advice." Kazuo Kawaguchi is also straight to the point. He knows that it is useless to go around with Mr. Shi. Indeed, there is a rookie in the martial arts world recently, but I just don't know who Mr. Kawaguchi plans to ask for advice. Mr. Shi looked puzzled. Kawaguchi was stunned for a moment, and then said, "Of course it's our Watanabe Jun, and among our group, he is the only one who is in the martial arts. In fact, Mr. Shi has long seen that the others are just ordinary people, with no breath on their bodies, only the breath of this Watanabe Jun is surging." "Okay, but because this rising star is not my official person, so if you want to ask for advice, you can only go to the gauntlet yourself. As for whether others will fight, it is not in my hands. I can't rely on the official face to force others to fight, I hope Mr. Kawaguchi understands," Mr. Shi said. "With Mr. Shi's words, we can rest assured that we won't bother you anymore." Kazuo Kawaguchi said goodbye. The reason why he saw Mr. Shi was what Mr. Shi said, otherwise it would be very troublesome for the officials to come forward. Chapter 1695. The next day. The entire Long family has become the focus of the martial arts world, because from now on, the Long family is changed to Long men. The Long family has also changed from a family to a sect, so that more disciples can be recruited. Long Xingshu was very capable. He decorated the entire venue very luxuriously, And he also gathered thousands of newly recruited disciples together. This is also to show the strength of the Dragon Gate to the major sect families. Brother David, the Dragon Gate is officially established today. I have a gift for you. Long Xingshu said mysteriously. What gift? David asked in surprise. Come with me, you'll know when you see it. Long Xingshu took David to a square, which was specially expanded for the establishment of Long Men. Above the square, a towering sculpture stands in the middle. Long Xingshu waved his hand, and the big red cloth covering the sculpture was slowly pulled down. When the red envelope was pulled down, David was stunned. Because the statue turned out to be himself. The sculpture is lifelike, exactly the same as David. When did you do this? David asked in surprise. I've been doing it for a long time, in order to surprise you. Long Xingshu laughed. David smiled and patted Long Xingshu on the shoulder. I have a heart. David felt that Long Xingshu did have some brains, but Long Jingwa suppressed him too hard in the past, and he couldn't play it at all. Nearly noon, people began to carry gifts to congratulate. David said hello one by one, with a humble attitude. In just over half an hour, dozens of people from the Kyoto martial arts world came to congratulate David. Such a battle has never been seen by other sect families. The head of the Gu family is here. At this time, there was a loud shout outside the door, and David hurriedly greeted him. Patriarch Gu, David surrendered. Mr. Chen, congratulations. Gu Fuhai hurriedly handed over the gift. Patriarch Gu, please, David stepped aside. At this time, Gu Jiai said, David, my dad gave a gift, I haven't given it yet, I want to give it. As Gu Jiai said that, she waved her hand and a truck drove in. I saw that all the above are some rare cultivation resources, including some old medicinal materials, etc. David was dumbfounded. How could such a gift be given? Gu Fuhai looked at David with a smile and said, Mr. Chen, this child Jiai has emptied our Gu family's warehouse. When David heard this, he smiled helplessly. Miss Gu, please come in, you are too polite. I'm not being polite. I'm just moving. Anyway, I'll come here and live with you in the future. Gu Jiai said without hesitation. This made David speechless for a while. Fortunately, at this time, the door shouted again, Northwest Jiangjia Jiangwei arrived. Zhu Yuhao from the Zhu family in the southwest has arrived. Qiao Xiong from the Qiao family in the northeast has arrived. Hong Qianzhou from the Hong family in East China is here. This sudden scene made David and many other guests bewildered. Because these people just shouted, but they are all aristocratic families that have only recently emerged, and these people are all powerful. Especially that Jiang Wei, who won dozens of people in a row in one breath, became famous for a while. David was also puzzled, not understanding how these people suddenly appeared. He has no friendship with these people. Mr. Chen, these people are not good, you have to be careful. Gu Fuhai approached David and reminded in a low voice. David understood in an instant, so he nodded, and then went out to greet him. After all, the visitor is a guest, and it is impossible for David to drive people out. Seeing this, Gu Jiai also followed behind David and walked out together. Chapter 1696. Brother David, congratulations, congratulations. Seeing that David followed Gu Jiai out, Jiang Wei stepped forward and smiled slightly. Happy together, rejoice together. David looked at Jiang Wei, slightly embarrassed, because he didn't know Jiang Wei at all, and he didn't know who the other party was. He is Jiang Wei from the Jiang family in the northwest. Gu Jiai introduced to David. When David heard it, he suddenly realized, it turns out to be Brother Jiang. I have long admired the name. Brother David is too famous, and now in the entire martial arts world, you are known to everyone. Jiang Wei laughed, then pointed to the people behind him and said, Brother David, let me introduce you. This is Zhu Hao from the Zhu family in the southwest. This is Qiao Xiong from the Qiao family in the northeast. This is Hong Qianzhou of the Hong family in East China. We all admire your name and came here on purpose. Jiang Wei introduced it to David, and David politely greeted everyone. It's just that these people's expressions were a little cold. they just nodded slightly, and finally walked in. David didn't care, but ordered people to entertain them, and he continued to welcome guests at the door. "David, you have to be careful, these guys are all ready to step on you, and they want to pass you and gain popularity." Gujai reminded David. "It doesn't matter, these people are only the strength of the great Marquis. I really want to try, I'm not afraid of them. It's not certain who will step on whom then." David smiled lightly. "I just like your confident look. Don't worry, our Gu family will always stand by your side. After all, we are a family." Gujai said very boldly. David could only helplessly smile, not knowing what to say. At this moment, the door suddenly shouted, "Red Lotus Palace, Ji Rushue is here." When David heard the name, his body suddenly trembled slightly. He didn't expect that Ji Rushue would come too. Seeing David's strangeness, Gujai immediately smiled and said, "Is it because of a romantic debt that someone came to the door?" "Don't talk nonsense." David glared at Gujai, and then hurried out to greet him. "I saw Ji Rushue wearing a white dress, exuding a fresh and refined temperament, walked in slowly. Behind her were Xiaomin and several palace maids from the Red Lotus Palace." This sudden appearance of a beauty instantly attracted the attention of many guests, and they all looked at them one by one. "Miss Ji, I didn't expect you to come." David stepped forward and looked at Ji Rushue in front of him. The expression on his face was indescribably complicated. "Mr. Chen, of course I'm here to congratulate on such a big event." Ji Rushue smiled lightly, and between her frowns and smiles, there were all kinds of amorous feelings. "Come in." David didn't know what to say to Ji Rushue. After all, the two hadn't seen each other for a long time. "Yes, please come in." Gujai actually stepped forward at this time and gently took Ji Rushue's arm and said. Ji Rushue was stunned for a moment, then glanced at David, wanting to introduce David. However, before David spoke, Gujai said by herself, "Sister, I am David's girlfriend, and my name is Gujai." When she heard that it was David's girlfriend, Ji Rushue smiled slightly and said, "Hello, Sister Jai, my name is Ji Rushue, and I am Mr. Chen's friend." "I know, sister, David often mentions you. What friends are not friends? Maybe we will be a family in the future." "Sister, come with me. I want to ask my elder sister how to take care of your skin and body so well." Gujai can be considered to be familiar with each other, although that family makes Ji Rushue's face a little red, but for Gujai, Ji Rushue likes it very much. Chapter 1697. David could only listen to Gujai's nonsense, but he couldn't get a word in. "Brother Chen, it turns out that you have been thinking about my sister, so why didn't you visit us for so long? My sister still calls your name in her dreams." Xiaomin stepped forward and asked David with a playful look. I've been too busy lately to make time for." David said with some embarrassment. "It'll be fine in the future, we can see each other often." Xiaomin looked happy. "What's going on?" David was stunned. "My sister has decided to move the Red Lotus Palace here, so that we can be close and we can see each other often." Xiaomin smiled. David was personally surprised. He did not expect Ji Rushue to make such a big decision. Seeing that David didn't speak, Xiaomin continued, "My sister did this for your sake, you can't let her down." After saying that, Xiaomin jumped up to catch up. David was stunned on the spot, unable to react for a while. Originally, David was worried about so many women being together, but now he didn't expect Ji Rushue to join in the fun again. After about an hour, most of the guests had already arrived. David is toasting at every table. After all, these people are eating and rushing to David. Let's not say what the purpose of these people is, since they are here, they are guests. There was only one table, and David didn't dare to go there. That was the table of Ji Rushue and Gujai. I don't know which uncle arranged it, but he even arranged all the women to one table. Ji Rushue, Gujai, Gu Yuhan, Gu Linger, Wu Meyer, Xiaolan. With so many women at the table, David was always worried, would they fight? But in the end, David still walked over. After all, Ji Rushue came over 1,000 miles away, and he always wanted to express it. When David walked to the table, all the women's eyes fell on David. David felt the gazes of these women, which was even more stressful than facing a martial saint. "Girl G, thank you for coming so far to congratulate, I did it." David looked embarrassed and drank it after he finished speaking. Ji Rushua looked at David's embarrassing appearance, and couldn't help covering her mouth with a smile, and then she also took the wine glass and drank it. "You drink, you continue, I will greet the other guests." After David stammered, he turned around and walked away. And behind him, there was a burst of laughter from the girls. David finally sat at the table of Jiang Wei and the others. After all, these people were also young talents. David wanted to know more about them. Whether it is an enemy or a friend, it is always right to know more. As soon as David sat down, Jiang Wei looked at David with envy on his face and said, "Brother David is not only the leader of my younger generation, but I didn't expect that he is also a man of temperament, surrounded by beautiful women. If I can have so many my confidant, even if my cultivation is abolished, I am still willing." It can be seen that Jiang Wei's words are not a compliment, but a real envy. You must know that the women at that table, one is more beautiful than the other, and the figure is good, just pick one out, they are all stunning beauties. Especially that Ji Rushua, many people are fascinated by it. Because of Ji Rushua's every move, even a glance and a smile, there is a sense of immortality. Just like a holy fairy from heaven and earth. If it weren't for David's presence, it is estimated that many people would have approached him. There are also Wu Meyer and Xiaolan, both of whom are naturally charming, whether it is the breath on their bodies or the light in their eyes, men can't stop. Brother Jiang is joking, they are all friends, they are all friends. David smiled awkwardly. Immediately afterwards, David exuded a faint sense of consciousness, which enveloped several people. He wants to find out what kind of cultivation these people are. Chapter 1698. But just as David's consciousness entered several people's bodies, he was instantly cut off by an inexplicable force. Several people are exactly the same, and there is an inexplicable power in their bodies. This made David frown instantly. Looking at David like that, Jiang Wei smiled lightly. "Brother David, we are the younger generation, you are the strongest one now, wait for some time, how about we learn 2 tricks?" Brother Jiang is joking. How can I be Brother Jiang's opponent? Brother Jiang has lost dozens of people in a row, which has already caused a sensation in the martial arts world. In front of Brother Jiang, I'm just a clown. David is very humble. David's remarks made Jiang Wei a little surprised. After all, he was young and energetic, and each one had extraordinary strength. Of course, he refused to admit that he was inferior to others. But he didn't expect that David would put his attitude so low, and even lowered his worth, comparing himself to a clown jumping on a beam. David's actions made Jiang Wei look at David with admiration. "David, since you are so low-key, why did you start a sect with a big fanfare? You are the only one who founded a sect at your age. So you don't have to be humble anymore. We all know your strength. I came here to ask you for some tips. You wouldn't even give this face away, would you?" At this time, Zhu Hao of the Zhu family in the southwest spoke, and his tone was not good. David's face was slightly condensed, but he still smiled and said, "If Brother Zhu wants to ask for advice, of course I will accompany him, but not today." "Okay, tell me a time, we'll see you at the martial arts field." Zhu Hao looked impatient. But just when David was about to speak, suddenly came from outside the door, the Martial Arts Alliance, the leader of the Ningjining Alliance is here. When they heard that the Martial Arts Alliance was coming, everyone was surprised. Who doesn't know that the Martial Arts Alliance has always been a deadly enemy with David? Why did he suddenly come to congratulate David? Or are you looking for trouble? David's face became gloomy at this moment, while Long Xingxiu ordered someone immediately and was ready to fight. If the Martial Arts Alliance is looking for trouble, then fight. Soon, Ningji followed a young man in casual clothes and walked in slowly. But looking at the position, Ningji was like a follower behind the young man. "Ningji, what are you doing here? Are you here to make trouble?" David looked at Ningji coldly. "If you dare to make trouble today, I will destroy you." Ningji just wanted to open his mouth, but was stopped by the young man. You are David, right? My name is Nye Cheng. Now the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, Ning Ji, is incompetent, so I will replace him. I know that there is some misunderstanding between Mr. Chen and the Martial Arts Alliance, so I came here to fight with Mr. Chen for Jade and Silk, and congratulate Mr. Chen for establishing a sect at a young age. I have a present here, not a tribute. After Nye Cheng finished speaking, with a wave of his hand, Ning Ji reluctantly handed over the Vajra in his hand. This martial artifact is a gift from our Martial Arts Alliance, and it is not a tribute. Nye Cheng said with a faint smile on his face. When everyone saw that the Martial Arts Alliance actually gave away the sacred weapon as a gift, they all gasped, and some people's eyes lit up with envy. David was also a little surprised, but he still reached out and took the weapon. When the Vajra was in hand, David instantly injected spiritual power into the Vajra, and soon a sneer appeared on his face. If my guess is correct, I'm afraid this Vajra will not be used a few times, right? David did not believe that the Martial Arts Alliance would be so kind. It turned out that there was not much of the power of the martial saint in this Vajra, and it was about to shatter. You must know that there are also restrictions on the use of the sacred weapon. It is not the same as having a sacred weapon by your side. Chapter 1699. The sacred weapon is nothing but the weapon used by the masters of the martial arts. Because of the use of it for many years, the sacred weapon has the power of the martial arts. However, when the power of the martial saint is exhausted and there is no way to replenish it, the saint martial artifact will shatter. Nye Cheng smiled awkwardly. Even if it's a sacred weapon that can be used once, it's worth a fortune. But David threw the Vajra pestle at random and threw it to Nye Cheng, sneering, I am not a garbage dump here, and I am not a garbage collector, so you rubbish, take it back by yourself. Everyone was shocked when they saw that David called the sacred weapon tattered. On the other hand, Nye Cheng frowned, the aura on his body began to rise, and a momentum of swallowing mountains and rivers instantly enveloped the entire hall. Obviously, this Nye Cheng's aura is much stronger than David. If you want to fight, then let's go out and don't destroy what I have here, or you won't be able to pay. David didn't care about Nye Cheng's aura at all. Seeing this, Nye Cheng slowly took back his breath, and then said to David, then what Mr. Chen wants, as long as our martial arts alliance has it, I will definitely give it to you, as long as the two of us live in peace. I want his life, will you give it? David pointed at Ning Ji and said. This time, it was considered that Nye Cheng was held, but Ning Ji was frightened. If Nye Cheng agreed, wouldn't he be dead? Leader, don't believe this kid, he's all nonsense. The last time he cheated us on the address of an ancient ruin. Ning Jizhen was afraid that Nye Cheng would agree to David. Mr. Chen, I am here with sincerity and want to live in peace with you. Of course, Nye Cheng knew that David was playing tricks on himself, but he still said with a light smile. I get along with your mother. David's face turned cold, and his foul language suddenly burst out. You have locked up my girlfriend for so long, now you want to get along with me peacefully? As long as my David breathes a sigh of relief, the Martial Arts Alliance will be my lifelong enemy. I will never give up until you are wiped out. Don't get in my way here, get out of here, or don't blame me for being rude. David's scolding shocked many guests. It was obvious that Nye Cheng had an extraordinary aura, and his strength must be very strong. David dared to do so. Hearing David's insults, Nye Cheng's face became ugly. David, I hope you don't be ignorant of flattery, because you are not qualified to fight with the Martial Arts Alliance. Nye Cheng said coldly. Not qualified? David sneered, since you are not qualified, what are you doing here? Don't think I don't know anything about your Martial Arts Alliance. Your Martial Arts Alliance is just a bunch of souls to control. If I say it right, you also have a soul in your body, right? When I absorb all these old guys who have survived for thousands of years, let's see what else your Martial Arts Alliance does. David directly shook the scandal of the Martial Arts Alliance in public. Everyone was surprised when they heard David say this. Nonsense, I don't think I can teach you a lesson, I really thought we were afraid of you. As he spoke, the aura on Nye Cheng began to explode, and the temperature in the entire hall plummeted. Some people with low strength feel that it is difficult for each other, like falling into an ice cave. David's eyes condensed, golden light suddenly appeared on his body, and he was resisting this breath. However, David didn't do it. If he did it here, then today's ceremony was a failure. Seeing that the war was about to break out, a breeze suddenly blew, and then the breath of David and Nieching dissipated instantly. Nieching frowned and looked directly outside the door. Today is such a lively day, why are there still people looking for trouble? Is the security in the martial arts world in Kyoto so bad now? With a loud voice, Mr. Sher walked in slowly. Chapter 1700. Seeing Mr. Sher, many guests stood up one after another. Mr. Sher. These people all greeted Mr. Sher. David was also surprised, he didn't expect Mr. Sher to come. Mr. Sher, why are you here? David hurried forward and asked unexpectedly. There is one of the youngest founders of a sect in my capital. Of course, I will be there to congratulate me. Mr. Sher smiled slightly. When Nieching saw Mr. Sher, let alone how ugly his face was. Mr. Sher. Nieching walked up to Mr. Sher and shouted respectfully. Mr. Sher glanced at Nieching, then spit out a word coldly, go away. Nieching didn't say anything, he took Ningji and left quickly. The arrival of Mr. Sher instantly gave David a lot of credit. Many people just heard that Mr. Sher took great care of David. But now it seems that this is not just as simple as taking care of it. Even those young talents like Jiang Wei are envious of Mr. Sher's attitude towards David. Mr. Sher, please take your seat. David said to Mr. Sher. No, I won't sit down. If I stay, I believe no one here will eat well. Mr. Sher smiled lightly, and then continued, I am here to inform you of one thing. The Watanabe family from the island country has come and will challenge you. You can do what you can. When David heard this, don't be surprised. He didn't expect the Watanabe family to give up after so long. In fact, David didn't know. During this time, the Watanabe family had been trying to find a way to step into the summer and kill David, but they were all stopped at the border by Mr. Sher. Mr. Sher, I will pay attention. David nodded and said. Mr. Sher didn't stop. After following David, he left directly. Brother David, I didn't expect Mr. Sher to be really good to you. With the official approval now, your Dragon Gate will definitely grow. Jiang Wei said to David very enviously. At first, I envied David having those women around him. Now I am envious of David's official cover. Anyway, it makes people envious and hateful. David, now I'm going to challenge you even more. Hurry up and set a time. I didn't expect your fame in Kyoto to be bigger than I thought. Zhu Hao followed David excitedly. If this defeats David, his Zhu Hao will be even more famous in Kyoto, and even in the entire martial arts world. Just as David opened his mouth to say something, he heard a loud noise at the door, and then he saw several disciples at the door being thrown in. Afterwards, Toshi Watanabe, who was wearing a samurai uniform with a samurai sword, walked in slowly. When everyone saw that it turned out to be an islander, each and everyone had a fierce look in their eyes. But this Watanabe Jun faced the eyes of so many people without a trace of cowardice. Who is David here? Stand up for me. Watanabe Jun glanced at the crowd, and then continued, I am Watanabe Jun from the Watanabe family, who came to challenge David on purpose. David frowned. He didn't expect that this guy from the Watanabe family would choose a day like today to challenge himself. Isn't this deliberately disgusting himself? What are you? Hurry up and get out of here, can any cat or dog challenge Mr. Chen? At this time, a guest stood up and scolded Watanabe Jun. But Watanabe Jun grasped the samurai sword with his palm, and then he saw a flash of cold light. Brush! The guest didn't even have time to react, only to see a bloodstain on his neck, and his body fell straight down. And that Watanabe Jun seems to have never drawn a knife, which shows how fast Watanabe Jun is. Seeing that Toshi Watanabe dared to openly kill people, everyone stood up instantly. And David's eyes flashed coldly, and he was about to shoot. But before David could take action, Zhu Hao had already jumped up. The mere island Ronin dares to be wild here. Zhu Hao exuded a terrifying breath, and instantly enveloped that Watanabe Jun. Chapter 1701. Watanabe Jun looked at Zhu Hao without fear. Are you David? I'm not David. Zhu Hao shook his head. Since you're not David, then I won't fight you, let David come out. Watanabe Jun's words deeply stimulated Zhu Hao. Isn't this obviously looking down on him, thinking that his strength is not as good as David? This makes Zhu Hao angry. You Ronin, don't think that in our Daxia martial arts world, only David is a master. If you want to kill you, I will be enough. Saying that, Zhu Hao smashed Watanabe Jun with one punch. Facing Zhu Hao's punch, Watanabe Jun slightly turned sideways to hide, then retreated to the courtyard. When Zhu Hao saw that the punch was not hit, he jumped up and kicked out again. Watanabe Jun stretched out his hand to block. The huge strength made him take a few steps back. And Zhu Hao fell in front of Watanabe Jun. Do you think my ability is not worth your shot? The strength of the great Marquis is really good, and it is worth my shot. After Watanabe Jun finished speaking, he suddenly grabbed the samurai sword in his hand, and then smashed it towards Zhu Hao. Watanabe Jun didn't even draw his sword, he smashed Zhu Hao directly with the scabbard. Humph, arrogant. When Zhu Hao saw that Watanabe Jun didn't have any weapons, he snorted coldly and slammed his right hand forward. He directly grabbed the scabbard of Watanabe Jun, and the breaths of the two people collided instantly. Boom! After a loud bang, Zhu Hao only felt a huge force coming from the samurai sword. This power is very strange, and it instantly penetrated into Zhu Hao's body through the samurai sword. Zhu Hao only felt his heart tremble, the breath on his body dissipated instantly, the whole person retreated again, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. That's it, don't come out and be ashamed. Watanabe Jun looked disdainful, then glanced at everyone with a sneer. Who is David? Come out to fight, don't act like a coward. Damn, I fought with you. Zhu Hao lost face in front of everyone, of course he couldn't swallow this breath. I saw Zhu Hao pull out the 9-segment whip from his waist in an instant, and with a flick of his wrist, the 9-segment whip turned into a straight stick. You still dare to do it? Watanabe Jun's eyes narrowed slightly. What nonsense, let's do it. Zhu Hao said, the 9-section whip in his hand smashed towards Zhu Hao fiercely, the whistling sounded, and the entire void began to tremble. The strength of the great Marquis cannot be underestimated. Upon seeing this, Watanabe Jun sent the samurai sword in his hand forward, directly blocking Zhu Hao's 9-section whip. Bang! With a sound of collision, the 9-section whip in Zhu Hao's hand was instantly swayed away. It's just that the 9-section whip that was originally a stick turned into a poisonous snake when it swung away. At the head of the whip, like a poisonous snake spitting a letter, it exploded in an instant, and slammed towards Watanabe Jun's back. No one would have thought that Zhu Hao's 9-section whip even had an organ on it. Snapped! The 9-section whip hit Jun Watanabe on the back, instantly tearing the skin of Watanabe Jun's back to pieces. Zhu Hao succeeded in this blow, his confidence greatly increased, and his face was full of pride. And Watanabe Jun narrowed his eyes slightly. You are forcing me to kill you. Come and kill me if you have the ability, I'm afraid you don't have that ability. After Zhu Hao finished speaking, he repeated his old tricks, and the 9-section whip in his hand went towards that Watanabe Jun again. This time, Watanabe Jun didn't block directly with the katana, but pulled out the scabbard with a bang. A dazzling cold light flashed, and Watanabe Jun waved in front of him. Everyone only saw a flash of light disappear, and then look at the samurai sword in Watanabe Jun's hand. It has been sheathed. But looking at the 9-section whip in Zhu Hao's hand, it was broken into several sections and could no longer be used. Seeing this, everyone gasped, because this Watanabe Jun's swordsmanship is really fast. Chapter 1702. Zhu Hao looked at the 9-section whip in his hand, and the whole person was stunned in place. You must know that his 9-section whip is a treasure handed down from the Zhu family, and its texture is extremely hard, but he doesn't want to be cut off easily by the opponent. Just when Zhu Hao was stunned, Watanabe Jun slapped Zhu Hao's head with a palm. This palm is a dead hand, obviously to kill Zhu Hao. When Zhu Hao reacted, it was too late. Just in the nick of time. David's figure was vertical, and then he followed Watanabe Jun with a palm. Watanabe Jun kept retreating, and David also shook his body. "Who are you?" Watanabe Jun frowned slightly. "I'm David, didn't you come to challenge me?" David smiled coldly. Watanabe Jun looked at David with anger and killing intent in his eyes. Then Zhu Hao gave David a grateful glance, and in the end he didn't say anything, and just retreated. Following Watanabe Jun in this battle is a loss of face for him. "You only dare to come out now, do you want me to fight with me after my strength is exhausted?" Watanabe Jun thought that David came out at this time, he must be playing tricks. "You don't deserve me to use tricks against you. If you think your strength is exhausted and it's not equal, I can let you do 3 tricks." As David said, he put his hands behind his back. David's actions instantly made many people feel nervous. And that Watanabe Jun was also instantly provoked, and roared, "You are too arrogant, see if I don't cut you in half." The next second, Watanabe Jun instantly pulled out his samurai sword, his figure flickered slightly, and he went directly to David, and then chopped off with one sword. Watanabe Jun's speed is so fast that everyone can't see his figure at all, only the afterimage of the knife is still in the air. Swish! The samurai sword with Ling Lai's blade slashed directly at David's head. This is to kill David with one blow. In the face of the fierce blow, David's hands were still behind his back, and he couldn't see the slightest panic on his face. Just when the samurai sword was about to reach David, David's head was slightly sideways, and the samurai sword slipped against David's face. The violent blade blew David's hair, and even the clothes on David's body rattled. But he failed to hit David, and the knife was dodged by David. "You still have 2 chances." David looked at Jun Watanabe lightly, and said with a little playfulness, "Court death." Watanabe Jun was so angry that he did not withdraw the samurai sword in his hand, but cut him in the middle. On the other hand, David stood up from the ground, his body was instantly in mid-air, and the blade slashed directly under David's feet. The blade whistled, and several pillars not far away were instantly cut off by the blade. David's body flutteringly fell on the samurai sword of Watanabe Jun. Watanabe Jun only felt a heavy force in his hand, and the samurai sword in his hand almost didn't fall to the ground. David stepped on it gently, his body rose again, and then fell steadily in front of Watanabe Jun. "There is one last move." David looked at Watanabe Jun with disdain. "What?" Watanabe Jun almost died of anger, holding a knife in both hands, slashed at David from the middle. This time the strength is great, and the speed is even faster. Even if it is a big mountain, I am afraid that it can be split from the middle. Everyone hurriedly looked at David, only to see a golden light flickering from David's body, surrounded by a golden dragon on his right hand. On the other hand, David didn't dodge, and saw that he was grabbing the samurai sword. Snatch a blade with empty hands? Everyone was surprised when they saw this scene. Snapped! Watanabe Jun held the sword in both hands, and it was just when the force was exerted, but it suddenly stopped. Chapter 1703. It's like a high-speed car that was stopped in an instant. Watanabe Jun was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes were full of incredible. Because he saw at this time that David directly grabbed his samurai sword with his right hand, but still grabbed it on the blade. This. Watanabe Jun couldn't believe everything in front of him. On the other hand, Zhu Hao watched this scene, and was even more surprised, knowing that his 9-section whip was easily cut off by Watanabe Jun with a samurai sword, but he failed to hurt David's hand. It can be seen how powerful David's physical body is. 3 strokes have passed. After David finished speaking, he squeezed his palm slightly, and Watanabe Jun's samurai sword was broken in an instant. This time, Watanabe Jun was even more dumbfounded. Before Watanabe Jun could react, David had already raised his foot and kicked it out. This kick directly hit Watanabe Jun's chest and kicked Watanabe Jun flying out. Watanabe Jun's body flew more than 10 meters away and fell heavily to the ground. A large mouthful of blood spurted out of Watanabe Jun's mouth. Seeing this, everyone's expressions were complicated, and there was an indescribable feeling, especially that Zhu Hao. You must know that just now he also vowed to challenge David and step on David's position. Now David is almost a split second that Watanabe Jun, it can be seen that he is far from David's strength. Zhu Hao couldn't understand, obviously David's strength is not higher than him, but in a real battle, David can easily leapfrog and fight. They won't understand what David's golden dragon's real body represents. This is the most powerful physique in the world, no one. Watanabe Jun wanted to stand up, but found that David's kick almost shattered his internal organs. The mouthful of blood keeps pouring out. David stepped forward and stepped on Watanabe Jun's head, making Watanabe Jun's face stick to the ground tightly. Watanabe Jun struggled, but to no avail. This humiliation made Watanabe Jun's face very ugly. Could it be that your Watanabe family is gone, and you sent garbage like you to deal with me? David looked down at Watanabe Jun and said coldly. Watanabe Jun struggled, his eyes full of anger. David, do you dare to let me get up? If you let me get up, I will definitely kill you. At this time, Watanabe Jun is still clamoring. Remember? Call your ancestors, and I'll let you get up. David said with a sneer. Watanabe Jun almost didn't get angry, but David stepped on his head, and he couldn't move at all. The Watanabe family sent you here, it really embarrassed my island country. With a thick voice, Kazuo Kawaguchi walked in with two other envoys. David looked at the three of them, and found that the three of them didn't even have any aura fluctuations, they were completely ordinary people. This made David a little strange. He didn't understand how these three ordinary islanders dared to come to him. Mr. Kawaguchi, save me. When Watanabe Toshi saw Kazuo Kawaguchi coming, he immediately shouted. Kazuo Kawaguchi was not looking at Watanabe Jun, but looked at David and said with a smile, "You are David, right? We are on a mission to visit your country, and Watanabe Jun is also a member of the mission, so you can't kill him." "Bah, your people can kill people at will, but I can't kill him. Do you think this is in your house? Today he must die, blood for blood." David looked at Kazuo Kawaguchi like that, and took a sip. He didn't understand, how could this ordinary guy with no strength dare to be so outspoken? Could it be because of his mission status? "I said, he can't kill." Kazuo Kawaguchi's eyes narrowed slightly, and the smile on his face disappeared. "Are you a bird? You can't if you say you can't. I'll kill him today and see if you can stop me." As David said, he raised his foot and stepped on it. Chapter 1704. This step down, that Watanabe Jun's head must be torn apart. But just when David was about to step down, he suddenly felt a terrifying breath, causing David to instantly retreat back. After retreating more than 10 meters in a row, David stabilized his figure. But when David looked at Kazuo Kawaguchi, he found that Kazuo Kawaguchi seemed to be a different person, and the breath exuded from his body made David feel terrified. David frowned, and his eyes were full of surprise. He didn't understand what method Kazuo Kawaguchi used to hide his breath without even leaking it out. At all. "Thank you, Mr. Kawaguchi." Watanabe Jun followed Kawaguchi Kazuo to thank him. "Watanabe Jun, can you still fight?" Kazuo Kawaguchi asked. "Yes." Watanabe Jun nodded. "Since you can fight, let's continue. Our island warriors have no tradition of returning after failure." Kazuo Kawaguchi said. "Hi." Watanabe Jun nodded, his eyes full of determination to die. David looked at Watanabe Jun, although he could easily kill Watanabe Jun, but the sudden appearance of Kazuo Kawaguchi made David feel jealous. Kazuo Kawaguchi seemed to see David's concern, and smiled lightly. "Don't worry, I won't take action. It's the two of you who want to learn from each other. As the head of the mission, of course I will abide by the rules." Seeing Kazuo Kawaguchi say this, David breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the breath of Kazuo Kawaguchi just now was too terrifying. "Bring it on." David waved to Watanabe Jun. "Go." Kazuo Kawaguchi patted Watanabe Jun on the shoulder. But in this shot, the aura on Watanabe Jun's body changed instantly, followed by a rapid increase in strength, and soon reached its peak. A terrifying power radiated from Watanabe Jun. At this moment, Watanabe Jun's eyes became sharp, as if a different person. David's face became a little ugly, because the breath he felt from Watanabe Jun was somewhat similar to that of Kazuo Kawaguchi. David didn't understand what Kawaguchi Kazuo did to Watanabe Jun. Today, I will show you the true strength of our island nation. Watanabe Jun spoke slowly, but at this time Watanabe Jun even changed his voice. It's just a soul-possessed guy, what's the madness, wait for me to kill you and destroy the soul in your body. David said coldly. David can see that Watanabe Jun's current performance is completely in line with being possessed by a soul and controlling his body. David has killed many soul-possessed people, so he is not afraid. After all, although those spirits were powerful in their lifetimes, after they were transformed into spirits, their strengths would not exist at all, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Ha ha ha, ignorant, what can you understand? Watanabe Jun laughed, and then his body slowly floated toward the mid-air, followed by a terrifying force that instantly enveloped the entire Long family. This time, many people became nervous, and now it is impossible for them to leave the Long family. Watanabe Jun's body was slowly wrapped in red blood mist. The thick bloody smell, coupled with the terrifying power, instantly made many people unbearable. Some weak ones began to look ugly. Gulinger and the others also frowned, exuding the aura in their bodies, resisting this terrifying power. David saw this, golden light flickered on his body, and breaths emanated from his body, followed by Watanabe Jun to resist. With David's resistance, many people are obviously relieved. A bunch of ants really thought they could fight against me. Watanabe Jun was in midair, the blood-red color slowly turned into a big turtle. Chapter 1705. I saw the big tortoise sticking out its head, and every time it took a breath, a terrifying force would flow out, putting pressure on David and the others. David, this is Turtle's breath Dafa, stop him quickly, you can't let him finish the spell. At this moment, Guyuhan looked at the big tortoise in the air, and shouted at David. Guyuhan's roar instantly caught the attention of Kazuo Kawaguchi, and Kazuo Kawaguchi looked at Guyuhan coldly, with a bit of surprise in his eyes. Because of this ancient turtle breathing method, very few people can understand it now, but they don't want to be recognized by a little girl. Kazuo Kawaguchi didn't know that Guyuhan's body now contained a saint who lived thousands of years ago. Of course she knew all about the ancient method. Damn, it turns out that you are all Turtle's sons. David roared, and his body instantly rose from the ground. The golden fist slammed towards the condensed turtle fiercely. Seeing David attacking directly, Watanabe Jun didn't panic at all, using the tortoise's breath to instantly form a seal between his palms, forming a barrier in front of him. When the turtle breath Dafa is completed, none of you will want to leave here alive. There was a faint sneer on Watanabe Jun's face. David's body is coming fast, his golden fist is shining, and a golden dragon roars out from David's body. The barrier was broken in an instant, without the slightest hindrance. How so? Watanabe Jun's face changed, and the whole person was full of surprise. Even Kazuo Kawaguchi frowned. Let's see how our sons of dragons teach you sons of turtles. David snorted coldly, and the breath that erupted from his body went straight to Watanabe Jun. Watanabe Jun's figure suddenly retreated, his feet were on the turtle's back, and he didn't know what to say in his mouth. Then, between the turtle's breath, his finger lightly clawed, and then a dazzling white light flashed up. Unlimited turtle power. Watanabe Jun roared, and the dazzling white light was instantly thrown towards David. When David saw this, his figure flashed and he wanted to hide, but the white light turned into a big net in an instant, and before David could react, it enveloped David. David was trapped inside all of a sudden, and Watanabe Jun didn't hesitate at all. With a wave of his palm, a blood-red samurai sword appeared in his hand. Immediately after that, he slashed down with a knife and headed straight for the trapped David. In an instant, the sky trembled and the avenue hummed. This knife almost caused a vision of heaven and earth. David. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but sweat for David. But David didn't panic. I saw David waved his right hand, and the dragon-slaying sword appeared, and there was a dark light on the body of the dragon-slaying sword. When David injected the power of the dragon into the dragon-slaying sword, a dragon roar resounded throughout the sky. Break! With a wave of the dragon-slaying sword in David's hand, the net that trapped him instantly dissipated. Immediately afterwards, the blade and sword energy collided directly, emitting a dazzling light. Watanabe Jun looked at David coldly. Tell you, no one can escape from the turtle breath Dafa. But Watanabe Jun's voice just fell, the light dissipated, and David's sword energy was not weak at all. The collision just now failed to dissipate the sword energy that David swung. Watanabe Jun's face changed, his eyes widened. How could this be? Saying that, Watanabe Jun quickly retreated, not forgetting to let the transformed tortoise retreat together. Brush! The speed of this sword chi was extremely fast, and Watanabe Jun had no time to step back, only to see the sharp sword chi passing through the turtle's head in an instant. Everyone saw that the turtle's head was directly cut off, and then the whole body dissipated. Watanabe Jun's whole body fell directly from the air to the ground, and his breath was a little weaker. Chapter 1706. It is good. The people around involuntarily started applauding David. And Kazuo Kawaguchi's face was gloomy, but he didn't put his eyes on David, but stared at Guyuhan. People who can know the turtle breath Dafa will definitely not be ordinary people. Watanabe Jun's face was ugly. He got up from the ground, and a blood-red samurai sword appeared in his hand, and there were countless resentful spirits around the samurai sword, which shows that Watanabe Jun didn't know how many people he had killed. The blood-red light flickered, and Watanabe Jun's whole body also turned red, as if soaked in blood. Countless dead breaths emerged from Watanabe Jun, just like the breath in the sea of blood on the mountain of corpses. At this moment, the dragon-slaying sword in David's hand radiated light, and there was a continuous buzzing sound, as if a hungry beast had seen its prey. The resentful spirits around Watanabe Juna's samurai sword seemed to feel the breath of the dragon-slaying sword. Seeing this, Watanabe Jun frowned. Before the battle, the weapon in his hand is cowardly. Burn your blood and revive your Bushido spirit. At this moment, Kazuo Kawaguchi opened his mouth slowly, his voice was low, as if it came from the ancient underground. When Watanabe Jun heard it, he bit the tip of his tongue without hesitation, and then a mouthful of blood was sprayed on the samurai sword. The blood-red samurai sword, after encountering blood, seemed to become excited, and the resentful spirits that were dodging also became roaring, like a beast. The Wraith attacks! Watanabe Jun shouted loudly, followed by a sudden wave of the samurai sword in his hand. A terrifying breath seemed to fall from the sky, and then those resentful spirits opened their bloody mouths and went towards David. David looked at the resentful spirits and smiled coldly. The Buddha's light shines. The dragon-slaying sword in David's hand instantly emitted a burst of golden light, and the light shot up into the sky, straight into the sky. Immediately afterwards, like the sun, rays of light were scattered, shining on the entire earth. Those originally vicious resentful spirits, after being irradiated by this golden light, suddenly all struggled in pain, and finally turned into a plume of blue smoke and dissipated in the air. The resentful spirit disappeared, but the golden light remained. The dazzling golden light instantly shone on Watanabe Jun's body, and Watanabe Jun suddenly showed panic, followed by a painful struggle. A black mist dissipated from Watanabe Jun's body, and then quickly disappeared, but at this moment, Kazuo Kawaguchi's body trembled slightly. When David saw this scene, the corner of his mouth raised slightly. It seems that it is like this. Just now David felt that Watanabe Jun's breath suddenly skyrocketed, and there must be a soul possessed, but he did not expect that Kazuo Kawaguchi was still alive, but he could emit a ray of soul into other people's bodies. David had never seen this technique before, and couldn't help but have a strong interest in Kazuo Kawaguchi. Watanabe Jun was soaked in cold sweat, and without Kazuo Kawaguchi's help, Watanabe Jun was already a lamb to be slaughtered. David jumped up and smashed it down with a punch. I saw that the space around Watanabe Jun was distorted and deformed by this punch, and Watanabe Jun's body was covered in blood, which was terrible. David saw that Watanabe Jun was still alive, so he punched again. Under this punch, Watanabe Jun could not survive anyway. At this moment, Kazuo Kawaguchi waved his palm, and a huge force struck, causing David's body to quickly retreat. Even so, David still felt that the breath in his body was constantly rising. "What do you mean?" David glared at Kazuo Kawaguchi and asked. "The outcome is already divided, there is no need to kill." Kazuo Kawaguchi spoke slowly. Chapter 1707. Just now he can kill anyone casually, why can't I kill him? David's eyes narrowed. "If you are blocking, then kill you all." Kazuo Kawaguchi's face was full of sneer. "Your tone is really not small, you can kill me with all your skills? Even if you are all here, who can do anything to me? Now that the outcome is decided, I won't let you kill him." Kazuo Kawaguchi's words made everyone very excited, but they also felt powerless. After all, Kazuo Kawaguchi's strength is really unpredictable. "Mr. Kawaguchi, in my dasha, all you have to do is to abide by your duties, so that I can ensure your safety in dasha. If you deceive me in dasha, don't blame me for leaving you." At this time, Mr. Shi's figure slowly appeared at the door, with a faint smile on his face. "Mr. Shi." After Kazuo Kawaguchi saw Mr. Shi, his face instantly became a little ugly. "Mr. Shi, let's learn skills, now the outcome is decided, I just want to leave with my people," Kazuo Kawaguchi said. Mr. Shi, as soon as this guy came, he raised his hand to kill. "Could it be that his life is life, and our life is not life?" David said to Mr. Shi. With a wave of his hand, Mr. Shi told David to shut up, and then said to Kazuo Kawaguchi, "Competition is a life and death battle. I remember the Bushido spirit of your island country, which does not allow losers to live." Mr. Shi's words left Kazuo Kawaguchi speechless. At this time, Watanabe Jun, who was already dying, suddenly got up and suddenly took out his dagger. "The test is not over yet." After Watanabe Jun finished speaking, he stabbed his body with a knife. Everyone was stunned when they saw this, thinking that this guy had failed and was going to kill himself. I saw Watanabe Jun slashed his chest, and with a hand, he took out the bright red heart that was still beating. In this scene, many girls were so frightened that they screamed and closed their eyes. I saw Watanabe Jun's heart began to flash with a coquettish light, and then this light enveloped Watanabe Jun's whole body. Watanabe Jun's wounds are recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, Watanabe Jun's heart turned black and hung out of his body, and Watanabe Jun's body also seemed to be wearing a layer of black armor, which looked very disgusting. Everyone looked at Watanabe Jun in shock, wondering what Watanabe Jun was doing. Only Kazuo Kawaguchi's eyes showed shock, staring at that Watanabe Jun. At this moment, Watanabe Jun knelt on the ground, inserted his hands into the soil, and said something in his mouth. "Supreme gods and demons, please give me strength, I am willing to give my everything." David looked at Jun Watanabe with his brows slightly wrinkled, not sure what this guy was doing, but he could see that the breath in Jun Watanabe's body became more and more terrifying. God and devil eat the heart. This is an ancient witchcraft unique to the island country. David, you have to be careful. He is sacrificing his life and soul to gain the power of gods and demons. I didn't expect that for thousands of years, there are still people who can practice such witchcraft. Guyuhan reminded David loudly. Guyuhan's words instantly made David more vigilant, and Kazuo Kawaguchi looked at Guyuhan with more doubts. Soon, Watanabe Jun's prayer-like ceremony was completed, and Watanabe Jun's body seemed to be filled with air, soaring nearly 1 meter. Especially the black heart on the chest, beating constantly, makes people look very chilly. Even if you become a real big devil, I'll kill you just as well. After David finished speaking, he put away the dragon-slaying sword and smashed it with a golden light fist. Watanabe Jun snorted coldly, and his body shot towards David in an instant. Chapter 1708. The fists of the two people collided instantly. At the moment when his fists met, David felt a huge force attacking. This force did not seem to be emanating from the human body at all, but more like it was emanating from the ground. David's body was blown out instantly, and then he smashed to the ground, directly smashing a deep pit on the ground. Seeing this, everyone took a deep breath, and Mr. Shi's face was a little ugly. No one would have imagined that Toshi Watanabe, who was about to die, could still use such terrifying sorcery. Seeing Mr. Shi's face, Kazuo Kawaguchi smiled lightly and said, "Mr. Sure, no one can survive under the devour of the gods and demons. This is the oldest witchcraft of the Watanabe family, but I don't know why this Watanabe was used to it." June has learned. You just said that this is a sparring and a life and death battle. If David is killed in a while, you are not allowed to intervene, otherwise you will not blame me. Kazuo Kawaguchi's eyes were filled with pride. It's uncertain who will live and who will die, just wait and see. Mr. Sure said lightly. At this time, David had slowly got up, looking at Jun Watanabe in front of him. His face showed a bit of excitement. "Today, I will use you to temper my body." After David finished speaking, he shot directly at that Watanabe Jun. Watanabe Jun is also not cowardly, and rushed up directly. The two of them didn't have other fancy moves, just hit hard and punched to the flesh. David's body was knocked out several times, but soon David will be rushing up. At this time, David is like an unbeatable Xiaoqiang. 10 minutes later, David turned out to be more and more brave, and the power in Watanabe Jun's body began to drain. This time, his face turned ugly into Kazuo Kawaguchi. He didn't expect that Watanabe Jun used the oldest witchcraft of the Watanabe family, but he still couldn't kill David. David's physical body is really too strong, and Kazuo Kawaguchi himself began to have some doubts. Even if he shot, can he kill David with one punch? "Okay, I won't play with you anymore." David sneered, and then his body began to be surrounded by golden light, followed by a golden dragon circling behind David, emitting bursts of dragon roars. After this golden dragon's blessing, David's aura also began to rise. "Look at my indestructible golden body." David's body began to glow with golden light, and then flickering scales covered his whole body. Soon, David stood in front of Watanabe Jun like a dragon-riding warrior. David's powerful body, coupled with the blessing of the indestructible golden body, instantly made David reach an indestructible level. Kazuo Kawaguchi looked at David with a deep surprise in his eyes. But Watanabe Jun relied on his own gods and demons, and he was not afraid of David at all, and punched David with a punch. Bang! Watanabe Jun's fist hit David's chest firmly. But this time, unlike the previous ones, David's body didn't move at all. Watanabe Jun's punch was like hitting a steel plate. This time, Watanabe Jun's face changed, and his eyes were incredible. He dedicated his life and soul, and even had no chance of reincarnation. In the end, he was not David's opponent. Just when Watanabe Jun was shocked, David smashed his fist at Watanabe Jun. Watanabe Jun's body was thrown high by a punch, and then fell to the ground. David's body also jumped up. Then he stepped on Watanabe Jun, and David stepped directly into Watanabe Jun's body to a depth of several meters underground. Watanabe Jun has no strength to fight back. Soon, Watanabe Jun's body was slowly enveloped by a black gas. When the black gas dissipated, Watanabe Jun's body disappeared, and not even a little residue was left. Chapter 1709. Mr. Chen is awesome. Mr. Chen is great. David, you are awesome, I love you. Watanabe Jun is dead, and everyone is cheering for David. Kazuo Kawaguchi's face is not to mention how ugly. Mr. Kawaguchi, as I said, it is uncertain who will live and who will die, but what kind of sorcery in your island country is really rubbish? Mr. Sure smiled lightly at Kazuo Kawaguchi. Kazuo Kawaguchi's face was cold, he waved his hand and said, "Mr. Sure, farewell." After that, Kazuo Kawaguchi didn't forget to look at Guyuhan. He wanted to remember the little girl in front of him. Kazuo Kawaguchi left, and Mr. Sure didn't stop. The reason why he came was to stop Kazuo Kawaguchi from taking action. If Kazuo Kawaguchi shot, David would definitely not be his opponent. David beheaded Jun Watanabe. In this battle, all the people who had wanted to step on David's position were hesitant. Originally, they wanted to take advantage of today to compete with David, but when they saw David's true strength, they all lost their minds. Especially that Zhu Hao. When he saw David, he didn't dare to look directly, he always felt embarrassed. On the same day, the news of David's killing of the island warriors was instantly spread in the martial arts forum. Coupled with the sect founded by David, Mr. Sure personally came to congratulate. This made David's status to an unprecedented height, and many people wanted to join Longmen. In just a few days, the development of the entire Dragon Gate has rapidly surpassed that of other sect families. This kind of development momentum is definitely the first in the entire martial arts world. In addition to David's personal star effect, there is a more important reason, that is, David intends to release resources, select talented people, and train them to become Wuho masters. The Dragon Gate is getting bigger and bigger. David knows that it is useless to rely on his own strength, only the overall strength of the Dragon Gate is improved. On this day, David called Long Xingshu in front of him. Xingshu, how's the development of Dragon Gate recently? David asked lightly. Brother David, there are thousands of Longmen disciples now. In the entire Kyoto martial arts world, no sect family can surpass us. Long Xingshu said with an excited expression. Although there are many people, how are their strengths? Can you pick out the people I asked you to choose? David asked. The strength is uneven, the highest is only the Great Wuzong, and there is no one in the Marquis realm. The candidates you asked me to choose have already been selected. Long Xingshu replied. David thought about it and was right. Wherever the realm of Wuho is placed, it is a hegemon. Who will join their sect and become a disciple who is controlled by others. Moreover, the Dragon Gate has just been established, and there is no future in sight, so it is understandable that there are no strong people to defect. Tell me about the Dragon Gate. I'll take you to a place after a while. I hope that when you come back, you can reach the peak of Wuho. David patted Long Xingshu on the shoulder and said. When Long Xingshu heard this, he was extremely excited. Brother David, I'll make arrangements now, don't worry. Long Xingshu left happily, to know the peak of Marquis Wu, that is a realm that Long Xingshu dared not even think about. After Long Xingshu left, Gu Linger entered David's room. Seeing that Gu Linger was coming, David waved and let Gu Linger sit in his arms. Didn't you go shopping with Xiaoru and the others today? David asked. Xiaomi is here, I want to invite you to sit at the Red Lotus Palace, we'll go with you. Gu Linger smiled slightly. Red Lotus Palace? Is it too far? David frowned slightly. In fact, he wanted to go too, but it was too far. What's the distance? Ji Rushue has already moved the Red Lotus Palace to Kyoto, in the valley on the outskirts. Gu Linger said. Chapter 1710. When David heard it, he suddenly remembered that Xiaomin had told him that Ji Rushue was going to move the Red Lotus Palace to Kyoto. Did not expect to act so quickly. Okay, let's go and see. David knew that Ji Rushue moved the Red Lotus Palace because of her, so he wanted to go there and see if Ji Rushue needed help. When David went out with Gu Linger, he found that Gu Yuhan, Xiaoru, and the others were also there, and they might want to go to the Red Lotus Palace together. The group followed Xiaomin towards the Red Lotus Palace. Ji Rushue chose the Red Lotus Palace in a place some distance away from the capital. It is a remote place, although it is a little inconvenient, it can still be at leisure. After all, the Red Lotus Palace is all women, so it is inevitable that some people will spy on it. After arriving at the place, David discovered that the conditions of the place chosen by the Red Lotus Palace were really difficult and some living facilities were not perfect. Moreover, there are significantly fewer people in the Red Lotus Palace, and many people are busy. Xiao Min, why are there so few people in your Red Lotus Palace? David asked in surprise. Many people didn't want to leave, so only these people followed. Xiaomin explained. There was an indescribable feeling on David's face. She knew that Ji Rushue did all this for him. But what can I give to Ji Rushue? When David saw Ji Rushue, he found that Ji Rushue's face was a little tired. You are here, please sit down. But after seeing David and the others, Ji Rushue still had a smile on her face. Sister Rushue, you are quite old, why don't you tell us anything, we can help. Gu Linger saw Ji Rushue's appearance and stepped forward and said. Sister Linger, I can handle this trivial matter myself. If it doesn't stand firm, I'll ask Xiaomin to invite you here. Ji Rushue smiled lightly. Well, we will also live here in the future. With you, we can help each other when we have something. Gu Linger nodded. This made David a little confused, and looked at Gulinger with a look of surprise. You also plan to live in the Red Lotus Palace? Yes, we have already agreed that when Sister Rushua moves in, we will all move in together. It's all girls here, and it's convenient. Gulinger nodded. You all live here? David still asked in disbelief. Nonsense, since we are here, of course we all live here. This is not for your convenience, you can see us all once you come. Xiaolan threw a wink at David and said, if you look at it this way, wouldn't this Red Lotus Palace become Brother David's harem, and then Brother David will be treated like an emperor? Xiaoru chuckled. David blushed suddenly, looking very embarrassed. When several girls saw this, they all burst into laughter, and the vicissitudes on Ji Rushua's face were also swept away. David didn't stay in the Red Lotus Palace for a long time. Immediately after returning, he arranged for Long Xingshu to send someone to the Red Lotus Palace to help the construction of the Red Lotus Palace. And the Red Lotus Palace also announced the merger of the Dragon Gate for the first time. In this way, the Red Lotus Palace has really become David's harem. Just when David was vigorously developing Longmen, Ningxi was being soaked in a big pool full of black water in the Martial Arts Alliance. At this time, Ningxi's face was hideous, and it seemed that he was suffering great pain. Ningxi's body was constantly emitting black mist, and the water in the pool was boiling. Ningxi gritted his teeth, and the veins on his forehead were popping out. As long as you persist for 49 days, your physical body can be tempered successfully. The reason why you can't fight against David is because David's physical body is too strong. You also need to temper your own physical body. Daning can take out the rotten bone fluid to temper your body, which shows that Daning attaches great importance to you. The soul in Ningxi said. Don't worry, senior, I will persevere. Ningxi gritted his teeth, and then shouted angrily. The black water in the pool boiled even more. Chapter 17:11. In Daxia, on an extremely desolate road, a black car was driving fast. It was Kazuo Kawaguchi and two other messengers sitting in the car. At this time, they had already boarded the plane back home. Watanabe Jun was beaten to death by David, so there is no need for their messengers to stay. It's just that after a few people bought air tickets, a golden cicada came to escape and did not return to China. Kawaguchi-sama, where are we going? A messenger asked at this time. Drive, don't ask questions. Kazuo Kawaguchi closed his eyes slightly and said lightly. The messenger didn't dare to speak, but kept driving, and when there was no one inhabited and there were no roads, the car stopped. Kazuo Kawaguchi got off the car and looked at the majestic mountains and the boundless virgin jungle, with a faint smile on his face. It's been more than 20 years, I didn't expect that I would have a chance to come back. After speaking, Kazuo Kawaguchi plunged into the primeval forest, and the two messengers followed closely behind him. After walking for more than half an hour, Kazuo Kawaguchi and the others suddenly stopped, and then with a wave of their palms, two figures appeared directly in front of the originally empty eyes. These two figures quickly threw out the weapons in their hands, straight go to Kazuo Kawaguchi. However, the weapon was easily caught by Kazuo Kawaguchi and then dropped on the ground. The two figures were stunned for a moment, and after looking at each other, their figures disappeared out of thin air. But Kazuo Kawaguchi waved his hand again, and the two figures appeared again. A bunch of pig-like idiots, the checkpoints haven't changed for 20 years. Kazuo Kawaguchi said angrily. As soon as the two figures heard it, their figures became more and more obvious. I saw two samurai wearing black samurai uniforms and holding samurai swords, looking at Kazuo Kawaguchi and the others in confusion. When the two messengers behind Kazuo Kawaguchi saw this, their eyes widened. They didn't expect that there would even be warriors from their island country appearing on Daxia's territory. Who are you? One of the samurai asked. Let Onojiro come to see me, this idiot. Kazuo Kawaguchi said with a cold face. When the two samurai heard this, they were all surprised, and then one of them turned around and ran away quickly. Soon, the samurai came in a hurry with a middle-aged man. When the middle-aged man saw Kazuo Kawaguchi, he was shocked and quickly stepped forward and said, "We welcome Lord Kawaguchi. I wonder why Lord Kawaguchi came here suddenly." Is there any new order from the headquarters? Kazuo Kawaguchi looked at Jiro Ono in front of him, and he stepped forward and slapped him twice. Ono Jiro didn't dare to say anything, he could only keep on hi. You idiot, like a pig, the checkpoint is not flexible, and you send this kind of rubbish on duty. Did you let the door get caught? Kazuo Kawaguchi cursed. Lord Kawaguchi, we have never been exposed here over the years, and no one has ever been here. Ono Jiro explained. Idiot, can you relax your vigilance without ever being exposed? Kazuo Kawaguchi shot again and slapped a few times. Ono Jiro's face was flushed red, and he didn't dare to speak. Soon, Kazuo Kawaguchi and the others were taken into a cave. The cave was extremely wide, and there were all living facilities in it. All the people living in it are island warriors, and they all have a good atmosphere. This made the two messengers stare blankly. You all leave. Kazuo Kawaguchi waved his hand, and everyone retreated, only Ono Jiro remained in the room. Lord Kawaguchi, is there an order from the headquarters? For so many years, we have been living in seclusion here, and we are all suffocated. After everyone went out, Ono Jiro said hurriedly. Chapter 17:12. There is no order, I just come to inspect and see if you are slack. As a nail in Dacia, you must always be vigilant. Kazuo Kawaguchi taught a lesson. Hey, Kawaguchi-sama is right. Ono Jiro said. In a few days, I will bring a woman over, you have to take care of me. Kazuo Kawaguchi said. Women? Ono Jiro was taken aback for a moment. Lord Kawaguchi, according to our regulations, women or people from Dacia are never allowed to enter. I know this rule, but this woman is very important to us. I can't bring her back to the island country, I can only bring her here for research. Kazuo Kawaguchi narrowed his eyes slightly. What kind of woman is it that makes Lord Kawaguchi so concerned? Ono Jiro asked curiously. Baga, Kazuo Kawaguchi frowned, you are not qualified to ask these questions. Understood. Ono Jiro nodded again and again. Kazuo Kawaguchi stayed at the secret base for only one day and left quickly. But this time, he was the only one left. Kyoto, Dragon Gate. There are more than a dozen people standing on the square. These people have different strengths, but they are full of energy and energy. Brother David, according to your request, only these people will be selected for the time being. Long Xingshu said to David. David nodded slightly, the soldiers are precious, and there are not many. Have you explained clearly what you should explain? It's all explained. Long Xingshu said. Okay, then we'll set off now. When we return, I hope you can reach the peak of Marquis. David patted Long Xingshu on the shoulder. Brother David, what is the place that can make people practice so fast? Long Xingshu asked curiously. You'll know when you go. David smiled faintly. Soon, David took these people straight to Penglai Island. There is also the stone statue of the Gore Fiend on Penglai Island. It contains infinite spiritual power. If it is absorbed, everyone's cultivation speed will definitely speed up. David decided to let these talented people step into the world of cultivating immortals. Although the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is depleted, it will suppress the cultivators, but David himself is not suppressed by the world at all, so he plans to use his blood to let these people step into the world of immortal cultivation, so that they will not be suppressed by the secular world. In the near future, if the spiritual energy recovers, the gods and demons will reappear, and the martial arts world will begin to be lonely. If David wants to gain the upper hand, he must start at this time. This is why David asked Long Xingshu to provoke people with extraordinary talents, and it was impossible to bring everyone from Longmen into the world of immortality on a large scale. David was not capable of that. When David brought everyone to Penglai Island, everyone felt the novelty. Brother David, is this the Penglai Island? It's like a fairyland. Long Xingshu also sighed. And that Du Nan, after knowing that David was coming, immediately brought people to greet him, welcomed David into the palace, and sat on the throne. Du Nan, during this time, has the stone statue changed? David asked Du Nan. Back to Mr. Chen, the stone statue is not moving, but every night, there will be a lot of dew on the stone statue. I don't know why. Dunan replied. Condensation of dew in the middle of the night? Is it related to the wet weather? David frowned slightly. No, the weather was like this before, but this has never happened on the stone statue. Dunan shook his head. This is strange. When it's late at night, take me to see it. David really wanted to go and see what was going on. After he finished speaking, he said to Long Xingshu and the others, "You all go to rest, familiarize yourself with the environment in the past few days, and I will teach you in a few days." A new practice. Chapter 17:13. Long Xingshu took people away, but David did not rest, but used his own blood to start refining medicinal pills. As long as these people took this medicinal pill, they would not be restricted by the world. Until midnight, Dunan found David, and then the two walked towards the back of the palace. The forbidden area behind the palace is still in ruins, maintaining its original appearance. David looked at the scenes in front of him and remembered the scene of this battle again. The stone statue lay down on the ground, and it has long lost its original majesty. Soon, when the time came, I saw a faint light emitting from the stone statue, and then I saw drops of crystal dew emerging from the stone statue. David stepped forward and touched it lightly with his hand. The dewdrop was instantly absorbed by David, and a refreshing feeling hit David, which made David feel very comfortable. These dewdrops contain a lot of spiritual energy, don't waste it, send someone to collect it. David ordered to Dunan. Although David doesn't know why the statue is like this, but these dewdrops contain a lot of spiritual energy, this is a fact. In the next few days, Long Xingshu led people to get acquainted with the environment of Penglai Island, which can be regarded as letting everyone relax. And David is diligently refining medicinal pills. Finally, the refining of blood red elixir was completed, and these were all elixir with the blood of David. David summoned Long Xingshu and the others, and then ordered the pills to be taken. Looking at the blood red elixir and the disgusting bloody smell, it is really hard to swallow. However, no one dared to disobey David's orders, and they swallowed them all. When the medicinal pill entered the body, everyone only felt a warm current flowing through the whole body, and the meridians and even the blood seemed to be changing. Immediately after that, David's consciousness instantly covered everyone's consciousness, and a series of exercises were introduced into the minds of these people. From now on, you have to forget the previous exercises and focus on the new exercises. If you have any difficulties in the middle, you can ask me at any time. David said to the people in front of him. As ordered. These people were all excited, and then began to practice under the arrangement of David. When these people were cultivating, David was not idle, he stayed in front of the stone statue all day, absorbing the spiritual power in the stone statue. And the stone statue emits aura every night, condensing into dewdrops, and David asked Dunan to collect these dewdrops and send them to Long Xingshu. In this way, these people spend their days on Penglai Island. On the other side of the capital, even if David is not there, the entire martial arts world is peaceful, and no one dares to trouble Long Men. As for Gu Linger and the others, they lived very comfortably in the Red Lotus Palace. A group of girls together, talking and laughing, very happy. These people especially like to listen to Gu Yuhan tell some strange things in the past. However, they didn't know that what Gu Yuhan said was from personal experience, not from hearing about it. At noon, several girls gathered for dinner again. Why don't you see Sister Yuhan today? I'm still waiting for her to talk about the ascension of immortals. Xiaoru looked over and found that Gu Yuhan was not there, so she asked. Maybe something happened. We won't wait for her anymore. I always feel that Sister Yuhan is mysterious sometimes. Gu Linger said. Everyone didn't care, and started to eat. But I don't know, at this time, Gu Yuhan was already in a car that was speeding away from Kyoto. Gu Yuhan's eyes were tightly closed, and his face was also very ugly. And it was Kazuo Kawaguchi who was driving. At midnight, Kazuo Kawaguchi stopped the car, and then took Gu Yuhan and walked towards the dense forest. At this time, Gu Yuhan was already sober, looking at Kazuo Kawaguchi in front of him, he did not panic. Kazuo Kawaguchi took Guyuhan to the secret base all the time, and he was relieved. Chapter 1714. When Onojiro saw Kawaguchi coming back, he quickly asked, "Lord Kawaguchi, where is this woman going to be locked up?" "Damn, this woman is very powerful, she should be sent to a Class A cell," Kazuo Kawaguchi said. Onojiro nodded, and then sent someone to hold Guyuhan down. And Kazuo Kawaguchi took off his shirt, and a shocking wound appeared on his shoulder. Looking at the wound on his body, Kazuo Kawaguchi's eyes showed a fierce look. After simply treating the wound, Kazuo Kawaguchi walked towards the cell, and then waved at Jiro Ono. "You all go out, I have something to say to the little girl." Kazuo Kawaguchi walked to the cell, which was wrapped in a formation that could suppress the strength of the people locked inside. However, facing Kazuo Kawaguchi, Guyuhan did not panic at all. "Who are you? Why do you know the secret sorcery thousands of years ago? Are you reborn or possessed by a soul?" Kazuo Kawaguchi asked Guyuhan. Guyuhan showed a trace of disdain. "I won't tell you what my identity is, you can investigate it yourself if you have the ability." Kazuo Kawaguchi's eyes narrowed slightly, and a sense of consciousness instantly enveloped Guyuhan. But just as this divine sense entered Guyuhan's body, it was immediately cut off by a force in Guyuhan's body. Kazuo Kawaguchi was startled, and his body quickly retreated. Your strength has not been suppressed?" Guyuhan raised the corner of his mouth. "Just your little tricks, in my eyes, you're nothing more than ants." Guyuhan's body is the soul of a saint from the Gwanghon Palace thousands of years ago. It is a joke that Kazuo Kawaguchi wants to enter his spiritual consciousness into Guyuhan's body. If it is not suppressed by the power of heaven and earth, the strength of the saint can only be used half. How could it be caught by Kazuo Kawaguchi? But Guyuhan is not afraid. Even if Kazuo Kawaguchi catches her, it will not be so easy to kill her. Kazuo Kawaguchi stared at Guyuhan, and finally turned around helplessly and walked out. "Let me watch her, don't let her run away, and no one else is allowed to touch her, otherwise you will eat the bitter fruit," Kazuo Kawaguchi told Onojiro. He intends to go back and invite the Soul Search Master to come over. Kazuo Kawaguchi knew that there must be a very powerful soul living in Guyuhan's body. And this soul is likely to exist for thousands of years. This kind of powerful soul, he has no way to surrender, he can only go back and ask for help. Soon, Kazuo Kawaguchi took people away from Dacia and returned to the island country. The disappearance of Guyuhan made Gulinger and Ji Rushua anxious. "It's been a long time, but I still can't find Guyuhan's figure." After knowing that Guyuhan was missing, the entire Longmen was looking for it, including the Gu family who did their best. It's just that no one knows Guyuhan's true identity, and there is no way to start. Gu Fuhai knew, but he couldn't say it, and he didn't dare to report to the clan elder. It seems that this matter can only be handled by David. At this time, David is rapidly absorbing the spiritual power in the stone statue. David didn't know why. The resistance force in the original stone statue disappeared completely, and now this stone statue has become a resource for David and those Longmen disciples. In just 10 days, David's strength has directly stepped into the realm of the third-rank Great Marquis, but no matter how David cultivates in the future, he can't feel the increase in strength. It seems that the spiritual power in this stone statue is not enough to support cultivation. David slowly opened his eyes. When he saw the stone statue in front of him, the whole person was a little stunned. He saw that the stone statue was covered with dense cracks, as if it would collapse at any time. Chapter 1715. It seems that this stone statue won't last long. I don't know if it can support them until they break through the realm of Marquis. David got up and walked out of the forbidden area. Mr. Chen. Seeing David walking out of the forbidden area, Dunan quickly stepped forward respectfully. How about other people's cultivation? Will there still be dewdrops on the stone statue every night? David asked Dunan. Others are cultivating steadily, and the dewdrops produced by the stone statues have increased significantly in recent days. Dunan replied. David nodded, and then checked Long Xingshu's cultivation. David was quite satisfied with the progress of these people's cultivation. But just when David walked out of the palace and was about to wander around, he suddenly shook his head and frowned instantly. Broken. David secretly screamed that it was not good, and after explaining a few words to Du Nan, he immediately rushed back to Kyoto. There is a certain connection between Gu Yuhan and David. When he was in the Gu family, Gu Tsangxing asked David to plant a spiritual consciousness in Gu Yuhan's body in order to make Gu Yuhan follow David at all times. Although Gu Yuhan has a saintess soul in her body, she doesn't need to follow David closely, but that divine sense still has a connection with David. Now that Gu Yuhan was detained, David felt it instantly after he came out. Back in Kyoto, after seeing David, Gu Linger and the others immediately surrounded him. A group of girls chatted with David. Okay, needless to say, I already know. David waved his hand, then left the Red Lotus Palace and went to the Gu family. He wants to know that Gu Fuhai asks to understand, Gu Linger and the other women, some things are unclear. At this time, Gu Fuhai was already like an ant on a hot pot, but he knew Gu Yuhan's identity. Dad, David is here. Just when Gu Fuhai looked anxious, Gu Jiai pushed the door open and said to Gu Fuhai. Hearing that David was coming, Gu Fuhai quickly ran out of the door to greet him. Mr. Chen, you are back, Gu. Before Gu Fuhai could finish speaking, David waved his hand and said, I see, let's chat in the room. Gu Fuhai nodded, then said to Gu Jiai, Jiai, send someone to watch over the door, no one is allowed to enter. After speaking, Gu Fuhai followed David into the room, and then closed the door. Afraid of being unsafe, Gu Fuhai waved his palm, and a piece of space magic instantly enveloped the two of them. Patriarch Gu, what's going on with Gu Yuhan? How could such a big man suddenly disappear? And her strength is not weak, it is logically impossible for anyone to attack her, but I feel that she is in danger. David asked Gu Fuhai. Mr. Chen, I don't know either. I was informed by Miss Linger that the eldest miss was missing. I don't even know how to explain it to the clan elder. Gu Fuhai looked frustrated. Patriarch Gu, don't worry, now Gu Yuhan is not in danger. I can feel that she is being controlled, but I can't sense the exact location. Is there any way for your Gu family to know where Gu Yuhan is now, so that we can save her? When David looked for Gu Fuhai, he just wanted to know the location of Gu Yuhan. Although David left a spiritual sense on Gu Yuhan, he couldn't sense Gu Yuhan's position. I don't know either. Even if there is a way, only the clan elders know. Gu Fuhai said. Then take me to the secret realm immediately, and ask the old Gu clan. You can't waste time. David was afraid that the longer the time dragged on, Gu Yuhan's life would be in danger. You must know that if Gu Yuhan is in danger, not only Gu Yuhan's life will be lost, but the saintess soul in her body will also perish. Chapter 17:16. Originally, the Holy Maiden's soul was already very weak. Without the protection of the flesh, under the suppression of the power of heaven and earth, it would definitely not survive. It is good. Gu Fuhai directly activated the space technique, and disappeared instantly with David. When the two arrived at the Gu family land, they found that Gu Tsangxing was talking with an old man. Knowing that David was coming, Gu Tsangxing hurriedly got up and went out to greet him, which shocked the old man. The dignified old Gu family went out to welcome guests. Even if he came, he had never been treated like this. With doubts, the old man also followed out. Mr. Chen. Gu Tsangxing hurried forward and respectfully shouted after David. Old Gu clan, I have something to look for you, so I took the liberty to come here. David said. What's the matter with Mr. Chen, let's talk inside. Gu Tsangxing hurriedly invited David into the room. And the old man looked surprised when Gu Tsangxing went out to greet a young man. Lao Gu, who is this person? How can you be so respectful? The old man asked Gu Tsangxing. This is Mr. David Chen. After Gu Tsangxing finished speaking, he said to David, Mr. Chen, this is Jiang Wuya, the owner of Tianlula. Hello, Mr. Jiang. David nodded towards Jiang Wuya. Jiang Wuya looked at David in shock, and then said excitedly, You are the one who founded the Dragon Gate, fought with the Martial Arts Alliance, and killed the Watanabe family in the island country? David was stunned for a moment, his face full of surprise. He didn't understand how Jiang Wuya was in a secret realm. How could he know his own situation so well? Mr. Chen, the representative family of Tianlulu in the secular world is the Jiang family, then Jiang Wei is a person from Tianlulu. At this time, Gu Fuhai went to the sea and explained to David. When David heard it, he suddenly realized that everything was what Jiang Wei said. Moreover, it seemed that the Gu family had a good relationship with Tianlulu, so it was no wonder that when Jiang Wei met him for the first time, he was not full of hostility like the others. What the landlord said is not worth mentioning. David smiled slightly. It's really young and promising. Jiang Wuya's eyes were full of envy. Mr. Jiang has won the prize. I have something to ask Mr. Gu, I'm sorry. David apologized. You talk. Jiang Wuya went to the side very wisely. Gu Songsheng waved lightly, a closed space appeared, and then said to David, Mr. Chen, why are you looking for me in such a hurry? David directly told Gu Songsheng about Gu Yuhan's disappearance, and even said that Gu Yuhan was possessed by the Holy Maiden's soul. After all, it was always wrong to hide this from Gu Songsheng. When Gu Songsheng heard that Gu Yuhan was missing, he was immediately anxious. As for being possessed by the Holy Maiden's soul, that's nothing. When Gu Yuhan's soul returns to its place, the Holy Maiden's soul in her body will just leave. Old Gu clan, is there any way you can locate Gu Yuhan's exact location so that I can save her? David came to Gu Songsheng just to know the location of Gu Yuhan. Gu Songsheng frowned. It is too difficult for us to locate Yuhan's position, but if there is a master of spells, it is not difficult, they only need to draw a tracking symbol and sense the other party's breath, then they will be able to find someone. It's just that the spell has already decayed now, and there are very few people who know it. I don't know where to find the spell master. When David heard Gu Songsheng's words, his eyes suddenly lit up and said, by the way, I know who can draw the tracking talisman. David immediately thought of Humatzi. When Zhu Zhishan tracked David, he asked Humatzi to draw a tracer, which made David unable to escape Zhu Zhishan's pursuit no matter how he fled. Chapter 17:17. Thinking of this, David was a little excited, and anxiously wanted to leave to find Humatzi. Seeing David's fiery look, Jiang Wuya immediately stepped forward and said, Brother David, did you encounter difficulties? If you encounter difficulties, I can ask the Jiang family to contribute, it's all my own, you don't have to be polite. Jiang Wuya showed a strong interest in David, and it seemed that he wanted to win over David. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for your kindness. It's a personal matter. If necessary, I will go to the Jiang family. David said gratefully. Okay, I will send someone to inform the Jiang family, as long as you speak, they must obey. Jiang Wuya smiled. After David said goodbye to Jiang Wuya and Gu Songsheng, he followed Gu Fuhai back to Kyoto, while David hurried non-stop towards Baihai City. It is estimated that the sesame seeds are still in Wenri Township. When David arrived at Shin's house, Humatzi was indeed surrounded by two beauties, and Humatzi's face was not very good. David can see at a glance that this is caused by excessive indulgence. David, why are you here? Seeing David, Humatzi waved the two beauties away and asked in surprise. If I don't come, it is estimated that you will die in Wenri Township. Look at the way you are now, you have no energy at all. David glanced at the Humatzi helplessly. Humatzi smiled and said, you don't understand, I'm also cultivating. You came here suddenly, do you have something to do with me? Humatzi got up and moved his muscles and said. I want you to spend me some tracers. David said. Fguk, the flower tracking talisman is very mana-consuming, who are you tracking? Humatzi asked. Gu Yuhan, she's missing. David replied. What? That girl can still be missing, is she lost? After all, it was different thousands of years ago. Humatzi knew that Gu Yuhan's body was a soul that had lived for thousands of years. No, I can feel she's locked up and in danger, but I can't find her exact location. David said with a serious face. Seeing David being so serious, Humatzi also put away his smile and frowned slightly. That girl is very strong, and the person who can take her away is definitely not an ordinary person. Do you have something with her breath? To draw a tracking symbol, Humatsi must have the breath of the other party's body, otherwise how to track it? I brought. With that said, David took out Guyuhan's underwear. When Humatsi saw it, he was stunned for a moment. He swallowed and said, "Damn, you took these things on purpose to prevent me from drawing talismans with peace of mind? I just feel that she has the strongest breath on this dress." David didn't think about it that much at the time. He went to the Red Lotus Palace and brought Guyuhan's underwear. "Okay, give me the stuff." Humatsi took the clothes, then put them on the table, then took out a yellow talisman, and said something in his mouth. Suddenly, the yellow talisman burst into flames, followed by Guyuhan's clothes, and bursts of blue smoke rose up. As the runes burned to ashes, Humatsi frowned tightly. "Why so far?" "What? Do you know where Guyuhan is?" David asked. Humatsi nodded. "Yes, follow me." After speaking, Humatsi's figure disappeared in a flash, and David followed closely. The two of them each cast their own spells and moved forward rapidly. Every time a certain distance passed, Humatsi would take out a tracking talisman and burn it to determine the exact position of Guyuhan. Soon David followed Humatsi to the inaccessible jungle. "Master Hu, you can't be wrong. How can people be caught here?" David looked at the desolate jungle around him, feeling a little unbelievable. Chapter 17-18. "Don't worry, it's not wrong. Do you still doubt me?" Humatsi glanced at David. "No, don't doubt." David smiled awkwardly, and then the two entered the jungle. David followed Humatsi for more than half an hour, when David stopped suddenly, and directly held Humatsi. "What's wrong?" Humatsi turned around and asked. David made a silent motion, signaling Humatsi not to speak, and then a line of consciousness slowly spread out. Soon, David discovered that in the jungle in front, there were two people who directly integrated themselves into the jungle. If you don't need to detect it, it is difficult to find it. "Ninja?" David frowned slightly. He didn't expect that in such a place. How could two ninjas from the island country suddenly appear? And the ninjutsu of these two people is very powerful. If David had not noticed a breath in advance, I am afraid that they would have been deceived by these two people. David winked at Humatsi, and then the two pretended not to know anything and started walking forward. When the two ninjas saw David and Humatsi, they were all surprised, because very few people came here. The two ninjas looked at each other, then flashed, and suddenly appeared behind David and Humatsi, and then two samurai knives were placed on David and Humatsi's necks. "You two, what are you doing?" A ninja questioned David and Humatsi. The two were already mentally prepared. David reached out and grabbed the short knife, and with a slight force, the short knife broke directly. The ninja was startled. He waved his hands suddenly, and a handful of white powder went towards David. This is a move that their ninjas can use. If they encounter an enemy stronger than themselves, they will use the ecstasy to escape. It's just that their fascination has no effect on David. David sneered, then stepped out one step, and directly picked up the ninja. Seeing this, another ninja waved the short knife in his hand, trying to chop off Humatsi's head. "Damn, thought I was easy to bully." Humatsi's face froze, and then he flashed away, and then instantly threw out 3 spells in his hand. The 3 charms burned, turned into 3 fireballs, and went straight to the ninja. The ninja couldn't dodge in time, and his body was directly set on fire. The severe pain caused the ninja to keep rolling on the ground, trying to put out the fire. But Humatsi is a real fire. How can it be put out so easily? In this way, the ninja was burned alive and turned into a coke. This tragic scene was seen by another ninja, and his body kept shaking. He struggled desperately, but found that he couldn't use his strength at all, as if the strength in his body was sealed. "Who are you? Why are you here? Did you catch a girl?" David asked the ninja. "I don't know, we're just lost here." The ninja shook his head and said. Seeing this, David slapped him. "Do you take us for fools?" The ninja was slapped, stopped talking, and shut his mouth tightly. "David, look at me. I will use the bone-biting talisman to make his life worse than death. See if he opens his mouth." Humatsi said, took out a yellow talisman, and then quickly drew on it. Seeing this, the ninja suddenly gritted his teeth, and then his eyes widened, and a mouthful of black blood spurted out. Seeing that the ninja committed suicide by taking poison, David frowned slightly. It seems that these guys are not simple, the discipline is very strict. Since they committed suicide by taking poison, they will not say anything. David threw away the ninja's body at will, and said to Humatsi, Master Hu, let's go, be careful later. Chapter 17:19. Humatsi nodded, and then the two walked forward cautiously. At the same time, David's consciousness spread, and he began to search around. As long as there were ninjas around, he could find it immediately. At the same time, in the cave, Jiro Ono was looking at Guyuhan in front of him. Looking at Guyuhan's beauty, Jiro felt a little thirsty in his heart. It's just that because of Kazuo Kawaguchi's advice, Jiro Ono didn't dare to do anything to Guyuhan. Just as Jiro got up, suddenly a sense of consciousness was sensed by him. Someone broke in. Jiro's face changed, and he immediately ordered loudly, quick, someone broke in. One group met the enemy, and the others closed the camp. Soon, more than a dozen warriors in black hurriedly rushed out, and at this time, the entrance of the cave began to make a creaking sound, and the entrance of the cave was quickly closed, and the whole mountain merged into one, and could not be seen at all. Master Hu, there are more than a dozen people here. David reminded Humatsi. I feel it, they are all a group of great martial arts, not even a martial marquis, garbage. Humatsi said disdainfully. These people are handed over to you, can you deal with them? David looked at Humatsi. Damn, look down on me. Humatsi said, chanting words in his mouth, and then the whole person instantly turned into the ninja who was just killed. I transformed into this appearance, and gave them a surprise. Humatsi smiled at David. David almost forgot that Humatsi had learned the transformation spell and passed it on to him. Then, let's watch your performance. David smiled lightly, followed by a vertical motion, hiding in the tree, and completely hiding his breath. Humatsi pretended to be injured and started to walk forward, and was soon followed by more than a dozen samurai oncoming. What's the situation? Asked one of the leading group leaders among the samurai. Someone broke in and killed our people. Humatsi looked weak and pale. Baga, dare someone break into our camp, damn it. You follow, and I'll kill the intruder. The group leader roared, and then continued to walk forward with those samurai. Humatsi followed behind and patted the last samurai on the shoulder. What's up? The samurai asked back. But when he just turned around, what he saw was a dazzling dagger. He saw a flash of white light, and the warrior's neck was instantly cut open. Before he could make any noise, the samurai went directly to see Hades. As soon as Humatsi stretched out his hand, he supported the warrior's body and let him slowly fall to the ground, so as not to disturb the people in front of him. Humatsi moved cleanly and neatly, and the people in front didn't even notice it at all. And Humatsi now looks like their own people, no one will be wary of him at all. In this way, Humatsi used the same technique to kill several warriors one after another, and David, who was hiding in the tree, almost laughed out loud. At the end, the team leader was still walking forward cautiously, holding one hand on the samurai sword, ready to attack at any time. After walking a distance, no intruder was seen. The team leader frowned slightly. We will search separately, you. The team leader turned around and was about to give an order, but found that there was nothing behind him. Except for Humatsi, there was no one else. The group leader was surprised. Where are they? Humatsi shook his head. I don't know. At this moment, the team leader's gaze towards Humatsi changed a bit, and then he suddenly pulled back. Who the hell are you? Chapter 17:20. When Humatsi saw that the stuffing was revealed, he laughed and changed back to his original appearance. David also jumped down from the tree at this moment and said to Humatsi, Master Hu, this transformation spell is really good, but it's a pity that it can't change the breath. If it can, no one can tell it. A more powerful spell, you haven't seen it yet. Humatsi said proudly. Seeing that David was chatting with Humatsi, the group leader ignored him. He was furious and pulled out his samurai sword, roaring and waving at David and Humatsi. David just grabbed it casually, grabbed the samurai sword directly, and then with a little force, the samurai sword broke instantly. When the group leader saw this, he was instantly stunned. At this time, he realized that he followed David and their strength gap. The team leader turned around and wanted to run, but David slapped it into meat. The last guy, don't leave it to me, let me have a lot of fun. Humatsi looked at the team leader who was shot to death by David, and said with a pity. There's no time to delay, let's go quickly. David rushed forward quickly, and Humatsi followed closely behind. The two quickly arrived at the foot of the mountain. Looking at the unmarked peak, the corner of Ling Feng's mouth raised slightly. Those guys thought that if they disguised the entrance of the hole, David would not be able to find it. Just now, David's consciousness has already locked their position. Looking at the mountain in front of him, David's fist began to flash with golden light. Immediately followed by a punch. Boom! The entire mountain was shaking, and the hole in front of him was instantly blasted open. What happened? Ono Jiro looked shocked, the whole cave was shaking constantly. Captain Ono, someone broke in. A subordinate rushed to report. Quick, start the magic circle. Ono Jiro ordered loudly. As for David at this moment, Gyuhan's familiar aura was felt the moment the hole opened. It's in there. David and Humatsi quickly ran towards the cave. But just ran into the cave not too far, I saw dozens of white rays of light shining towards them. Immediately afterwards, these rays of light were woven into a large net, and I saw David and Humatsi shrouded in it. At the same time, Jiro Ono led someone directly over and surrounded David and the others. Who are you? How did you find this place? Ono Jiro asked. We are your ancestors. I found this broken place with a little magic. Hurry up and let go of the girl you caught, or you will look good. David said to the Ono Jiro. It turns out that you are here to find the girl, but it is useless for you to come. No one can save the people who enter here. Jiro Ono's face is full of confidence. Now that David and the others are bound by the magic circle, Jiro Ono is not afraid at all. Who caught her? Anyway, with your ability, it's impossible to catch that girl. David asked Jiro Ono. Ono Jiro himself is only a marquis, how could it be possible to capture Gyuhan? Although Gyuhan's strength is suppressed, he can also exert the strength of the Great Wuho, which is not comparable to Ono Jiro. Now that you know who caught it, what can you do? Soon you will all be dead. Ono Jiro smiled coldly and didn't say anything at all. Why, we are all prisoners, you dare not say it. Did your master tell you? David looked at Jiro Ono with a mocking expression. He was deliberately angering Jiro Ono, and David wanted to know who could arrest Gyuhan. When David saw these island warriors, he actually had a guess in his heart, but he wanted to verify whether his guess was correct. Chapter 1721. What can I tell you? That girl was caught by Kawaguchi-sama, it seems that the girl has some secrets. Ono Jiro said without warning. Anyway, David and the others will die soon, so it's okay to tell them. It really is Kazuo Kawaguchi, and he is the only one who can capture Gyuhan here. David's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a cold glow in his eyes. Why are you islanders setting up bases here? David asked Jiro Ono. These island warriors must have an intention to secretly build a base in the place of Dacia. David wants to ask, what exactly are these people trying to do? Only this time Ono Jiro didn't say anything, but said coldly, when death is imminent, I still want to inquire about so many things. Kill them for me. Ono Jiro ordered loudly. He always felt that David was deliberately trying to trick him. Several samurai, holding samurai swords, stabbed David and Humatsi. Seeing this, Humatsi hurriedly shouted, David, you are strong in body and are not afraid of swords and guns, but I can't, you have broken this formation. Humatsi knew that David would definitely be able to break this formation. Break open? What are you kidding me? This is the formation that was set up by the envoy of our spiritual cauldron spiritual sect. How could you break it? As soon as Ono Jiro finished speaking, he saw a sudden burst of golden light from David. the terrifying aura swept out, and the few warriors who had rushed towards them were instantly blown to the ground by the terrifying aura. And the net made up of dozens of rays of light instantly turned into nothingness. You, Onojiro looked surprised. You turned out to be the great Marquis. Onojiro's face was extremely ugly. Master Hu, how about this little head for you, and this little head for me? David said to Humatsi. No problem. Humatsi nodded. I saw David step out, and the terrifying aura erupted from his body. After feeling the aura on David's body, Jiro Ono turned around and ran. You still want to run? David sneered and chased after him. Seeing this, Jiro Ono suddenly slapped his palm backwards, and several boulders went straight towards David. David just punched it out, and those boulders instantly turned into powder. And David's punch continued unabated, smashing Onojiro's chest fiercely. Onojiro's rib was broken, and blood spurted out from his mouth. Onojiro did not dare to stop, and his body quickly escaped again. David chased after him unhurriedly, because he knew that Jiro Ono would definitely lead him to find Gyuhan. But Jiro Ono is not stupid. Of course he knew David's intentions, and he didn't take David to the place where Gyuhan was imprisoned. The cave where Onojiro escaped is getting narrower and narrower, and it also has an eerie atmosphere. Just as Onojiro was running in front of him, he suddenly slapped his palm towards a stone wall, and golden light blazing out from both sides in an instant. Because of the small opening of the hole, David had no room to dodge at all. A streak of golden light hit David. Onojiro stopped with a sneer. But when the golden light hit David, David didn't move at all, and he didn't have the slightest scar on his body. That streak of golden light seemed to be empty. Onojiro was stunned. Originally, David was brought here, and the engine was turned off to kill David, but he didn't want David's body to be so powerful. Where else do you want to run? David looked at the Onojiro coldly, and then threw a punch, and the terrifying fist style directly knocked the Onojiro out. Chapter 1722. Onojiro looked at David. He knew that he was in front of David, that was an ant, and he had no power to fight back. Where is the girl you caught? David asked Jiro Ono. Boy, come with you if you have the ability. Onojiro's eyes flashed coldly, and he gritted his teeth, as if he was making a decision. David followed behind Jiro Ono, and as he continued to deepen, the terrifying and bloody atmosphere became stronger and stronger. Soon, David found that the originally dry stone wall was getting wet, and the ground was wet. When he reached a stone gate, Jiro Ono stopped and looked at the stone gate in front of him, as if hesitating. Looking at David who was approaching from behind, Jiro Ono suddenly pushed open the stone gate and walked in. David didn't hesitate and went in directly. But when David walked into Sherman, he realized that there was a very wide hall behind it. And there is a circular altar in the middle of the hall, a big spider in the middle keeps spitting silk threads, and around the big spider, there is a cage of rays of light. On the stone wall of the hall, there is actually a silkworm chrysalis-like thing. These things are attached to the stone wall and are covered with silk threads. David didn't expect that there is a monster here, but looking at the size of the spider and the breath it exudes, it's obviously a high-level monster. It is estimated that the strength is in the Marquis of Wu or the Marquis of Great Wu. It is necessary to know that the monsters are much stronger than humans with the same strength. Boy, you really dare to follow me. If I release this spider beast, you will surely die. Onojiro threatened David. Stop talking nonsense, you should let it out. If I guessed correctly, this big spider probably won't listen to you, right? If you let it out, the first thing he eats will be you. David sneered. Onojiro's face turned ugly, obviously because David guessed it right. You'd better quit. If you force me, I will perish with you. Onojiro put his hand on a stone wall, and it seems that the above is the eye of the magic circle. David glanced at the big spider, his eyes became hot, and then the dragon-slaying sword slowly came out. This kind of monster, you must know that the beast pill is a rare treasure. Even if Jiro Ono didn't let it go, David didn't plan to let the monster in front of him go. Don't fucking talk nonsense, let it out if you have the ability. David was ready to deal with the monster. I really let it go. Onojiro trembled slightly. Damn, so much nonsense. David raised the dragon-slaying sword and slashed towards Onojiro with one sword. The terrifying energy roared, like a light, and flew towards Onojiro in an instant. When Onojiro saw this, he suddenly pressed his palm. There was only a harsh sound, and then the beams around the spider beast disappeared, and the spider beast roared and rushed towards the nearest Onojiro. Clang! David's sword was blocked by the spider beast and hit the spider beast. With a crisp sound, the spider beast was in pain and roared, but it didn't hurt the spider beast. When David saw this, his face was a little ugly. Although his sword did not use all his strength, he did not even break the defense of the spider beast. The spider beast glanced at David, but instead of attacking David, he opened his mouth and bit at Jiro Ono. When Onojiro saw this, he jumped up, and then kicked the silkworm chrysalis-like thing attached to the stone wall. The silkworm chrysalis-like thing flew towards the spider beast, and the spider beast's two legs were instantly clamped, and then the two sharp claws cut the outer silk thread directly. Chapter 1723. When the wrapped silk thread was slashed, a thick bloody smell came out, and then a corpse fell out of the silkworm chrysalis-like thing. The spider beast swallowed all the silk thread and corpse, and then attacked Jiro Ono again. Onojiro's face was extremely ugly, and he kept yelling at the spider beast in his heart. He didn't understand why the spider beast was always chasing him. Onojiro can only keep kicking things like silkworm chrysalis up and down the stone wall to stop the spider beast. And in each of them, there is actually a corpse. There are men, women, and even children. This scene made David a little shocked. At this time, Humatsi chased after him, and when he saw the scene at the scene, his face instantly became extremely ugly. Master Hu, what's wrong with you? David asked Humatsi. Living figurines, these beasts actually made living figurines. Humatsi gritted his teeth, his eyes were full of anger. Master Hu, what are the living figurines? David looked puzzled, he didn't know what Humatsi was talking about. The figurines of living people are to wrap the living people directly with silk, so that people will starve to death in it, and then use these figurines of living people to raise monsters. The purpose is to let those living people remove all the filth in their bodies, so that monsters will like to eat more. Humatsi explained. When David heard it, he was instantly furious, and now he knew that the corpses inside were all wrapped up before they died. At this time, Jiro Ono was still using the living figure to avoid the attack of the spider beast. David slapped it with a palm, and with overwhelming pressure, he went straight to Jiro Ono. Onojiro was focusing his attention on the spider beast, but now he suddenly found a terrifying aura coming, and Onojiro didn't have time to dodge. Boom! After a deafening sound, Jiro Ono disappeared without even a scum, and was directly beaten by David to ashes. After the spider beast lost its target, it instantly turned its attention to David. The spider beast seemed to know the strength of the person in front of him was relatively high, so it did not rush over directly, but spit out a few threads of silk in an instant, and then entangled David and Humatsi. Seeing this, David lifted the dragon-slaying sword in his hand outwards, cut off those threads in an instant, and then slashed towards the spider beast with a sword. Feeling the danger of the spider beast, its figure retreated again and again, followed by its two front legs as sharp as knives, waving at David with a lingering energy. Clang clang clang. David had a dragon-slaying sword in his hand, and instantly blocked the attacks of energy, and then fiercely stabbed the dragon-slaying sword into the spider beast's body. Puff! A dark green blood flowed out, and David's dragon-slaying sword pierced into the body of the spider beast, but the distance of penetration was very small, and it could only break through the defense of the spider beast. David was shocked, this was his full blow, but he didn't expect that he just broke the defense of this spider beast. The injured spider beast roared, then opened its bloody mouth and bit David directly. At the same time, the claws of the spider beast controlled David's dragon-slaying sword. Seeing this, David wanted to pull out the dragon-slaying sword, but found that the dragon-slaying sword had been controlled by the claws of the spider beast, so he retreated abruptly and avoided the attack of the spider beast, but at the same time he let go of the dragon-slaying sword. David, don't fight here, let's go out, the space here is too small. Humatsi said to David. To fight with such monsters, you must take advantage of speed. Such large monsters are generally not very fast. But in this airtight hall, no matter how fast David was, there was no place for him to use it. Chapter 1724. Seeing this, David hurriedly followed Humatsi towards the outside, while the spider beast was chasing after him. Because of the small cave, the spider beast's body kept hitting the stone wall, causing the rocks to fly and the whole mountain to shake. Master Hu, go to Yuhan and rescue her. Seeing this, David hurriedly said to Humatsi. If this collapsed the whole mountain and Guyuhan was pinned down, he would definitely die. Humatsi nodded, and then instantly disappeared at a fork in the road. David was desperately running out, while the spider beast was chasing after him. Some island warriors who didn't know what was going on were directly treated by the spider beast as a snack. The entrance of the hole was right in front of him. David jumped and rushed out, and the spider beast also rushed out. The original hole was knocked into a big hole in an instant. The moment the spider beast rushed out, it spit out several threads of silk, directly restraining David, and then opened its bloody mouth and walked towards David. David's body flashed with golden light, and he suddenly tore off the silk thread. His eyes stared at the spider beast, and he saw the dragon-killing sword on the spider beast still stuck in his body. Return! David held the dragon-slaying sword, and at the moment when the spider beast opened its mouth and bit it down, David threw the dragon-slaying sword directly into the mouth of the spider beast, and the dragon-slaying sword instantly supported the mouth of the spider beast. The spider beast tried desperately to get rid of the dragon-slaying sword, but it was a pity that the dragon-slaying sword penetrated deeply into the upper jaw and could not be thrown away at all. Moreover, the dragon-slaying sword is extremely hard. No matter how hard the spider beast is, it cannot break the dragon-slaying sword. Now the spider beast can't bite with its mouth, and can only use its sharp claws to keep waving. The surrounding trees were flying everywhere, making a mess, and large tracts of jungle were destroyed. David is taking advantage of his small body and speed to constantly avoid the attack of spider beasts. Just when the two claws of the spider beast stabbed at David again, David jumped and went directly to the head of the spider beast. Then the golden light flickered on David's fist, and the power of the dragon continued to bless him, and he punched the spider beast's head with a punch. This punch is full of tens of thousands of pounds. Boom! With a loud noise, David only felt his arm go numb, but looking at the spider beast, he was not injured at all. He just twisted his body in pain, as if he wanted to throw David off. David took the opportunity to grab the fur on the spider beast tightly, controlled the body, and smashed it down again. Bang bang bang! David threw more than 10 punches in a row. Although the spider beast felt pain, it couldn't hurt the spider beast. On the contrary, David's own arm has no intuition at this moment. The power of the dragon is constantly weakening, which makes David a little anxious. He didn't expect this spider beast's defense to be so powerful. The spider beast shook its body violently, but it couldn't throw David off the body, so it began to slam into the mountain crazily. Boom! The huge spider beast slammed into the mountain, shaking the mountain for a while, and the rocks flew. David was stunned, but his hands were still firmly grasped. Boom! Another violent impact, the rock collapsed, and the entire mountain was knocked down in half by this spider beast. David's undamaged golden body was brought to the extreme, and he was not afraid of those rocks, but the huge impact of this spider beast made David a little unable to control his body. If this fell from the spider beast, it would be difficult to jump on it. But even on the body of the spider beast, David has no way to start. Chapter 1725. Just when David was a little overwhelmed, Guyuhan, who was dressed in white, suddenly fell down, like a fairy, and stopped in front of the spider beast. The spider beast, who was already crazy at this time, immediately waved its side-like claws at Guyuhan after seeing Guyuhan. But Guyuhan couldn't hide, just looked at the spider beast quietly, and kept singing something in his mouth. One after another sound, such as the sound of nature, can instantly make people very comfortable, and the manic state of mind can be instantly calmed. The spider beast that originally attacked Guyuhan suddenly stopped its sharp claws and looked straight at Guyuhan. And after Guyuhan finished singing, he stepped forward and started stroking the spider beast's head. At such a close distance, the spider beast didn't even attack Guyuhan, and allowed Guyuhan to touch it. "Mr. Chen, go and take your sword out of its mouth," Guyuhan said to David, who was lying on the spider beast. David looked at Guyuhan in surprise. "If you take out the sword, it might swallow you." "No, this is animal control, the ancient animal control, it's amazing." At this moment, Humatsi looked up and shouted excitedly. David looked puzzled. He didn't understand what the animal control technique was, but he still believed in Guyuhan and took out the dragon-slaying sword from the spider beast's mouth. Guyuhan gently stroked the spider beast's head, and then a faint light enveloped the spider beast. Soon the body of the spider beast became smaller and smaller, and finally there was only a small spider the size of a thumb. David was stunned when he saw everything in front of him. Guyuhan found a bottle, put the spider beast in it, and then put it in his pocket. At this time, Humatsi also came over and looked at Guyuhan with excitement and admiration on his face. "Girl, you know such an ancient animal control art, can you teach me?" Guyuhan glanced at Humatsi, then shook his head. "I can't." When Humatsi heard this, he was a little unhappy. "You girl, you were rescued by me, and I am your savior. It's not that I don't teach it, it's that you can't learn it at all. You must have a pure heart to learn animal control. I am the holy maiden of Guanghan Palace. I can learn animal control, but you can't learn it because you are full of women." Guyuhan's words instantly made the embarrassed face of Humatsi flush. "Hee, even if you don't learn it, I have a trapping beast spell, which is no worse than that beast control art." Humatsi is looking for a step for himself. "Master Hu, since you have that trapping beast spell, I almost died just now, why didn't you take action?" David glared at Humatsi and asked. "Are you kidding me? How could you, the son of a dignified dragon, the true body of a golden dragon, hang up? Even if you were eaten by that monster, you wouldn't hang up." Humatsi quickly explained. "Okay, don't flatter me." After David finished speaking, he looked at Guyuhan and said, "Yuhan, can you teach me the art of controlling beasts? When I conquer a heavenly monster, I will be invincible in the world." Guyuhan rolled his eyes at David. "What kind of dream do you want? Although this animal control technique is powerful, it can only subdue monsters that are equal to or inferior to his own strength. It's simply impossible to tame high-level monsters." David was stunned for a moment, and then said puzzledly, "I'm afraid this spider beast has surpassed the strength of De Wuho just now, so how did you conquer it?" David knew that Guyuhan's strength was limited, and now it was only the strength of the Great Marquis. The strength of this spider beast is not high, and the highest is only the early stage of Dahu. Guyuhan said. Chapter 1726. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I was almost eaten by this spider beast just now. Could it be that I can't even deal with a monster with only the strength of the Great Marquis in the early stage? David can't believe it, he is now the strength of the third-rank Dahu, how could he even be unable to deal with the monsters in the early Dahu? Guyuhan smiled, each monster has its weaknesses and strengths. This spider beast has a particularly strong defense, so you should fight against it. If you attacked its tail at the moment it spins silk, it would have been killed long ago. When David heard it, he was speechless, because he really did not understand the characteristics of these monsters, and it seemed that he had to study more in the future. Looking at the cave that had collapsed and thinking of the people who were made into living figurines, David's heart was full of anger and killing intent. These BA5 tards, I'll make them pay for it. Spiritual Fruit Sect, I remember you. David gritted his teeth, and his eyes were cold. Let's go. Humatsi called David. David nodded, and the three were ready to leave. But just when David and the others were about to leave, on the road outside the jungle, a car was coming fast. In the car sat Kazuo Kawaguchi and a middle-aged man with a mustache. Sakata-kun, I'll have you in a while. Kazuo Kawaguchi said to the middle-aged man very respectfully. This middle-aged man is the Soul Search Master Sakata Masamura invited by Kazuo Kawaguchi from the island country. Although the strength of this Sakata Masamura is not high, the soul-searching technique has already reached the level of perfection. Kawaguchi-sama is serious, and I also want to see what the souls of thousands of years ago looked like. Sakata Masamura smiled faintly. Soon the car stopped, and the two began to walk into the jungle. As soon as he entered the jungle, Kazuo Kawaguchi's expression changed instantly. Bad, someone has come. Kazuo Kawaguchi frowned, and then quickly ran forward. Sakata Masamura followed closely behind. And David and the three of them were about to leave when they suddenly felt an extremely dangerous aura coming towards them. David caught Kazuo Kawaguchi's breath in an instant. He is very familiar with this breath. Then Kazuo Kawaguchi is here, we have to leave quickly. After David finished speaking, he changed his direction directly. Instead of walking towards the outside of the jungle, he ran towards the depths of the jungle. After Kazuo Kawaguchi took Sakata Masamura to the base, he was dumbfounded. He saw many corpses on the ground, and the mountain collapsed, destroying the entire base. Idiot! Kazuo Kawaguchi roared, and then closed his eyes slightly, feeling the breath around him. Soon his eyes opened. Just ahead, chase. Kazuo Kawaguchi's eyes were full of anger, and he began to pursue David and the others. David and the others ran, and Kazuo Kawaguchi chased after him. I don't know how far I ran, but Kazuo Kawaguchi was biting hard. Master Hu, you take Yuhan to run from other directions, and I'll lead Kazuo Kawaguchi away. David said to Humatsu. David, can you do it yourself? It seems that Kazuo Kawaguchi's strength is not weak. Humatsu asked David. Yes, that Kawaguchi Kazuo is very strong. It is estimated that in the later stage of Dahu, I am not his opponent. Guyuhan also said. It's okay, I run fast, as long as he can't catch up with me, I'll be fine, otherwise we will be caught up by him sooner or later. David knew that if the three of them ran like this, they would be caught up sooner or later, and it was estimated that no one would be able to run away by then. Now as long as Humatsu and Guyuhan are safe, David can use the speed advantage to escape. Well, you have to be more careful yourself, we will meet in the city ahead. After Humatsu finished speaking, he was about to leave with Guyuhan. Chapter 1727. Wait a minute. Guyuhan took out the small bottle from his pocket and handed it to David. If there is danger, this spider beast can help you resist it. Then Guyuhan told David 2 spells, and then left with Humatsu. David put the small bottle in his pocket, deliberately exposed his breath, and started running in the other direction. Kazuo Kawaguchi led Sakata Masamura in hot pursuit, and finally caught up with David on a hill. Sure enough, it's your kid. Looking at David in front of him, Kazuo Kawaguchi's eyes were full of killing intent, and just now he felt that the breath belonged to David. David killed Jun Watanabe, and now they have destroyed their secret base. Kazuo Kawaguchi will never let him go. Kawaguchi kid, your island country dares to set up a private base here with us, and also mutilates our compatriots and feeds monsters for you. I will kill you today and avenge those who died. David yelled at Kazuo Kawaguchi. Huh, don't you think you're funny? You can kill me alone. Kazuo Kawaguchi laughed, not taking David in the slightest. Whether it can kill you, try it and you'll know. David's body began to glow with golden light, and the undamaged golden body was activated, and his body was instantly covered with scales. At the same time, David was holding the small bottle in his hand and was about to release the spider beast. As long as the spider beast blocked Kazuo Kawaguchi for a while, he could escape. David is not stupid enough to really fight with Kazuo Kawaguchi. No matter in terms of strength or numbers, David has no advantage. I'm not self-sufficient. Kazuo Kawaguchi snorted coldly, and then the breath on his body began to rise, and then a palm was about to shoot at David. Kazuo Kawaguchi was about to start, but was stopped by Sakata Masamura. Lord Kawaguchi, don't kill him, this person's soul is too powerful, if we can extract his soul and control it, then we have another one under our command. Master. When Kazuo Kawaguchi heard this, he nodded slightly, and then he restrained the breath on his body. Sakata-kun, then I'll have to work for you. Kazuo Kawaguchi said. Kawaguchi-sama, just look at me. Sakata Masamura said, took 2 steps towards David, and then sneered, boy, if you cooperate obediently, you can avoid the pain of scraping your bones and eating your heart, do you understand? David looked at Nasakata Masamura, and he didn't have any strength, so he smiled coldly. I cooperate with your mother, and you still want to arrest me based on your strength? Boy, don't be rude, you'll know in a while. After Sakata Masamura finished speaking, black mist began to appear all over his body, and then the black mist turned into a shadow, and instantly surrounded David. The moment the black shadow touched David, it directly entered David's body. Immediately, David was stunned for a moment, and his eyes instantly became dull. Seeing this scene, Nasakata Masamura's mouth showed a faint smile. And Kazuo Kawaguchi said with a look of surprise, Sakata-kun, your soul-searching technique is getting stronger and stronger. Ha ha ha, Kawaguchi-sama has won the prize, so it's normal. Sakata Masamura laughed. Soon, black mist began to appear in David's body, and then the shadow slowly left David's body, and in David's body, a figure that was only about half a meter was also taken out. This figure is David's soul. Seeing David's soul emerging from his body and being brought out, Sakata Masamura and Kawaguchi Kazuo laughed even louder. But just after David's soul escaped from his body, a golden light suddenly flashed from his body, and then he turned into a little golden man. Seeing this scene, Sakata Masamura and Kawaguchi Kazuo were stunned for a moment, and the two of them hadn't reacted yet. Chapter 1728. I saw David's soul smashed out with a punch, instantly hitting the black shadow of Sakata Masamura. Stupid idiot, you want to control me just these 2 times. David's soul grabbed the shadow of Sakata Masamura and smashed it down with a punch. The light emitted by David's soul made both of them unable to open their eyes, showing the power of David's soul. Too strong. Sakata Masamura watched in surprise, and then a mouthful of black blood spurted out. He only felt that his soul was being torn apart, and he was powerless to fight back. Boom! David's soul was punched out again, and the shadow was directly knocked out, and Sakata Masamura endured the severe pain, suddenly opened his mouth, and sucked the shadow back into his body. When Sakata Masamura looked at David at this time, his eyes were full of fear. And Kazuo Kawaguchi frowned. He didn't expect David to have such a terrifying soul in addition to his physical strength. Even the Soul Search Master's Soul Search technique couldn't help David. At this moment, David's soul also entered the body, and said with a sneer, with this little ability, let's go home and eat milk. Sakata Masamura was so angry that he spurted out another mouthful of blood. And Kazuo Kawaguchi is surging with blood, and the breath on his body is constantly rising. Boy, I want you to die today. Saying that, Kazuo Kawaguchi suddenly had a samurai sword in his hand. This samurai sword looked very simple, and there was a terrifying breath on the blade. Immediately after Kazuo Kawaguchi turned his wrist, the samurai sword in his hand came towards David at a very fast speed. A sharp blade came straight to David, and arrived in front of David in an instant. David stepped back again and again, and then quickly ran towards the distance. You can't escape. Kazuo Kawaguchi snorted coldly, and then chased after David. When David saw this, he threw the small bottle out of his hand without hesitation, and then chanted a spell in his mouth. Boom! With a loud bang, the spider beast broke through the bottle instantly and quickly became bigger. Seeing the spider beast in front of him, Kazuo Kawaguchi stopped in an instant. Eat him! David gave an order to let the spider beast go towards Kazuo Kawaguchi. David himself turned his head and continued to run. He wanted to use this opportunity to escape from Kazuo Kawaguchi's pursuit. Humph, this monster is raised by us, and you still wanted to stop me. Kazuo Kawaguchi snorted coldly, and then his body jumped high. Then, with a wave of the samurai sword in his hand, he slashed towards the spider beast's tail fiercely. Seeing it, Kazuo Kawaguchi fully knows the weakness of this spider beast. Boom! With this knife, the tail of the spider beast was cut off instantly, and then the body exploded. The huge spider beast was actually beheaded by Kazuo Kawaguchi. Seeing this scene, David felt speechless for a while. After the explosion, in the incomplete corpse of the spider beast, a green bead radiated light. Beast Dan. David saw the beast pill of the spider beast at a glance. At the same time, Kazuo Kawaguchi also discovered it and was about to go forward and pick up the beast pill. David, who had escaped originally, looked at the beast pill of the spider beast and felt extremely reluctant to part with it. This is a beast pill with the strength of a monster of the great Marquis. Maybe this beast pill can make David advance to a small realm. Thinking of this, David gritted his teeth, directly took out the dragon-slaying sword, and slammed it towards Kazuo Kawaguchi. Kazuo Kawaguchi did not expect that David would even dare to turn around and attack, and was caught off guard. "Good boy, you dare to turn back." Kazuo Kawaguchi's face was extremely gloomy. David ignored him, but quickly moved towards the beast pill. This time, Kazuo Kawaguchi understood that David was so desperate because he wanted to get the beast pill. Chapter 1729. Kazuo Kawaguchi wouldn't let David get the beast pill. The samurai sword in his hand flashed again, and then his right hand kept sliding, and one after another sharp edge shot towards David. David was about to get the beast pill, but one after another sharp edge came quickly. With terrifying killing intent, David didn't dare to fight hard, and could only keep retreating back. Bang bang bang. One after another edge constantly exploded around David, the surrounding rocks flew everywhere, and there were deep ravines on the ground. Looking at the chaos on the scene, David was afraid for a while, but fortunately, in order to get the beast pill, he did not resist Kazuo Kawaguchi's attack, or else he would have been dead by now. Today, this beast pill, I'm going to decide. David looked at the beast pill and waved the dragon-slaying sword in his hand suddenly. A golden light shot into the sky in an instant, and then slashed towards Kazuo Kawaguchi. At the same time, David rushed towards the beast pill. "Humph, over your own strength." Kazuo Kawaguchi snorted coldly, and the samurai sword in his hand was waving quickly. The sword light swung by David was instantly defeated, and then in front of David, a dozen crescent-shaped blades suddenly appeared. The blade is extremely sharp, and it comes with a terrifying breath. Seeing this, David did not dare to take a step forward, and his body quickly retreated. However, the speed of these blades was extremely fast, and they engulfed David in an instant. And relying on the flexible speed, dodging these blades. Brush brush. One after another knife edge swiped against David's body. At this moment, David's clothes were scratched with many gaps and were tattered. And pieces of golden scales were scratched off, and then dissipated in the air. Even with the undamaged golden body to protect the body, David still had many wounds on his body, and the undamaged golden body on his body was also incomplete. David looked at the wounds on his body with a solemn expression. The speed is too fast, this guy's swordsmanship is really weird. Seeing that David was tattered and injured, Kazuo Kawaguchi raised the corner of his mouth. "I said it, just because you are not my opponent at all, and my swordsmanship has already been superb, but not Watanabe-jun. That idiot can compare. Now you obediently donate your soul, I can save you from the pain of flesh and blood, otherwise you will be worse than death. I'll dedicate your mother, do you want it?" Although David was thinking about how to get the beast pill and escape at this moment, he did not show weakness at all. Kazuo Kawaguchi's eyes kept beating, and his anger rose. "I'm giving you a chance, but you don't want it. Stop talking nonsense, your swordsmanship is amazing, and mine is not bad." David said. The light on his body continued to flicker, the originally incomplete and undamaged golden body was repaired at this moment, and the breath on his body also climbed to the top. Facing Kazuo Kawaguchi, David knew that he had to go all out. The power of the dragon was continuously injected into the dragon-slaying sword, the dragon-slaying sword radiated light, a dragon roar sounded, and then a golden dragon was seen hovering above David's head. The golden dragon is mighty and powerful, and David is fighting to the death this time. If he can get the beast pill, he will earn it. Kazuo Kawaguchi squinted his eyes slightly. "Humph, do you think you can change your fate of failure by transforming into a golden dragon?" After Kazuo Kawaguchi finished speaking, the samurai sword in his hand waved again, and then countless sharp edges shot towards David. This time, David did not dodge, but held the sword in both hands, and then swung forward fiercely, 9 shadow sword. The golden dragon roared and walked towards the front with endless rays of light, while David's body made the best use of the undamaged golden body, and followed closely behind. Chapter 1730. The golden dragon greeted the countless sharp edges and charged forward with the momentum of destroying the dead. One after another edge was smashed. Even if there was an edge hitting David, David insisted with gritted teeth. The next second, David's body instantly appeared in front of the beast pill, and he reached out and picked up the beast pill. And the golden dragon rushing forward also turned into nothingness at the last moment. Kazuo Kawaguchi's expression changed. You actually know the 9 shadows of the Watanabe family? Bah, the 9 shadows divine sword of the Watanabe family is just a defective product, and Lao Tzu's is the real one. When David got the beast pill, he no longer had any scruples. As the figure swayed, I saw more and more figures of David. Every figure is holding a dragon-slaying sword, and all of them exude aura, so they can't tell the truth from the fake. 9 shadows divine sword, 10,000 arrows pierced the heart. David shouted angrily, and then several figures waved their swords at the same time. I saw countless sword beams heading towards Kazuo Kawaguchi. In the end, these sword beams converged, burst into golden light, and fell down in the air, leaving a wound directly on Kazuo Kawaguchi's chest. Kazuo Kawaguchi looked at his wound with anger in his eyes. Boy, whoever dares to hurt me, you are the first. After speaking, Kazuo Kawaguchi's body jumped up, and then he muttered a word, and the samurai sword in his hand was thrown into the air. I saw thousands of katana swords, directly surrounding David and his figures. Immediately afterwards, these samurai swords fell towards David like raindrops. Thousands of transformed samurai swords directly surrounded David. Each of them exudes a terrifying edge, and the figure transformed by the 9 shadows divine sword instantly dissipates under these thousands of sharp edges. Seeing the figures in front of him continue to dissipate, Kazuo Kawaguchi raised the corners of his mouth. He knew that no one could survive such an attack. Countless sharp edges merged together and burst into a dazzling light. Boom! Like a thunder explosion, a dazzling light rose into the sky. Apart from the mess, there was no one in sight. Humph, ignorant guy. Kazuo Kawaguchi snorted coldly, his face expressionless. Killing David, for him, has nothing to be happy about, because in his opinion, killing David only needs one move, but now he has already made several moves, exceeding his expectations. Just when Kazuo Kawaguchi thought that David was dead and turned into scum, and was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly found a figure rushing forward. That figure was in ragged clothes and was extremely fast. Who else could it be if it wasn't David? How is this possible? Kazuo Kawaguchi's face changed greatly. He hurriedly urged his true chi, and quickly chased after David. He never thought that David had escaped. How could David escape under that terrifying attack? Kazuo Kawaguchi couldn't figure it out at all. Soon, Kazuo Kawaguchi came to David's back, followed by holding a samurai sword and slashed towards David fiercely. With this knife, he will watch David be split in half with his own eyes. David felt the wind behind him and did not turn his head, but waved the dragon-slaying sword in his hand back. Under the control of David's mind, the dragon-slaying sword directly blocked the knife from Kazuo Kawaguchi. Clang! The flames splattered, and the dragon-slaying sword was directly knocked out, and David jumped to catch the dragon-slaying sword. Under the violent impact, Kazuo Kawaguchi suddenly felt a slight numbness in the tiger's mouth, and the samurai sword in his hand almost came out of his hand. David didn't even look at it. After catching the dragon-slaying sword, he was still running fast. Kazuo Kawaguchi looked shocked, looking at the dragon-slaying sword in David's hand. His face became a little ugly. Ling Jian, it turns out to be a sword that generates a sword spirit. Chapter 1731. Kazuo Kawaguchi's eyes flashed with greed. Boy, you have quite a few treasures on your body. Kazuo Kawaguchi jumped, and then the samurai sword drew a lotus flower in the air. The lotus magnified instantly and shrouded towards David. Kazuo Kawaguchi did not dare to follow David head-on. He was afraid that David's dragon-slaying sword would collapse. To know that a sword that produces a sword spirit is priceless. David felt something coming from behind him, and instinctively waved his hand back, and a sword beam shot out instantly. But the sharp sword light penetrated the lotus flower, and did not cause any damage to the lotus flower. Soon, David's whole body was shrouded in that lotus. Humph, brat, you have the ability to keep running." When Kazuo Kawaguchi saw David under control, he snorted coldly. David ignored him, but held the dragon-slaying sword in his hand, and a gray light began to shine from the dragon-slaying sword. Then David slashed towards the lotus with a fierce sword, but the sword light penetrated instantly and did not cause any damage to the lotus. David frowned. He didn't understand what the lotus flower that trapped him in it was, and why his sword glow couldn't do any damage to the lotus flower at all. "Haha, you don't have to waste your energy, this lotus is an illusory thing, no matter how hard you try, you won't be able to break it." Kazuo Kawaguchi laughed. Kazuo Kawaguchi walked to David and looked at David coldly. "Hand over the beast pill, and the sword in your hand, I might consider letting you die." David stared at Kazuo Kawaguchi. "Is what you said true?" "Of course, I mean what I say, as long as you hand over what I want, I will definitely let you go," Kazuo Kawaguchi assured. "Okay, I'll give you something." As David said, he threw the dragon-slaying sword to Kazuo Kawaguchi. Seeing this, Kazuo Kawaguchi, not to mention how excited he was, immediately picked up the dragon-slaying sword. When Kazuo Kawaguchi was holding the dragon-slaying sword, he suddenly felt a strong bloody aura from the dragon-slaying sword, and in his mind, scenes of terrifying and bloody scenes kept flashing. Kazuo Kawaguchi was startled, and hurriedly threw the dragon-slaying sword to the ground. "What about the beast pill? Give me the beast pill too," Kazuo Kawaguchi said to David. "Give the beast pill to you, will you let me go?" David confirmed again. "Yes, I will definitely let you go." Kazuo Kawaguchi nodded. David hesitated for a while, but finally put his hand in his pocket and took out the beast pill. "You must speak your mind," David said again. "Don't worry, I'll definitely count, hurry up and give me the beast pill." Kazuo Kawaguchi is a little impatient. David took the beast pill and slowly stretched out his hand. Seeing this, Kazuo Kawaguchi hurriedly reached out to pick it up. But just when he got the beast pill, David suddenly shrank his hand, and then swallowed the beast pill with his mouth. "You BA5 tard, thought I really gave it to you." David laughed. Kazuo Kawaguchi roared angrily, "Boy, how dare you play me?" Just when Kazuo Kawaguchi was about to attack David, the dragon-slaying sword that was thrown on the ground suddenly flew up by himself, and then stabbed Kazuo Kawaguchi from behind. Kazuo Kawaguchi only felt a chill on his back, and hurriedly turned around to block the attack of the dragon-slaying sword. At this time, David clenched his fist and threw a fist towards the lotus. Holy Light Fist. This time, David did not use spiritual power, but smashed it down with pure power. Boom! Under the Holy Light Fist, the lotus flower instantly shattered and turned into nothingness. Chapter 1732. And David's body jumped up and disappeared instantly. When Kazuo Kawaguchi turned around, he found that David had escaped. "Boy, you wait for me, I must smash your corpse into 10,000 pieces." Kazuo Kawaguchi roared, but comforted himself in his heart. Although David ran away, the sword remained. But when Kazuo Kawaguchi turned to look for the dragon-slaying sword, he found that the dragon-slaying sword had long since disappeared. The dragon-slaying sword has long been fused with David's body, and it is simply impossible for Kazuo Kawaguchi to obtain the dragon-slaying sword. David did not dare to stop, and galloped all the way towards the nearest city. The beast core in the body is constantly exuding the power of monsters. David needs to find a place as soon as possible to refine this beast pill. Otherwise, the power in the beast pill will always rampage in David's body. At this time, in a small town closest to David, Humatsi and Guyuhan were anxiously waiting for David. "Master Hu, do you think Mr. Chen will be fine?" Guyuhan looked guilty, but David did this because he saved her. "Don't worry, this kid has a big life, I have calculated his life for him, he can't die." Although Humatsi spoke calmly, his face was full of anxiety. Soon, David's breath was sensed by two people, so the two of them had a happy face, and hurriedly rushed towards the breath place. When they saw David, they were a little dumbfounded. They saw that David was in tatters and his face was flushed. "The skin on my body started to turn green." "David, what's wrong with you?" Humatsi stepped forward and asked. Master Hu, I swallowed the beast pill of the spider beast, but it hasn't been refined yet. I need to find a safe place to refine the beast pill. David explained with Humatsi. Follow me. Humatsi took David very quickly towards a hotel. After checking in, David explained that Humatsi tried to inform Kyoto that Guyuhan was rescued, so as not to be called. Another point is to let Humatsi and Guyuhan protect him here and refine this high-level beast pill. David knew that the refining could not be completed in a short period of time. Soon, David entered the training room in the room, constantly refining the beast pills in his body. Humatsi followed Guyuhan to take turns guarding outside. A little bit of time has passed. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed, and David suddenly opened his eyes in the room. He let out a long breath. It seems that the spiritual energy is not recovering. The speed of cultivating in this mundane world is too slow. After David refined a beast pill, his realm has not yet broken through the third-rank Great Marquis. Although the law of heaven and earth did not suppress David's cultivation speed still felt very slow. In fact, David didn't know that his current cultivation speed was already considered a perverted level. No one could hit the realm of the Great Marquis in such a short period of time. David opened the door and walked out, only to find that Guyuhan was guarding the door. Seeing that David was awake, Guyuhan asked quickly, Mr. Chen, how is it? The beast pill has been refined, but it's not as good as imagined, and the realm has not improved. David is a little frustrated. In the journey of cultivating immortals, we always pay attention to gradual progress. We must know that many immortal cultivators finally abandon immortals and become demons in order to speed up the progress of cultivation. Battle. The whole world collapsed, gods and demons fell, and martial arts began to run rampant. Guyuhan comforted David. What about Master Hu? David asked Guyuhan. He's in the room. Guyuhan blushed and whispered. Chapter 1733. This guy won't bully you, just let you protect the law alone. David said, and walked towards Humatsi's room. As soon as I walked to the door, I heard a woman's voice coming from inside. David instantly understood why Guyuhan blushed just now. This old guy, won't he be possessed by a lecher? David stepped forward and kicked the door open. What? A woman screamed, followed by a girl who ran out disheveled. Seeing that it was David, Humatsi said with displeased expression, You ba5-tard, I have been protecting the Dharma for you for so many days, and now I want to relax, but you bother me. Master Hu, I am here for your own good, don't let your body collapse in the end, you will never become a true immortal. David said to Humatsi. What is a real immortal and not a real immortal? Let's live a day counts as a day. Humatsi put on his clothes randomly. Since you are awake, then I have to go back to Baihai City, the ancient ruins of Tianfuzong are not guarded. Humatsi intends to return to Baihai City, but David knows that he is not guarding the ancient ruins of Tianfuzong, but thinking about the two girls of the Shin family. You accompany me to Penglai Island, and you are going to Baihai City after finishing the work. David said to Humatsi. What are you going to do on Penglai Island? The formation there is broken, and there is not much spiritual energy. What are you going to do there? Humatsi asked. Did you forget the sculpture? It contains a lot of spiritual power. You accompany me on a trip, and there is a companion on the way. David said in a slightly pleading tone. Forget it, I don't want to run away, it's not that the little girl is with you, just what the two of you want to do, I'm not an eyesore as an old man. Humatsi waved his hand. I don't have the skills of you. If you don't go with me, don't look for me in the future about the Fuzong thing that day, and I won't take risks and pass on those spells to you. After David finished speaking, he turned around and walked out. Seeing this, Humatsi hurriedly stepped forward and pulled David. Look, I'm just joking, you're serious, clean up, we'll go now, just to relax. David looked at Humatsi and smiled slightly. The three simply packed up and then headed towards Penglai Island. After 2 days and 2 nights of travel, we arrived at Penglai Island. Just as the three of them landed on the island, Guyuhan suddenly stopped. What's wrong? David asked. How come there is a breath of blood demon here? Guyuhan's face became very ugly. The gore fiend is on this island, but now it's a stone statue. David explained. Stone statue? Guyuhan looked puzzled. Let's go, you'll know when you go to see me. David took Guyuhan towards the palace on Penglai Island. Knowing that David was back, Du Nan hurriedly brought someone to greet him with high standards. You kid is the boss here, it looks very nourishing. After seeing Du Nan, Humatsi stepped forward and patted Du Nan on the shoulder. Master Hu is here too, please come in quickly. Du Nan said with an embarrassed smile. I ask you, do you have any? As Humatsi said, he leaned into Du Nan's ear and asked. After listening to Du Nan, he nodded again and again, yes, I will definitely arrange for Master Hu. Ha ha ha, not bad. Humatsi walked into the palace with a smile. And David looked at Humatsi like that, without asking him, he knew that Humatsi followed Du Nan's request. Did the forbidden area change during the time I was gone? David asked Du Nan. Back to Mr. Chen, after you left, I sent someone to seal the forbidden area, no one has ever entered. Du Nan replied. Okay, let's go directly to the forbidden land. David went to see how the statue was. Chapter 1734. When David brought people into the forbidden area, the whole person was stunned, only to see that the huge stone statue had already fallen apart, and among the stone statues, a corpse was lying lifelike inside the stone statue. Looking at the integrity of the corpse, it looks like it just died, and even the skin is still elastic. This time, David was a little dumbfounded. He couldn't understand why a corpse suddenly appeared here. David looked at Du Nan, and Du Nan was so frightened that he sweated profusely and said, Mr. Chen, I don't know what's going on, no one has ever come in. I don't even know who this corpse is. David frowned, wondering why a fresh corpse suddenly appeared here. But at this time, Guyuhan, who was beside David, looked at the corpse, his face became more and more ugly. This is the gore fiend. Guyuhan said with a trembling voice. Blood demon? David was startled, and hurriedly looked at the corpse again, and found that the man's corpse was very young, only about 30, with clear eyes, not like that kind of devil. And looking at the corpse, it seems that it has just died. How can it be a blood demon that has been dead for thousands of years? Girl, what gore fiend? Do you know this person? Humatsi still didn't know what gore fiend was, so he asked Guyuhan. Guyuhan nodded, I have seen gore fiends, and our Guanghan palace was slaughtered by the gore fiends. I didn't expect this gore fiend to be so young, and for thousands of years, the corpse didn't rot at all, just like he just died. David was very surprised. No, he is not dead. As soon as I landed on the island, I felt his breath. Dead people don't have breath. Guyuhan said. When David heard it, he was taken aback. If this gore fiend didn't die, then one of them wouldn't even want to live. This kind of big devil who has lived for thousands of years must be very strong. Seeing David's nervous appearance, Guyuhan continued, don't worry, although he is not dead, he cannot come back to life. Now he is afraid that he will only have a breath of infuriating energy to keep his body from rot. When Guyuhan said this, David's heart was relieved. It's fine since he can't survive, now I'll burn this guy's body to the ground, it's scary. David said, a light blue flame danced in his palm, followed by a burst of spiritual power injected into the flame, and a huge fire burned. David pushed it, and the fire wrapped the gore fiend's body, and it began to burn continuously. But the fire burned for a long time, and the gore fiend's body did not change in the slightest. David was stunned at once, to know that he is a real fire, almost invincible. But don't want to burn even a fleshy body? How is this going? David said in surprise. This gore fiend is powerful, even if it is a physical body, it cannot be easily destroyed by others. Guyuhan said. When David heard this, his brows were slightly wrinkled, and he looked carefully at the fleshly body of the gore fiend. This guy's body is so strong, if he can make a puppet corpse, wouldn't he be invincible in the world? At this time, Humatsi said something aside. As soon as David heard it, his eyes instantly lit up. As Humatsi said, if he could make this Gorfiend's corpse into a puppet corpse and obey his orders, then he would be invincible in the world. What martial arts alliance, go directly to overthrow and rescue Sonia. But David doesn't know how to refine corpses, nor does he know how to refine puppet corpses. Master Hu, do you have a way to make this Gorfiend's corpse into a puppet corpse? David asked Humatsi. How could I do that kind of sorcery? I am a serious immortal cultivator, not an evil cultivator. Humatsi waved his hands again and again. Chapter 1735. What do you think of Gorfiend? You still want to make his corpse into a puppet? It's a joke. Guyuhan gave David and Humatsi a blank look and said, This Gorfiend was a generation of venerable lord thousands of years ago, and even if he only has a breath of infuriating energy, his body is not something that can be easily turned into a puppet corpse by others. When David heard this, he sighed, Hey, it's a pity that this powerful body can't be destroyed, it can't be used. But Guyuhan's words changed at this time. Although you can't make a puppet corpse, you can possess a soul to control the body of the Gorfiend, but the soul must be strong, and it is impossible to control the body for too long, otherwise the soul will be destroyed. Devoured by the flesh. Soul possessed? David was stunned, but then shook his head. If I possessed my soul, wouldn't my own body become a walking corpse? You stupid, why do you have to send a soul? You can find a soul, and then bind it with your spiritual sense, and let him possess the blood demon flesh, so that you can control the blood demon flesh. Guyuhan smiled at David. When David heard the epiphany, he slapped his forehead and said, Yeah, why didn't I think of this method? The method is good, where are you going to find that soul? And the strength can't be too bad, otherwise there is no way to control the blood demon body. Humatsi asked David. David was stunned, but he soon realized that Fan Zhang's soul was still in his storage ring. This guy is at the peak of Marquis Wu's strength. To control this blood demon body, there is definitely no problem. Thinking of this, David hurriedly opened the storage ring and released Fan Zhang's soul. As soon as Fan Zhang's soul appeared, it was directly controlled by David with his divine sense. At this time, Fan Zhang's soul was very weak, and facing David, he could only bow his head. Fan Zhang, I left your soul and spared your life. Now I have found a body for you, and you can see the sun again. David said to Fan Zhang's soul. Fan Zhang was stunned. He didn't expect that David would really find a body for him. Aren't you afraid of revenge after you find your physical body? Looking at Fan Zhang like that, David knew what he was thinking, so he continued, I will leave a piece of spiritual consciousness on you. If you dare to betray me, then I can immediately wipe you out. Hearing this, Fan Zhang hurriedly knelt to the ground. I will never dare to betray Mr. Chen. David nodded, and then a golden light flew from his eyebrows and entered Fan Zhang's body instantly. This is the body I found for you, you can possess it. David pointed at the body of the Gorfiend and said to Fan Zhang. Fan Zhang glanced at the Gorfiend's body, still very satisfied, and rushed towards the Gorfiend's fleshly body. But just as Fan Zhang rushed up, he saw a ray of light emanating from the Gorfiend's body, instantly knocking Fan Zhang's soul into the air. This time, everyone was stunned, and Fan Zhang took a deep breath. What a powerful body, I can't get on it at all. David also looked at Guyuhan in surprise. The strength of this soul is too weak, so it can't break through the barrier of the blood demon body. Guyuhan explained. Wuho Peak's strength is still weak. David was speechless for a while. This Fan Zhang is the strength of the peak Wuho, and he can't possess the body of the blood demon. What kind of strength is needed? Dahu? Where did David go to find the soul of Dahu? This time, David was like a deflated ball. Since Fan Zhang's soul cannot be possessed, David can only put Fan Zhang's soul back into the storage ring. Just when David was about to start, Fan Zhang suddenly said, Mr. Chen, do you want to revive this body? Chapter 1736. Not bad. David nodded. Although I can't possess the body, we can make this corpse into a puppet corpse, and then we can follow Mr. Chen's orders. Fan Zhang hurriedly said that he didn't want to be put into a storage ring by David. Do you know what strength this corpse is? You still want to make it into a puppet corpse? Humatsi snorted coldly. Any corpse is fine, as long as it's a corpse. I can practice it, even if it's the realm of transformation. Fan Zhang's face was full of self-confidence. You can really practice? David had some doubts. Mr. Chen, I will never dare to deceive you. Fan Zhang said respectfully. Well, you refine it. If you can refine it successfully, I will definitely find you a fleshy body. David said. Fan Zhang looked puzzled. Mr. Chen, I'm just a soul body now, and I can't refine it at all. I need to find a flesh body. David looked at Fan Zhang and didn't speak for a long time. After a moment of stunned, he nodded and said, Okay, I will find you a body, but if you dare to lie to me, I will definitely make you regret it. Don't dare, now Mr. Chen is the great marquis. Even if I find my body, I am not Mr. Chen's opponent. How dare I deceive you? Fan Zhang quickly assured. Du Nan, go find a corpse. David ordered to Du Nan. Du Nan nodded, and soon found a corpse. This corpse was full of beards, and his appearance was not very good. Although Fan Zhang was a little disgusted, but now, as long as he can see the sun again, he doesn't care about that. Soon, Fan Zhang was attached to the corpse, and with the bearded corpse opening his eyes, Fan Zhang woke up. Looking at his body, Fan Zhang's face was full of excitement. Now you can make puppet corpses. David said to Fan Zhang. Mr. Chen, to refine such a powerful puppet corpse, you need to build a formation. Fan Zhang said. David frowned. How long does it take? Just a few hours. Okay, let Du Nan send someone to assist you. Hurry up, David nodded, then turned and left the forbidden area. David and the others were tired and had to rest first. David, do you trust that guy that much? Humatsi asked David. He shouldn't dare to lie to me. As the head of the evil cultivator, maybe he really has a way to make the Gorfine's corpse into a puppet corpse. David can only choose to trust Fan Zhang now. Hours passed quickly. Du Nan sent someone to call David and the others. When he walked into the forbidden area, David saw that in the middle position, a 5 or 6 meters high formation was set up. Moreover, there are some magical instruments placed around the formation, which are estimated to be used to stabilize the formation. Mr. Chen, the array is ready, but there are no decent instruments here to stabilize the array. I'm afraid that during the refining period, the array can't bear it and collapse. I don't know if Mr. Chen has any advanced instruments. Fan Zhang asked David. David shook his head with an embarrassed look on his face. I don't have any magic weapon either. I have a spirit sword, can I use it? Fan Zhang shook his head. In order to be safe, I think we need to find a few magic tools. But now where can David go to find the magic weapon? At this moment, Humatsi stood up. What kind of magic weapon? I just need to draw a few spells to ensure that the stage is as stable as a rock. Humatsi said, took out the yellow paper, and then said something in his mouth. What did he draw on the yellow paper? Soon, Humatsi drew the spell and posted it on all 4 corners of the stage. Looking at Humatsi's talisman technique, Fan Zhang felt a burst of surprise. He didn't expect that there are people who are so proficient in talisman techniques. Chapter 1737. Fan Zhang ordered the Gorfine's body to be placed in the middle of the stage, and then took it out and looked at David and said, Mr. Chen, you still need a few drops of your blood essence to drip into the body, and then you can control him. David nodded, jumped up and down on the stage, and then forced a few drops of blood essence from the eyebrows, dripping on the blood demon flesh. When the blood essence dripped onto the blood demon flesh, it was instantly absorbed into the body. And the Gorfine's body seemed to be stimulated, and it started to twist. David looked at Fan Zhang in surprise. Fan Zhang jumped onto the platform and said to David, Mr. Chen, during the time I am refining the puppet corpse, I must not be disturbed by anyone, otherwise it will be in vain. Don't worry, I will guard here in person, but how many days does it take you to refine the puppet corpse? David asked. He couldn't protect Fan Zhang endlessly. If Fan Zhang lied, he couldn't make it at all. Then David and the others had to protect the law all the time. Fan Jiang looked up at the sky, and then said, "The refining can be completed before dark." "Yes." David nodded and jumped off the stage. Soon, Fan Jiang slowly raised his hands, muttering words, and strange forces emerged from the ground, and then these forces converged on the Gorfiend's corpse. David and Humatsi waited quietly to protect Fan Jiang. Time passes by every second. Seeing that it was about to get dark, Fan Jiang didn't move, and the Gorfiend's body didn't move either. However, strange forces are still emerging from the ground. David's face showed anxiety, but he could only wait. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of fighting outside, and accompanied by two terrifying breaths, it was coming in the direction of the forbidden area. David's face changed. Someone is here. The breath is not weak, the realm of the great Marquis. Humatsi also frowned and said. David glanced at Fan Jiang on the stage, and then said to Guyuhan, "Yuhan, you stay here, don't let anyone approach, I'll go out with Master Hu to see." Guyuhan nodded, and then David quickly rushed out of the forbidden area with Humatsi. As soon as he rushed out, he met Du Nan, who was in a panic. "What happened?" David stopped Du Nan and asked. "Mr. Chen, it's not good. Two people broke into the palace and came straight to the forbidden area. My people couldn't stop it," Du Nan said anxiously. As soon as David heard it, he immediately greeted him. However, the closer the distance, the more ugly David's face was, because he could clearly feel that the opponents were all of the late Dahu strength. This kind of strength, David is not sure, if the two opponents are the strength of the late Dahu, then David can't stop it at all. No matter whether it can be stopped or not, David will always stop it, and they cannot be allowed to rush into the forbidden area. Humatsi was also dignified at the moment, holding yellow paper in his hand, constantly drawing talismans. When David and Humatsi rushed into the hall, they found that the ground was full of corpses, and a man and a woman covered in blood were walking towards the back of the palace. "Stop, who are you? Why did you break into the palace and kill people indiscriminately?" David stopped the two in front of him. The man just glanced at David, and then said coldly, "If you don't want to die, just get out of the way." After all, the man and the woman ignored David and walked straight to the forbidden land. Seeing this, David smashed it with a punch, blocking the way of the two. And the man immediately followed with a punch. Boom! With a loud noise, David's body flew backwards instantly, and then his arms trembled slightly. Chapter 1738. The test of this punch let David know that the opponent's strength is far superior to himself. "Who are you? What do you want? I can give you." David knew that if he used force, he and Humatsi might not be able to stop the two, so he wanted to delay time. "We are from the demon sect, and now we have to take away the body of the Gorfiend," the man said to David. "Devil Spirit Sect?" David was stunned. He had never heard of this sect, and how could the other party know that the body of the Gorfiend was here? "What kind of blood demon body you said? We don't have it here at all. Did you find the wrong place?" David pretended to be ignorant and said. "Boy, stop pretending. What we said, you understand in your heart. If you hand over the blood demon body now, we can leave immediately, and we will never embarrass you." The woman spoke up. "I really don't know." David shook his head. "Pretend, I think you won't cry without seeing the coffin." After the woman finished speaking, she lifted her foot and kicked David. The snow-white long legs arrived in front of David in an instant. David quickly retreated, then grabbed the man's ankles with both hands, and pulled back suddenly. And the woman jumped up with strength, her legs like water snakes, coiled around David's body. David was instantly embarrassed to be in such close contact with a woman. "Okay, you witch, come to me if you have the ability." Seeing this, Humatsi's eyes were red, and a spell was instantly thrown at the woman. The spell exploded in the air in front of the woman, causing the woman to let go of David and flip back. "David, you are strong enough to deal with that man, this woman let me deal with." Humatsi stared at the woman in front of her with a pair of eyes. It's just that his gaze has been sweeping over the long snow-white legs of the woman. The woman felt Humatsi's gaze, her brows wrinkled, and her face was full of disgust. David looked at Humatsi like that, and felt speechless for a while. When is this all? Humatsi still only has women in his eyes. Master Hu, that woman's strength is not weak, you have to be careful. David told Humatsi. Don't worry, I haven't learned anything during this time, I just learned how to deal with women and see how I clean up her. As Humatsi said, he threw several spells towards the woman, followed by Humatsi, rushing towards the woman. Bang bang bang. Several talismans exploded in the air, rising flames, directly blocking the woman's retreat. At this time, Humatsi had already arrived in front of the woman. With a wretched face, she opened her mouth and arms and hugged the woman. The woman's face was furious, and she smashed it out with a ruthless punch. Just when the woman was about to hit Humatsi's chest with a punch, a spell on Humatsi's chest suddenly exploded. The woman was startled, but she retreated and found that she was also blocked from behind. At this time, Humatsi was already in front of the woman, and she reached out and touched the woman's face directly. Seeing his hand, Humatsi quickly retreated, but he was still a step behind. The woman was touched by Humatsi, and she was already very angry. She kicked her foot out. He directly kicked the flax seeds and fell heavily on the ground. Humatsi grinned in pain, but he muttered, "It's really tender, it's really slippery." David looked at Humatsi, he really didn't know what to say. How did this guy get a girl to die? You are courting death. The man was angry, and a terrifying coercion erupted from his body. David suddenly felt a lot of pressure on his body, and his legs were shaking slightly. The flax was lying directly on the ground, and was pressed on by this coercion, unable to get up. Chapter 1739. David's aura was beginning to rise, trying to resist the pressure. The golden light flickered from the body, illuminating the night sky, and the entire hall was filled with dazzling golden light. The man looked at David, his eyes narrowed slightly. I didn't expect your kid's body to be a good thing. Let's just say, the man's figure is fleeting, and then he arrives in front of David. Then a punch hit David's chest. David greeted him with a punch, and the two punched against each other. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and then David's body instantly retreated. And the man's figure swayed a few times, and his wrists were slightly numb. If this body grows up, I'm afraid it will be even stronger than that gore fiend. The man's eyes narrowed slightly, and his eyes were hot. Don't hurt him, grab it and keep it up, this is definitely a superior body. The woman's eyes were also full of brilliance, and her gaze towards David changed. The man's face turned cold for a moment, and he looked at the woman and said, "Don't you like this kid?" After the woman heard this, she frowned and said, "What nonsense, I just saw his body." Then catch it, I don't care. The man seemed to be jealous, and he seemed to be angry, so he stopped and walked aside. David looked at the man and the woman and felt speechless. The two completely ignored him. The woman rolled her eyes at the man, then looked at David and said, "Little brother, listen to me, we will never hurt you, and we will make you stronger. I don't want to hurt you, so don't resist." The woman said and walked towards David. Moreover, the woman's eyes were full of charm, and she was actually casting a charm on David. It's just that this woman's charm is obviously not a strong point. Compared to the sisters Wu Meier and Xiao Lan, they are far behind. David didn't even care about the charm of the sisters. How could he still be charmed by this woman? David secretly smiled in his heart, but his face was expressionless. Seeing David's sluggish face, the woman raised the corners of her mouth slightly, walked to David, and gently stroked David's face with her hands. Seeing this, Humatsi angrily beat his fists on the ground. "It's too much, why don't you touch me?" The woman exhaled like blue and whispered softly, "Little brother, listen to elder sister, go with elder sister, be good." The woman took David's hand and planned to take David away. But just as the woman pulled David's hand up, a bright light suddenly flashed in David's eyes, followed by a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Haven't waited for the woman to react. David smashed it out with a punch of the holy light. This punch slammed into the woman's stomach, instantly knocking the woman out. Unprepared, the woman was punched by David, her body fell heavily to the ground, and there was blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. Damn, is this guy so cruel to women? Seeing this, Humatsi was shocked. When the man saw David smash the woman out with one punch, he was instantly furious, and red flames began to rise from his body. The flames wrapped the man's body, and a wave of heat swept through in an instant. David looked at the flames rising from the man, and his face instantly became a little ugly. This man actually knew how to control fire, and from the looks of it, he was at the level of perfection. David stimulated the power of the dragon in his body, and golden lights flashed, followed by a golden dragon wrapped around David's body. Call! I saw the man wave his palm, and the flames on his body attacked David, and the huge heat wave was also rolling. David didn't dare to resist, he could only keep retreating and dodging everywhere, but the flames seemed to have eyes, chasing after David. Chapter 1740. Seeing this, David could only stop, and a light blue flame instantly ignited in his palm. With the blessing of a divine dragon, the flame rose up. David decided to fight fire with fire. David's palm gently pressed down, and the light blue flame instantly burned on the ground, forming a wall of fire in front of David. You can still control fire, but you are too small. The man looked at the wall of fire in front of David and couldn't help sneering. Woohoo! Soon, a group of flames penetrated the wall of fire and hit David fiercely. A flame instantly rose from David's body, and he fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, I saw the man's body jumping up, and flames began to burn in the air. It seemed that the entire hall was burning with blazing fire. The flames pressed down, with terrifying coercion, as if to shred David's body. David gritted his teeth, all the joints in his body were rattling. David's eyes turned blood red, and blood began to seep from his nose and mouth. But just when the flame was about to fall on David from midair, there was a sudden chill, and then a stream of water mist rushed towards the flame, directly extinguishing the flame. David looked surprised. He didn't know who was helping him. When he turned to look, he found that it was the woman who was helping him just now. What are you going to do? The man looked at the woman with anger on his face. You can't kill him, I'll. The woman walked towards David with a cold face, and it seemed that she was still brooding about the punch just now. The man looked at the woman's expression and said nothing, but took a few steps back. The woman looked at David, and the coldness on her body wrapped David directly. David's body was rapidly condensing ice blue crystals, and icicles suddenly emerged from the ground, trapping David on the ground like a cage. David wanted to break free, but his body was so stiff that he couldn't move at all. I could have given you a chance, but you ruined the chance with your own hands, so now you have to die. After the woman finished speaking, a sharp icicle suddenly appeared on the palm of the hand, aiming directly at David's head. The power of the dragon in David's body is constantly surging, and the spiritual power in his dantian is also surging outwards rapidly. He must break through a layer of crystals on his body, otherwise he will really die. Just when the woman was about to attack David, the flax who was lying on the ground suddenly flew up and hugged the woman's snow-white thigh. David, run quickly! Humatsi yelled at David. What? David shouted angrily, the crystals on his body shattered, and then David jumped up, turned his head and ran towards the forbidden ground. He knew that he was by no means the opponent of these two people in the fight. The woman was stunned for a moment, and then wanted to chase David, but found that Humatsi was hugging her leg and kept rubbing her face on her leg in disgust. Let go, let me go. The woman kicked Humatsi vigorously, but Humatsi would not let go. At this moment, when the man saw David escape, his body jumped up, his fists were wrapped in flames, and then he punched David. This punch is extremely powerful, and it carries a wave of heat. David didn't dare to stop, the dragon-slaying sword appeared in his hand instantly, and turning around was a slashing out. Clang! With a loud noise, a terrifying force came from the dragon-slaying sword, which almost made the dragon-slaying sword in David's hand fly away. With the help of this power, David's figure rushed forward very far. Damn, this power is too terrifying. David did not dare to stop at all, and continued to run forward. The man is chasing after David again. Chapter 1741. The man's speed was very fast, and he caught up with David in the blink of an eye. David gritted his teeth and turned around with another sword. Clang! This time, the dragon-slaying sword in David's hand was instantly blown away, and David's tiger mouth cracked, and blood flowed out. David's face changed. Without the dragon-slaying sword, David could only fight hard. Bang bang bang. The man threw 3 punches in a row, and David threw the same 3 punches. After 3 punches, David's body flew out and fell heavily on the ground. True Nema perverted. David got up with a worried look on his face. The strength of the man in front of him is too strong. David took a deep breath, and the dragon-slaying sword returned to David's hands, followed by the infusion of divine dragon power into the dragon-slaying sword. The dragon-slaying sword made a humming sound, followed by a golden dragon circling above David's head. But the man didn't pay any attention to David's changes, and smashed David with a punch. This punch, with a monstrous momentum, turned into a fire dragon, roaring towards David. Seeing this, David vigorously waved the dragon-slaying sword in his hand. The golden dragon made a sound of dragon roar and rushed out. Boom! The 2 dragons collided, and the earth shook. David's golden dragon instantly turned into a little spot of light and dissipated, but the fire dragon roared and continued to come towards David. David frowned, feeling the powerful breath of the fire dragon. David could only use the undamaged golden body to the extreme, and he desperately carried this blow. Bang! David's body flew out, and in midair, the undamaged golden body shattered, and there were wounds on David's body. David slammed heavily on the ground, smashing a deep hole into the ground. The man jumped up. Without any unnecessary nonsense, he volleyed down directly, and punched David. Under this punch, David is afraid that he will not be able to bear it anymore. But at this moment, with a coquettish shout, Guyuhan, who was looking at it, flew out and blocked directly in front of David. From bottom to top, his body exuded a light blue aura, forming a barrier in an instant. Boom! The man's punch came and hit directly on the barrier shattered, and at the same time offset the power of the punch. However, Guyuhan's face turned pale. Obviously, with Guyuhan's body and the saint's soul, his strength has dropped a lot, and he is no match for the man in front of him at all. But the appearance of Guyuhan gave David a chance to breathe. I didn't expect that there is still a master hidden, so you two can go together. Seeing Guyuhan, the man did not panic at all. On the contrary, there was a trace of excitement. Flames began to rise from the man's body again, and the whole person was like a burning man, and the terrifying aura was rippling around. Immediately afterwards, the man punched out together, and rounds of flames, mixed with terrifying power, rushed towards David and Guyuhan. Guyuhan and David hurriedly shot, and bursts of explosions rang in their ears. Boom! In the end, neither Guyuhan nor David could hold on, and were directly hit by the flames. The huge force made both of them tumbling. Guyuhan and David got up. Although they were injured, they still gritted their teeth. They couldn't let the man enter the forbidden area. But just as the two of them were about to deal with the man together, the ice came one after another, and the woman rushed out of the hall. Seeing the woman appear, David felt sad in his heart. He knew that Humatsi might have encountered an accident. Anger rose in David's eyes, and the terrifying killing intent filled David's body at this moment. Don't waste time, kill the two of them quickly. I feel the aura of the gore fiend has changed. The woman said to the man. The man nodded, and then the two of them shot at David and Guyuhan together. Chapter 1742. David knew that if it was 2-on-1, he and Guyuhan would still be able to hold back the man, but now that they were 2-on-2, they had no chance of winning, and they were afraid they wouldn't be able to survive even a single move. Just when David was about to go all out, the mountains suddenly shook like an earthquake. Immediately afterwards, a white light shot up from the forbidden area, followed by a violent explosion. The man and the woman stopped at the same time, and Yen Su looked at the direction of the forbidden area. The light slowly disappeared, and then an extremely terrifying breath came out from the forbidden area. This is... The man and the woman's eyes widened at the same time, and their faces became very ugly. In the darkness, two figures came out of the forbidden area. Fan Zhang was walking in front, but at this time, Fan Zhang's breath was very sluggish, and his face was ugly. It could be seen that he spent a lot of energy in performing this technique. And behind Fan Jiang is the fleshly body of the Gore Fiend, and now it has become a puppet corpse. Gore Fiend's eyes were blank, standing like a robot. "Mr. Chen, it was successful," Fan Jiang said weakly. "Okay, take a rest first." David asked Fan Jiang to sit down and rest, and he himself entered the Gore Fiend's body with a divine sense, and instantly connected with the bloodline divine sense left by the Gore Fiend in his body. David was overjoyed. Even if he was so embarrassed at this time, he couldn't help laughing. But at this time, the faces of the man and the woman were surprisingly ugly. "Quick, kill that kid. That kid's consciousness is connected with the body of the Gore Fiend." The woman seemed to see something and hurriedly said. The man jumped up, the flame on his body burned more vigorously, and his breath was brought to the extreme. The terrifying breath shrouded David. He wanted to kill David with one blow, and he couldn't let David live. David felt the terrifying aura, and immediately activated his consciousness. The Gore Fiend's body jumped up and stopped directly in front of the man. The man didn't withdraw his hand at all, but punched the Gore Fiend. After a loud noise, there was no trace of the Gore Fiend. On the contrary, it was the man who only felt a huge anti-shock force strike, and his arm bent down strangely. Looking at his broken arm, the man's heart was greatly shocked. How can it be so powerful? The man couldn't believe it. The Gore Fiend obviously didn't shoot. He punched the Gore Fiend without causing any damage to the Gore Fiend. Instead, his arm was broken. "Go, I can't stay here anymore," the man said to the woman. The woman also saw it, so she nodded, and the two jumped up. "Kill them," David ordered to Gore Fiend. How could David let them go after beating himself up so embarrassingly? The Gore Fiend received the order, and his body didn't seem to move, but he went directly behind the man. The man was startled, and instinctively turned around and punched out. But the Gore Fiend raised his hand directly, grabbed the man's fist, and crushed the fist with force. "What?" Painful screams came from the man's mouth. When the woman heard the man's screams, she didn't dare to stop at all. She didn't even dare to look at it, and quickly ran into the distance. Immediately afterwards, the Gore Fiend slapped the man, and this slap directly blew the man's head. Puff! The man's head splattered with blood in an instant, and he died immediately, and even the soul disappeared. At this time, the woman seemed to feel the disappearance of the man's breath, and after looking back, she continued to run away. Gore Fiend was about to chase the woman, but was stopped by David. "Come back, stop chasing." Hearing David's order, Gore Fiend's figure was like a shuttle, and he arrived in front of David in an instant. Chapter 1743. Seeing the strength of the Gore Fiend, David simply couldn't put it down. He was happier than seeing a woman. With such an invincible younger brother by his side, what kind of martial arts alliance is all garbage? When David was excited, Fan Jiang directly poured cold water on David. "Mr. Chen," hesitantly, "I don't have a body, so I can't fully use the spell. This puppet corpse can only last for 7 days, and after 7 days it will become a corpse again," Fan Jiang said to David. When David heard it, his original excitement disappeared instantly. "After 7 days, can't you continue to refine him after using the spell?" Fan Jiang smiled bitterly. "Mr. Chen, you can't refine a puppet corpse of this strength a second time, but you can keep the corpse, and when you have a suitable soul, you can use the soul to control the corpse." When David heard this, there was a glimmer of hope in his heart that was originally discouraged, but in 7 days, it was enough to destroy the martial arts alliance. "How long do you think it will take for this puppet corpse to destroy the martial arts alliance?" David asked. Fan Jiang has been in the martial arts alliance for more than 20 years, and he must know some inside information about the martial arts alliance. But Fan Jiang shook his head. "Mr. Chen, the water in the martial arts alliance is very deep. I don't know much about the martial arts alliance, but this puppet corpse is not invincible. He is just a corpse, and his strength is definitely not as good as when he survived. And for the puppet corpse, the strength of the manipulator also has a lot to do with it, but to deal with those people in the martial arts alliance, it should be easy to capture." When David heard this, he nodded and said, "That's fine. My own strength will always increase, and I can't rely on a corpse for protection all day. Mr. Chen, what about Master Hu? At this time, Guyuhan thought of Humatsi and never saw him. Damn, it's broken, I forgot about Master Hu. When David heard this, he immediately ran towards the hall. At this moment, Humatsi was lying in the hall with scars, blood was pouring out of his mouth. Master Hu, Master Hu. Seeing Humatsi like that, David felt guilty for a while. If it wasn't for Humatsi to save him, he wouldn't be like this. David put his hand on Humatsi's body and found that Humatsi was not dead and still had breath, so he hurriedly transported a path of spiritual power into Humatsi's body. Cough, cough, cough. Humatsi coughed twice, and finally slowly opened his eyes. Seeing that Humatsi was awake, David quickly asked happily, Master Hu, are you alright? Smooth, tender, white. Humatsi was chattering, and David was stunned for a while. He didn't know what to say about Humatsi. But soon, David heard it and was speechless. This fluffy man was about to die, and he was still thinking about the snow-white thighs of the woman just now. Because David knew that the Gorfine's body wouldn't last for a few days, so he put the sesame seeds on Penglai Island, let Dunan watch it carefully, and then brought Guyuhan and the others back to Kyoto directly. Guyuhan came back, which made Gulinger and the others very happy. A group of girls can play happily in the Red Lotus Palace again. As for David's plan to destroy the martial arts alliance, he did not follow Gulinger and the other girls to say, one is that they are worried about themselves, and the other is that they are in danger if they follow. David took Fan Jiang and Gorfine back to the Long family, and now the Long family is in charge of Long Wu. David, during the time you left, the martial arts alliance has not been idle. I don't know where they got the masters. Now I heard that there are 8 great marquis in the martial arts alliance. After seeing David, Long Wu hurriedly said. 8 great marquis? David was slightly taken aback. Where did they find so many great marquis? Chapter 1744. At this time, Fan Jiang, who was on the side, said, it's not surprising that the martial arts alliance has found 8 great marquis. I know that even the martial saints have them in the martial arts alliance. Wu Sheng. This time, David was even more surprised. Yes, the ranking system of the martial arts alliance is very strict, and the martial arts alliance you see is just a corner of the martial arts alliance. Those people in the real martial arts alliance should be in the secret realm and directly control all this. They will use the Peugeot on the black robe to distinguish the grade. I heard that the highest black gold robe is the martial saint, but I have never seen it. Fan Jiang said to David. Long Wu looked at Fan Jiang and asked David very curiously, David, who is this person? It seems that he knows the martial arts alliance very well. It's a friend of mine. David explained casually, and then asked Fan Jiang, how do you know so much about the martial arts alliance? Fan Jiang shook his head, I only know this, but there are still many secrets of the martial arts alliance. These are what Zhu Zhishan told me. But the power of the leader of the martial arts alliance is very small, so he doesn't know much, but the martial arts alliance will never be like what you see before your eyes. If you want to directly destroy the martial Dao alliance and uproot it, I'm afraid it is impossible. But if you want to rescue your girlfriend, now you may be able to succeed with this puppet corpse. Fan Jiang followed David to talk in detail. A friend of David just now really warmed Fan Jiang's heart a lot. Whether you can succeed or not, you have to try. David's eyes showed a firm look. Kyoto Budo Alliance. Since Nie Qing replaced Ning Ji as the leader of the alliance, he has gathered a lot of black copper robes, and even 7 black silver robes. Since David established Longmen, the martial arts alliance has almost become an object of avoidance by everyone. No sect family is joining the martial arts alliance. Even the former sect families have chosen to leave the martial arts alliance. Nie Cheng is almost a bear commander, but in order to increase the strength of the martial arts alliance and let many aristocratic sects know the power of the martial arts alliance, Nie Cheng applied directly, mobilized many black copper robes, and even 7 black silver robes came over. You must know that these black and silver robes are all great marquis, each of them is extremely powerful, even those black copper robes are also very powerful. This time, after seeing the strength of the martial arts alliance, many aristocratic families began to move closer to the martial arts alliance. There is no way, there are too many people on the wall. In this society where strength is respected, only those who are strong will fall to whom. In the hall of the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance, Nie Cheng was holding a vajra. His face was not very good looking. He didn't understand that Guy Ningji, Hida Hineng, could actually let him go to the secret room to practice. Originally, Nie Cheng thought that if he replaced Ningji, Ningji would have no value and would definitely be executed. Went to the secret room to practice. But even if he was dissatisfied in his heart, Nie Cheng did not dare to complain at all. Because of the power of the Almighty, none of them dared to try. Recently, David has not been tracked, but this is a good thing for us. As long as he doesn't trouble us, we won't be looking for him. Everyone just needs to practice with peace of mind. I will give you priority to supply that girl's blood. Now that the Martial Arts Alliance has become like this, Deneng is very angry, so we must work together to make the Martial Arts Alliance prosperous. Nie Cheng said indifferently, facing the black copper robe and black silver robe below. However, none of these black-robed people said a word. They knew how difficult it was to make the Martial Dao Alliance flourish again. Chapter 1745. Nie Cheng looked at these people without saying a word, and his face became slightly ugly. These people are very shrewd in their hearts. They know how difficult it is to make the Martial Dao Alliance brilliant again. If it is not done by then, the great power will be blamed, and none of them will be able to escape. Now these people just want to put the blame on Nie Cheng, who made Nie Cheng the leader of the alliance. They are nothing more than the helpers they invited. Nie Cheng also regretted at this moment, regretted such a mess. Why did he come to be the leader of this martial arts alliance in the first place? But what's the use of regretting at this time? Now Nie Cheng only hopes that David will stop making trouble in the martial arts alliance and let him develop the martial arts alliance well. But at this moment, there was a sound of reprimand outside the door of the Martial Arts Alliance. Who are you? Do you know what is the crime of trespassing on the Martial Arts Alliance? Someone is yelling, proving that someone is breaking into the Martial Arts Alliance. After Nie Cheng heard this, his face became extremely ugly. Humph, these guys really don't care about my Martial Arts Alliance at all. This time, I must teach them a lesson. During this period of time, there were always people who broke into the Martial Arts Alliance without notice, and looked down on the Martial Arts Alliance in their eyes. Nie Cheng got up and walked out, while those black robes followed closely behind. As soon as he walked to the door, Nie Cheng looked at it. David pushed away the guard of the Martial Arts Alliance and walked in swaggeringly. There was another person behind him, but that person was expressionless and sluggish, like a fool. David? Watching David break into the Martial Arts Alliance, Nie Cheng frowned. Just now, he was hoping that David would not come to the Martial Arts Alliance to make trouble, but he didn't want David to come now. David glanced at Nie Cheng, and then said lightly, "Now the Martial Arts Alliance, you have the final say?" Nie Cheng nodded, "Yes, I am the leader of the alliance now." "Okay, then I'll talk to you." After David finished speaking, he walked straight into the hall, completely ignoring Nie Cheng and those people in black robes. At this moment, there is a blood demon behind David. Of course, he will not be afraid of these guys from the Martial Arts Alliance. Seeing David like that, Nie Cheng was instantly furious, but for the sake of the overall situation, Nie Cheng suppressed his anger and followed suit. "David, what are you doing in my Martial Arts Alliance? Aren't you afraid that there will be no return?" Nie Cheng admired David's courage. "I'm here, I didn't plan to leave, you know what I'm here for. If you can let my girlfriend go, I can spare your Martial Arts Alliance. Otherwise, the Martial Arts Alliance will disappear from this world today," David said with a stern expression. When Nie Cheng heard this, he suddenly burst into laughter. "David, you do have some skills, aren't you a great marquis? Do you really think you are invincible in the world? Let me tell you, we now have 8 great marquis, and none of them are weaker than you. Why do you want someone here? I can make you still alive now, you should kowtow and thank you." Nie Cheng held a vajra in his hand with a sneer on his face. And those people in black robes also had sarcasm in their eyes. If David summoned all the power of the Dragon Gate and came to fight to the death with the Martial Arts Alliance, maybe they would be afraid. But now David is bringing one person here, and that is to die. There are so many of them, how could they be afraid of David? David didn't care about Nye Cheng's words at all, but continued to say calmly, "I'm giving you a chance. If you don't cherish it, then you can't blame me." Nye Cheng smiled, "David, let me tell you, your girlfriend is locked in a dungeon, no one can let her out, and no one can save her. I don't have the right. Even if I have this right, why would you let me let go of your girlfriend? With your bragging mouth?" While speaking, a strong aura erupted from Nye Cheng's body, and this aura instantly wrapped David. Chapter 1746. David's body exudes a faint golden light, resisting the oppression of Nye Cheng's breath. The aura on Nye Cheng became more and more manic, while the golden light on David became more and more dazzling. The two resisted like this, no one moved, and no one retreated. The two breaths kept colliding with each other. Nye Cheng frowned slightly. He didn't expect David to look weaker than himself, but this time, David was not at a disadvantage. At this moment, Nye Cheng had exerted his breath to the extreme, but David remained motionless. The surrounding people in black robes took a few steps back in unison. They didn't want to waste their strength to resist this coercion. At this time, no one noticed that the atmosphere in the entire hall had already raged to the extreme. The two breaths were intertwined, and the terrifying coercion had already turned the tables, chairs and benches into powder. But the gore fiend, who had been standing behind David, did not change at all. His body was motionless, and his face was expressionless. Boom! In the end, Nye Cheng and David took a step back at the same time, and the breath on their bodies dissipated instantly. In this confrontation, the two were half a pound, and neither one took advantage of it. "David, you are so ignorant and fearless if you dare to break into my martial arts alliance alone. I don't need anyone else, I can easily kill you with a Vajra." Nye Cheng looked at David disdainfully and said, "Really? I'm standing here, you want my life, you can come and take it at any time." David spread his hands, his face was indifferent. Seeing David's indifferent appearance, Nye Cheng really didn't dare to do it for a while. He didn't know if David had something behind him. "What? Don't dare to do it? If you don't dare to do it, let my girlfriend go. If you force me to do it, the Martial Arts Alliance will cease to exist." David sneered when he saw Nye Cheng like that. "Humph, to kill you, why should I do it?" Nye Cheng snorted coldly and stepped back. "You killed him." Nye Cheng didn't do it, but let the others in the black-silver robe do it. The black and silver robes of the seven great Marquis are more than enough to deal with David. One person and one move can knock David into scum. When Nye Cheng spoke, the seven black and silver robes couldn't help but listen. They all took a step forward and surrounded David in an instant. The breath emanating from the seven black and silver robes made the entire martial arts alliance tremble. David looked at the seven people coldly, with a cold glow in his eyes. "Kill them all, leave none of them," David said coldly. Nye Cheng was stunned for a moment, then looked out hastily, and found that there was no one outside at all. Who was David speaking to? Could it be the sluggish guy behind him? Nye Cheng checked it right away, and the gore fiend had no breath on his body, like a dead person. How powerful can such a person be? Gore fiend got David's order and took a step forward to block David. David, on the other hand, with a cold smile on his face, retreated directly to the wall. Facing the gore fiend, the seven black and silver robes all looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a while. A guy with a sluggish face stood up, and there was no breath on his body. They didn't know if they should shoot. "Kill this fool together," Nye Cheng said. A black and silver robe nodded, and then punched the gore fiend with a punch. Hyenpeo didn't use all his strength in this punch. After all, to deal with such a breathless person, it only takes 10% of his strength to smash people into flesh. When David saw that the black-silver robe was so contemptuous of the blood demon, he laughed and watched the show. It would be better if there were melon seeds at this time. The black-silver robe punched in front of the gore fiend, and then hit the gore fiend in the chest. Chapter 1747. Bang! Although he didn't use his full strength, this punch was tens of thousands of pounds of power, and it was not a problem to knock off a mountain. But this punch hit the gore fiend like a fart. The gore fiend didn't react at all, but the black silver robe felt a huge anti-shock force, and then the arm bones broke instantly, directly piercing the skin and exposing it. Bai Sinsen's bones, with bright red blood, made the scene very terrifying. At this scene, everyone was stunned. Especially the black and silver robe who started the hands. The heart was shocked, and then the figure quickly retreated. He knew that the breathless guy in front of him was far more powerful than they thought. But just as the black silver robe retreated, the gore fiend moved, and the gore fiend slapped it out. This slap may seem slow, but it is extremely fast. The black and silver robe didn't have time to react, only to be hit by a slap. Puff! Hyunpeo's head was blown up by a slap from the gore fiend, scarlet blood splattered everywhere, and a terrifying bloody smell spread out. This time, Nye Cheng and those black robes were dumbfounded. How is this possible? Nye Cheng looked at the black silver robe who died tragically, his face full of disbelief. This is the Great Marquis, Great Marquis. How can you be slapped to death? Just want to kill a fly. Is this too outrageous? What kind of strength would be able to slap the Great Marquis to death? Wu Sheng. Transformation environment? At this moment, Nye Cheng's mind felt a little out of order. And those black and silver robes looked at their companions and were slapped to death by a slap, and they all looked extremely ugly. This time, no one dared to move the remaining black and silver robes, and involuntarily took a step back. If you release my girlfriend now and apologize on your knees, I can spare your life. David said. Nye Cheng said with a cold face, David, don't be complacent, although I don't know where you invited the masters, but don't underestimate our martial arts alliance. Even if the person you invited is a martial saint, what can you do? Do you think our martial arts alliance doesn't have a martial saint? The martial saint weapon in my hand can also exert the strength of martial saint. Nye Cheng is holding a Vajra, his aura is constantly rising. Okay, then let's all die. David stopped talking nonsense and directly controlled the blood demon. Let's go together, even if it's martial saint, we don't have to be afraid. Nye Cheng said loudly. The remaining 6 black and silver robes could only grit their teeth together. Could it be that they dared to escape? To know the punishment of the mighty for the escapee, it is better to die than life. The 6 black and silver robes all headed towards the gore fiend, but Nye Cheng was at the end, holding a Vajra, ready to find an opportunity to give the gore fiend a fatal blow. But before Nye Cheng could make a move, he saw the gore fiend waving his big palm. One slap and go very fast. In the blink of an eye, the 6 black and silver robes became headless corpses, and the entire hall was filled with a thick bloody aura. Nye Cheng, who originally wanted to do it, suddenly became an idiot. Staring blankly at the corpse on the ground, his face was full of horror. You must know that these black silver robes are all Great Marquis, and some even have the strength of the late Great Marquis, and each of them is not weaker than him. But this kind of existence at the top of the martial arts world was just shot to death. The problem is that one is slapped to death, and even the souls in these black silver robes have not had time to escape. In an instant, the ashes vanished. Seeing this, those black copper robes could no longer control them, and they all ran out desperately. The black and silver robes couldn't withstand a slap in the face. These black copper robes were afraid that they would be blown to death in one breath. Don't let them escape. David said a word, the figure of the gore fiend swayed slightly, and then the whole person appeared in front of those black copper robes. Chapter 1748. No one saw how the gore fiend moved, it was like teleportation. What? When the black copper robes saw this, their eyes were full of fierceness, and then they rushed towards the gore fiend. They know that only by working hard can they have a chance. More than a dozen black copper robes rushed towards the gore fiend. The gore fiend, on the other hand, slapped both palms together, and slapped one of them, and directly scattered the souls of those black copper robes, and not even a slag was left. More than a dozen black copper robes, that is, in the blink of an eye, not a single one is left, and no corpses are left. Nye Cheng looked at the scene in front of him, his face was extremely cold. He was holding the Vajra in his hand, and now it seemed that this Vajra was his life-saving talisman. This is a sacred weapon, even if it can't deal with the Gore Fiend, but with the sacred weapon in hand, Nye Cheng has the confidence to escape. Do you want to talk to me now? If you let my girlfriend go, I can keep you alive. David said to Nye Cheng. As I said, I'm not qualified to let your girlfriend go. I tell you, even if you kill me, you can't open the dungeon. Nye Cheng said with an expressionless face. Since you are useless, there is only one dead end. After David finished speaking, he glanced at the Gore Fiend, and the Gore Fiend slowly walked towards Nye Cheng. Humph, don't forget the holy weapon in my hand. Saying that, Nye Cheng's aura entered the Vajra pestle instantly, and then the Vajra pestle radiated light, and the terrifying aura began to spread. The aura of the martial sage in the Vajra is not only condensed, but the hall is full of terrifying coercion. Under this pressure, David's legs began to tremble, and he finally knelt on one knee with a thud. Under the aura of martial saint, David couldn't bear it at all. Seeing David kneeling down, Nye Cheng was full of confidence. I promised you this sacred weapon, but you still dislike it. Now you know its power. Nye Cheng sneered for a while, then raised the Vajra in his hand high. In an instant, terrifying breaths continued to spread out, followed by a dazzling ray of light on the Vajra, and that ray of light went straight to the Gore Fiend. David was instantly blown away by this dazzling light. In front of the sacred weapon, David didn't even have the slightest power to fight back. At this moment, David has truly seen the power of Martial Saint. This is just a wisp of aura emanating from the Martial Saint artifact. If it is a true Martial Saint master, wouldn't the strength be even more terrifying? Thinking of Fan Zhang's words, saying that there are martial saints in the martial arts alliance, this makes David's face full of worry. But now fortunately he has the Gore Fiend, and it is not a problem to deal with that Nye Cheng, otherwise David himself would really not be able to deal with this sacred weapon. The Gore Fiend ignored the rays of light emanating from the Vajra pestle, and strands of the martial saint's power kept hitting the Gore Fiend. But to the terrifying fleshly body of the Gore Fiend, it was just like tickling. Arriving in front of Nye Cheng, the Gore Fiend slapped him in the face. Nye Cheng was startled in his heart and shouted loudly. The Vajra in his hand was a little more radiant. The Gore Fiend still ignored the light and slapped Nye Cheng's Vajra pestle directly. Nye Cheng only felt that his arm was about to be broken, and the Vajra in his hand flew out instantly. Without the coercion of Martial Saint's breath, David got up instantly, jumped straight up, and walked towards the Vajra pestle. Nye Cheng was very anxious when he saw that David wanted to get the Vajra pestle, but in the face of the blood demon, he could only escape for his life, and the Vajra pestle had no choice. Nye Cheng turned around and ran away, and after David got the Vajra pestle, a force of martial saint went towards Nye Cheng. Nye Cheng only felt a terrifying aura coming towards him from behind him. Before he could react, his whole body was knocked out. Nye Cheng fell heavily to the ground, his whole body vomited blood and he was obviously seriously injured. Chapter 1749. Gore Fiend was about to go forward and deal with Nye Cheng, but was stopped by David. Don't kill him. David planned to let Nye Cheng take him to the dungeon and rescue Sonia. The Gore Fiend stopped and then stepped back, while David walked in front of Nye Cheng with the Vajra pestle, and said coldly, "Now you have no chance to talk to me, take me to the dungeon." Nye Cheng looked at the Gore Fiend, then looked at the Vajra in David's hand, took a deep breath and said, "Even if you enter the dungeon, it is impossible to save your girlfriend. Stop talking nonsense, just take me in. Whether or not you can save it is my own business." David reached out and picked up Nye Cheng. Like a dead dog, Nye Cheng followed David to the back of the Martial Arts Alliance. In front of the rockery, David said, "Go and open the dungeon." Nye Cheng did not dare to open because he knew the consequences of betraying the great power. "David, even if you open the dungeon, you really can't save your girlfriend. She is locked in a special cell, and you can't save her," Nye Cheng said with a bitter expression. David looked at Nye Cheng coldly, and suddenly a consciousness entered Nye Cheng's mind. "Nye Cheng, who was seriously injured, how could he bear it? David's consciousness was torturing Niecheng with all his might. Niecheng felt a splitting headache, and it was as uncomfortable as 10,000 worms. "Open the dungeon, you don't have to suffer," David said to Niecheng. Niecheng was helpless, so he could only agree, and then walked to the front of the rockery. Activated the magic technique and slowly moved the rockery, revealing the entrance to the dungeon. Seeing that the dungeon was opened, David was overjoyed. He was about to rush in, but after thinking about it, he was afraid that there might be an agency inside, so he let Niecheng walk in front. Niecheng walked in front, and David followed behind. Going all the way to Sonia's cell, David couldn't hold back, and suddenly rushed towards the cell. Holding the iron door of the cell tightly with both hands, she shouted Sonia loudly. At this time, Sonia was sitting on the bed. The facilities in the cell were very good, and there were all the necessary living items. Hearing David's cry, Sonia was surprised and hurriedly turned her head to look. When she saw David, her tears couldn't help but flow out instantly. "David, David!" Sonia rushed to the old door and held David's hand tightly. "How did you get in? Are you also caught by them?" "No, I'm here to save you, I'll save you right away." David stroked Sonia's face lightly. Although Sonia looks good, she has been detained here for a long time, and her mood is very low. "Quick, open the dungeon immediately." David couldn't wait to command Niecheng. "I can't open this prison door," Niecheng said. "Fart, you can definitely open it. If you don't open it, believe it or not, I'll kill you." David's face was full of anger, and then he punched and kicked Niecheng. In front of David, Niecheng could only shrink his body and let David punch and kick on his body. Soon, Niecheng was beaten with scars all over his body, but still shook his head. "I really can't open it, I have no right to open this prison door." "Then you say, who can open this prison door? Who can open it?" David picked up Niecheng, grabbed his collar tightly and asked. "Ningji, he can open it. He has a way to open the prison door." Looking at David, who was almost crazy, Niecheng was also a little scared, so he sold Ningji. "Where is Ningji? Let him get out, get out!" David roared, telling Ningji to get out. But Ningji didn't join the Martial Arts Alliance at all, but practiced in the secret training room unique to the Martial Arts Alliance. Chapter 1750. Even Niecheng didn't know where Ningji's address was. "No. I don't know, Ningji was recruited from above to practice," Niecheng explained carefully. "I can't believe it can't be opened." David clung to the prison door with both hands, his body was constantly rising, and he wanted to try his best to open the prison door. But no matter how hard David tried, the prison door was still intact. "Open the prison door," David ordered to Gorfiend. Gorfiend stepped forward, and then punched it out. Boom! The ground shook for a while, and the entire dungeon was almost collapsed, but the prison door could not be opened. This made David very surprised. To know the strength of the Gorfiend, it was a big demon from thousands of years ago. Why can't even a prison door be opened now? Just when the Gorfiend was about to smash the second punch, Niecheng hurriedly said, "You can't force it to open, otherwise the entire dungeon will collapse, and none of us will survive." Niecheng prevented the Gorfiend from forcibly breaking open the prison door again. Seeing this, David hurriedly said, "Stop." Although he follows the Gorfiend's body and is strong, even if the dungeon collapses, the two of them may not be in trouble, but Sonia can't do it. If the dungeon really collapses, Sonia will surely die. This made David anxious and angry, and he didn't know what to do. "You must have a fucking way to open the door for me, or die." David grabbed Niecheng by the neck. "If you can't force the door to open, then you can only let Niecheng find a way. After all, Niecheng is the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance." Niecheng couldn't move at all with David's neck strangled, so he could only blushed and said, "I really can't open it, it's useless for you to kill me." David didn't listen, and the strength in his hand became stronger and stronger. "Since you want to die, I will fulfill you." David's eyes glowed red. At this moment, Niecheng could hardly even breathe, his face turned purple, and he was about to return to the West at any time. David, it looks like he really doesn't know. At this time, Sonia spoke. Only then did David regain his senses and let Niecheng go. Niecheng kept coughing and breathing heavily. I really don't know, I was just temporarily dispatched to replace Ningxi to be the leader of the alliance, and he has no rights. David looked at Sonia in the prison, feeling as uncomfortable as a needle pierced. David, don't be sad or discouraged, I believe there is always a way, and they won't kill me, let alone abuse me. Sonia comforted David. Well, I will definitely find a way to break this cell, Sonia, please wait patiently. David said firmly. I believe in you. Now that your strength is so high, you can rush into the dungeon. I believe that the day when we truly reunite is not far away. Sonia nodded. David held Sonia's hand tightly and was reluctant to let go for a long time, but just like this, a terrifying aura suddenly began to rise in the dungeon, and it seemed that something terrible was waking up. Feeling the terrifying aura, David knew that he couldn't stay in the dungeon. After saying goodbye to Sonia, he immediately picked up Niecheng and ran out. As soon as he ran out of the dungeon, the gate of the dungeon closed automatically, and there were waves of light like fish scales around, which seemed to reshroud the dungeon with a layer of formation. David frowned as he looked at the dungeon that had reshrouded the formation. He knew that someone must be controlling all of this behind his back, and he also knew that he had entered the dungeon. Destroy this martial arts alliance to me. Since the dungeon cannot be destroyed, David will destroy the martial arts alliance. The gore fiend received the order, and a terrifying aura began to erupt from his body, followed by tornadoes around him.